Is Crispy there too?
No, not this morning.
I was gonna say I didn't hear her voice, so didn't know if I should say good morning or not.
No, she's usually here, but not today, man. I don't know. All right, we're live. Hello, everybody out in YouTube land, and Happy New Year's. This is Smart Poker. We're gonna have our regular show, Sundaze and Confused. So far, it's just the two of us, and hopefully some more friends will be along shortly. So it's just me and Puffy for now. Thanks for stopping in. We hope you'll like the video and leave a comment and join in and ask questions, whatever. Hang out in the chat. We appreciate everybody coming. So how's it going so far, Puffy?
Pretty good. Just trying to get some cocoa ready for this New Year's Grow Challenge. Got some reused cocoa that I've been reconditioning, and plus some new bricks that I hydrated, and right now working on double buffering them.
I have some buffering going on myself. I only got a little bit buffered. I dread it so bad that I actually just have a small amount buffered to get me through the seedling phase, and the rest of it's still rehydrating. And I keep telling myself, you got good 10 days before you need that, man. So you know how that is. Why put off till tomorrow what you can do today or something like that? And that's me, man.
Yeah, I've got probably I had about 4 pots worth of old cocoa that had just been drying out and everything. So past couple of days I've been cleaning it and rinsing all the broke down cocoa out of it, that cocoa dust, get that all rinsed out, and started the buffering yesterday. The used cocoa I'm only going to buffer one time, but the new blocks I'll be buffering them twice.
Yeah, it's very important when you're doing that, as you well know, when you're reusing your cocoa to buffer it correctly. I got burnt by that, man. And the only problem this is what happened, man. I grabbed old cocoa and I buffered it like I normally do, and then just jumped right into using it. And my seeds were dying all left and right, and I couldn't figure it out. And even the EC was like down low, you know. And that's what someone told me. They said it's definitely from being reused. You didn't let it dry out enough. You didn't rinse out enough of I think it was the phosphates or nitrates. I can't recall right now which one was.
The phosphorus.
Yeah, and he's like, you didn't rinse it out, let it dry and rinse it out. And it was giving me all kind of shit, man. I just couldn't get it to go right. And I don't know if I abandoned that or if we limped them to the end or what. But I remember thinking, like, I'll never put such a small price tag on buffering or rebuffering. And then I think I mentioned this before, we came across cocoa bricks at like $6 a piece for 5 kilo blocks. So I bought like 9 of them. And so I don't even try to reuse it anymore. It just wasn't worth it for the price. And it's like a renewable resource, you know, and it's easy. Yeah. You can like put it outside in your soil bed and stuff. And honestly, you'll probably notice this a lot too, which I guess it doesn't matter, but it makes me feel weird is when I empty out my air pots and I'm busting them all apart, there's a lot of root mass in there. And there's so much of it. You can't, it's like one big knot. You don't get much cocoa off. The rest of it's like cocoa wrapped in root ball and everything else, you know? So that's just been my experience. I have such a hard time to try and reuse it that I decided I'm just going to go with new, but I can definitely appreciate someone reusing it. And it's a lot of work to do it right, man. You know, you can't skimp that. You know that.
Well, it's not really bad. If you basically break your reconditioning down, over the course of like a week or something like that, it's really not too much of a task. What I do is after I chop my plants, I'll just set the pots aside, root ball, stalk, everything, just leave it there for 2 months. Basically, I use my curing as the timetable for letting my cocoa dry out. So it'll dry for 2 months. And then at that point, I'll pull the whole thing out of the fabric pot. And I've got a big Rubbermaid tote that I will set it in. and I'll just start to slowly rehydrate it and then break it apart around the roots without, knocking too many of those larger roots off. The smaller ones don't really matter. They're not going to hurt anything. But just try to make less work later by not breaking those bigger roots off of the main stalk. And then I use once I've got that done, I'll take a garden trowel, the forked ones, and I'll just start raking through it to pull up any larger roots out of it. And then once I've done that, I'll go ahead and I've got a 5-gallon bucket that I drilled a whole bunch of small holes in the bottom of it. And I'll take it outside with the garden hose, and I'll fill that bucket up about 3/4 of the way full of my used cocoa. And then I'll just start spraying the crap out of it. And all that broken down cocoa, won't hold any air anymore. So it'll just soak up and sink to the bottom. And that silt will kind of build up on the bottom and plug your holes.
Yeah.
And when it does that, let the water fill all the way up to the top, and then let it sit for about 5 minutes for all your particulates to settle. And then once that happens, just scoop all your good cocoa and stuff off of the top, and then just toss the rest of it out, because it's all that broken down cocoa peat. And then I'll let it dry out again, completely dry out. And then that's when it's completely dry. That's when I'll fill up my fabric pots and go ahead and do my buffer. And I've never had any problems with seedlings or young plants being burnt or having any problems with deficiencies, when I do it this way.
It sounds like that. I like that bucket trick you said about putting the holes in there. That's just like making a homemade colander that holds five gallons,
Right. Yeah. Well, when I first learned to reuse cocoa, the only place I could find that actually taught how to reuse it in the steps was Doc's guide.
Yeah.
So that's where I learned to do it, was from watching his guide. And I was like, a little colander trying to rinse that stuff while you're bent over. I was like, nah, I can come up with something better that's going to be a little easier on my back. So, and I'm not doing it in a bathtub. I'm doing it outdoors. So a garden hose and then a big bucket with holes drilled in it works perfect.
No doubt. And it's like that's a good way that you went ahead and told exactly how you do it and all the steps, because like I mentioned before, I tried to hurry mine and skipped one step, and I was thinking, we'll be good. I'm going to give it its due diligence, but I didn't. And it needs to be done like you said. And you mentioned about being outside doing it, and it sounds exactly like you got a lot of the things over there that I want, man. You got that little separate building, you got your outside area to spray down, and that's cool, man. But I always try to tell people, if you're gonna reuse it, you got to take the time to do that properly, because then your next grow, your seedlings are just butt, man, if you don't do it right. So, but yeah, that's where I'm at now, is just trying to procrastinate on finishing my buffering, because it's one of my least favorite things to do. And it's just life gets in the way, man. I got all this other stuff going on, and so we're trying to figure it out. But it's that time of year. Everybody right now is doing their buffering and getting ready, or bringing their, starting their New Year's Grow Challenge, and they're getting all their stuff around. So pretty cool to watch everybody, not pretty much scramble, but watching everybody get ready and set up their stuff. And if half of us are like me, not quite ready, I still got a few things that I'm always like pushing to the last minute, Puffy.
Yeah, I don't like to procrastinate. If I've got time, like if I'm sitting out here anyway, I'll look around and try to find stuff that I could maybe get done now. That way later I'm not having to rush around and try to get it done, especially like this cocoa. Like I said, normally I let it sit for 2 months. So, and I'm not at the 2-month mark yet, but I don't have any prepared cocoa for the New Year's Grow Challenge. So I was like, well, I could either just do a small batch just to get me by for the solo cups, and then get the rest of it done before I have to jump to 1 gallon. So I was like, I'll just get it all done, get it all prepared, and then that way I don't have to worry about it later. So yeah, if I can knock it out of the way now, then I'll do it.
Yes, no doubt. And I try to put as much on. I try to get Crispy to help me out as much as we can. You know, I'm always like, could you do this? Could you do this? So we try to split it up, which I should be more grateful to have a helper like that. So she definitely
Yeah,
puts in her work, man.
yeah, especially one who's so enthusiastic as Crispy. I mean, my wife doesn't smoke. She never has. And I wouldn't even ask her to come help with this if unless she actually did smoke part of it, at least. So,
Right.
but she's
Right.
supportive in it. Anything that I need out here, she just says, do it. If
Right.
I need to buy something, she says, order it. Says, whatever you need, just get it.
Yeah,
Don't,
well,
don't.
good women come in many different flavors, man. So, just
Oh, yeah.
because, like you said, she's very supportive of you and all that stuff. So that's, to me, is just, it's pretty much the same. She's just kind of leaving you to your own devices and staying out of your way. But it's nice because I hear guys saying, well, I guess I shouldn't say I hear it. You see these memes and shit where like, I want to get me another light, and it shows them like hugging some 80-year-old lady or something, and I'm
Yeah.
thinking, oh yeah, I'm glad I don't have to like fight with my old lady or try to hide money or anything just for to grow. And so I guess definitely blessed in many ways, and that's one of them. Hey, I wanted to tell you, Puffy, there's a question in the chat there. It says from Ranti Social Cropper. Shout out to Ranti Social. He's a Cocoa for Cannabis member, I believe, or maybe not. I think he won a light, but it might have been on YouTube. But yeah, he definitely is a recipient of a light, and I know he was making good use of it. So he wants to know about your light. He says, "Hey Puffy, what red light is that?"
This is the Kind LED XL 1000. It's an older light from about, I'd say 6 years ago was this model. They have a newer model now that's pretty much looks exactly the same, except it has Bluetooth capability, so you can control it from your phone. This one has just a little handheld IR remote that you use, but I don't ever use it. It's a nice light for 6 or 7 years ago. It's pretty much top of the line. They actually still sell for over $1,500. So it's a good blurple.
Yeah,
But
yeah, I
it's
was going to
still
say that's not your typical blurple there. You know what I mean? It's that's a good light. It is like I think, like you mentioned, Puffy, it's a good light. It's not quite as efficient as good bar light would be today, but I do like that light, man. And for the right space, it would put it out. But I think two things go against it. One is, like you said, the cost. And second would be, like you also said, was the footprint. It didn't seem to cover a large footprint. So if you're putting out that much money, that much wattage, you want to be able to cover some ground, And but yeah, I that light gets a lot of attention, huh? Everybody, because that's one of the first things I ask you is like, hold on, back up.
Yeah, who else was pretty was it Rusty or Randy?
I think it was Rusty, one of them. But yeah, everybody seems to gravitate to that light, and it is a cool light. I like it's pretty versatile. It lets you have a lot of control over things, and that's not something that you could get easily 6 years ago.
No,
Everybody was
no.
still.
It's full spectrum.
Mhm.
It does all the spectrums, but they've got like your whites and your oranges and your UVs and the far reds all on one channel, and then they have the blues on another channel, and then your reds, your flowering LEDs all on another one. So there's three different bands there that you can tune. It's got a built-in timer and clock, so it'll retain your the memory. It'll actually do sunrise and sunset effect. You could program it for that. Yeah, it's a good light. It's just the footprint isn't quite big enough for a 4x4. If you're running a 3x3 or even a 2x4, it would probably work. But anything bigger than, I say, a 3x3, it's not quite enough to fill your tent. But as
Right.
far as what I'm using it for with 2 plants, it's perfect for that. I mean, I could flower underneath of it, but it's just not going to produce the same size nugs as I get under the Fold 8. I mean, you can see how much of a difference it is in light between that and that.
Yeah, no doubt. They're saying, and I want to shout out our buddy Jack Greenstock. I appreciate him coming by. He's in the chat talking about lights, and he says overpriced, sadly. Gross. Somebody took them apart and showed it's got cheap components from heat sinks to drivers. Much more economic lights out there today for that price, way lower. Yeah, it's not cool. Some of this unscrupulous lighting shit that went around out there, and yeah, he says you can set sunrise, sunset effect for $35 from Rapid LED. Yeah, it's upsetting. I've come across a lot of people, but you know what? About 6 years ago, it was a little different. I mean, there wasn't as many good LED lights out there. Like everybody was getting it was purple, you know, pretty much for the longest time, and or HID obviously. So when you bought that, that would have been like top of the line, but yeah, it is unfortunate. There's a lot of that shit going around. The marketing, you know, you always hear it 1,000-watt equivalent, and ends up being like a 100-watt light, and so many people are getting into that. And it's not like they're, you know, some of them lights are what, 150 bucks, but when you're on a tight budget and try to get it to grow up and going, you know, and you get duped on that part of it, it's pretty unfortunate. And so after meeting Doc Coco, that's kind of been my little thing, and is to try and learn lights and try to, you know, educate people before they buy them. And I'm still learning, because some people take offense to trying to educate them a little bit. Maybe I got to learn my delivery better or whatever, but some people take it well. And but yeah, it's like I see someone and they'll be like posting, I'm about to buy this light, and I'm thinking, man, that's $900. You could get like 3 times that light for, you know, you could get two Medic Grow Fold 8s for that, you know, and or whatever. But yeah, it's pretty upsetting. But I wanted to shout them guys out, say thanks for coming by. Ranti Social, our friend Rawsonate, Spencer's Herbs is in the chat. And I also wanted to say real quick, without going too far off subject, that Crispy Wannabe joined me here for a couple minutes, so I wanted to let her say hello.
Hello, everybody. Crispy Wannabe here. Sorry I'm late.
Better late than never.
Yeah, better late than never, right?
It's been a long, raucous weekend, so you easily get a pass.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yesterday, for some reason, I was thinking that today should be Monday.
That's exactly what I was doing yesterday. Last night, I was actually waiting for Jack and them guys to come on last night for like 10 minutes. In my head, I'm thinking, I got the show coming up later. Then I was thinking, wait a minute, we're having dinner tonight with the family. This isn't that, you know? So
wrong night.
Yeah. And then I ended up having the traditional big old crock pot full of pork shoulder and kielbasa with sauerkraut. And we made a big pot of mashed potatoes. And I don't know what part of the world everybody's from, if you're listening or whatever, but that's like our traditional New Year's meal around here. And it's supposed to bring luck the rest of the year, I guess, if you eat pork and sauerkraut or something. But we've been eating that since I was knee high to a grasshopper. And it's just something that I look forward to every year. And I make it throughout the year, but we had that. So I go and make me a big old plate, and the family comes over, and then smoke some hash. And wouldn't you know it, at 7 o'clock, I was snoring, man. I was out, you know? And so then I'm up early this morning, and it's been that way for the last couple of days with all the different things going on. And like you said, I feel totally like it's Monday or
yeah, the days do seem a little off there.
Well, I get this way pretty much every year around this time, you know, holidays and things going on. It kind of throws your little internal clock out of whack for a while.
Yeah, no doubt. That's funny because Jack's in the chat saying our friend, the American one who's come on the show yesterday, thought it was Sunday too. Must have been a glitch in the matrix. And I just wanted to say this real quick. Definitely gonna. I like to send these invites to be on this show, the panel, out to all of our friends. Now, what I didn't want to come off as is Mr. Spammer all the time. So I try not to. I haven't sent it out to Jack, is what I'm getting at here. He hasn't got an invitation. I feel bad because I'd love more than anything to have them guys come on here and hang out with us, even if it's 10 or 15 minutes to bullshit. So
Yeah.
just to let Jack know, I will send you the invites. And if it ever gets to be that you feel like, damn, every week this dude's sending me some shit, just let me know. I'll stop sending it. But I can send you the invite, man. It'll be sitting there. And if you decide to use it, great. If not, just overlook it and go about your day. So and that goes for anybody that we know, like Ranti-Social, or anybody that I see around the chats a lot. We try to make this a community show. Puffy and all of us got together and kind of thought about how we wanted to run it. And that was one of the things we wanted to do, was have, anybody can come on as long as we know you and that you're, because, obviously we know what happens, and Jack can attest to this by letting just anybody on. So, as long as we know you, you're quote unquote trusted member of our cannabis community, come on, hang out, chat about your grow or what's on your mind or any
Show
of
us
that.
the garden that you got going on.
Show us the garden. And so I just wanted to put that out there. I might end up reiterating that a few times, Puffy, and I apologize as people come and go, but I just want them to know that just because I feel like sometimes when I send the invite, people are, I don't want to say feel obligated, but then they might feel weird if they don't come. And then so I just want them to know it's just sitting there, man. If you want to use it, we're just hanging out.
Yeah, you know me. I mean, I love to get on here and chat with you guys and anybody else who shows up. I mean, like I said, I grow in strictly cocoa, but that doesn't mean that I'm not interested in any other way of growing. So the more people we get from a diverse growing background, the better, because everybody's going to get educated on all the different ways to grow. And basically, the biggest thing is to realize is there is no right way to grow. I mean, this plant will grow outside in the wild on its own. It doesn't need our help to do it, but indoors, it's, you got so many different ways that you can grow. It's just whatever works for you and your situation. Right.
You're right. Like we always hear something. Here's a perfect example of that. And I'll put myself out there a little bit and show that I don't always think things through. So I came across a guy, which I didn't know. I just noticed he had these real small plants in in real big pots. So I stopped by his page and I'm like, hey, I'd like to encourage you to possibly start trying to do a pot up, and I said, you might have some better growth and, blah, blah, blah. Well, then the guy went on to tell me, it ended up being really cool. And I don't put his name out there or anything, but he ended up telling me how he was disabled and he tries to get help from somebody. He's like in a wheelchair a lot of the time and he can't get around. And so after that connecting with him there, I was thinking like, I need to take a step back because I'm a totally able body doesn't mean everybody else is. And so they're going to have to adapt their grows. And so before I stop at someone's page and just start giving out some advice, I need to think about that stuff, and I guess that goes to like some of my ignorances. Maybe it's a lack of social skills there as far as like being on the internet and other things. But I guess it must be my nature, and this might be a shortcoming, is to when I come across someone's garden is to like assume that they're the same way as me. You're able body, you can get in there and do this or that. And it just kind of took me aback there a little bit. I know thinking about it and hearing myself say it, it sounds totally obvious, but I have to constantly think that some people either, they can't pot up or they want to do certain different things. And like you said, Puffy, it's still going to grow. And, no matter what you're doing, how was it put to me? No matter how you're growing and on what scale, as long as you're trying and you're trying to get your own medicine and you're doing it, and I got mad love and respect for you, man. Legal state, not legal, it doesn't matter. If you're trying to get your medicine, I'll support you in any way I can, man. If that's coming on the show and helping you out, or maybe putting you in touch with someone who can maybe try to set you up with whatever, something to test out, help you with some seeds. We'll do anything like that if we can, as long as it's somebody we know, or at least know that they're in the community and not like the reason I keep saying someone we know is because my other friends had a show like this and they were doing the same thing, letting people on. Well, some guy come on and was like exposing himself on his camera.
Yeah.
They thought it,
Yeah,
yeah,
you
they
told
thought
me
it was,
that.
yeah, man, they thought it was another grower trying to be nice and let him in there, and with us being new to this, I didn't think of that. I was like, damn. And then I guess another guy come on and just started cussing, saying real bad words and, racist remarks loud into the screen. And so then they had to go back and try and edit it out. And so they gave me a stern warning, along with my friend Jack Greenstock there, is to like, be careful who you let on, make sure, because some people, what'll happen is, and this, they'll think it's a slight, is they'll be in the chat under the name, say, John Doe, and then when they send me a Zoom link, it comes up as something totally different, John Q Public, and you're thinking, now is this the same guy that just said in chat that he was coming on? And you end up letting him on thinking that, and it's not. So and people don't have the same names on every platform, and it can be very difficult.
Yeah, that's the way it was when I first jumped onto this community scene. I created the Puffy D on Cocoa for Cannabis, but my YouTube was actually my personal YouTube channel instead of the new one that I created. So it was under my real name, and I would go to Gigi's live shows and stuff whenever he does some live shows on YouTube. And I'd be in the comment section and talking to him, and then later I'd be on Cocoa for Cannabis talking to him, under my moniker. So it took him a while to figure out who I was, that I was the same person talking to him in on YouTube chat. So that's to go ahead and go with one name on everything. That way, if people wanted to find me, especially with this new channel that I'm doing, it'd make it easier to find me across all the social media platforms.
Yes, I've realized too that now I realize that I have the ability to change someone's name before they actually go up on the screen. So if somebody ever wants to join and they have a different name, they can just kind of let me know and I can change it for them. And I believe that it will remember that name that I put for them every time they come back, as long as they're coming from that IP address. Excuse me. So yeah, just a little info there to put out for anybody who might be watching or might come to try and catch up later on. This is a new show. This is actually tagged Sundaze and Confused episode number 3. Number 1, we never actually aired. I think we had so many problems and people's names and faces popping on the screen that we ended up just deleting it after it was aired live. And then there's number 2 episode is saved, and then this will be number 3. So
Number 2 was the one where we had the phone number pop up, wasn't it?
Yes, Rowdy. Yes, that's the one. I went ahead and deleted it because of that. And I do see now on YouTube Studio that there's a way for me to go in and chop out a section if that ever happens again.
Okay,
but
just black it out.
I think I can. Let me put it to you this way. I found a place where I can go to a video like say this or New Year's Eve thing. When I was over in YouTube Studio messing around with the New Year's Eve thing, it showed it laid out in like a time frame, and it said edit, and you could go in any spot and like section it off, and it was second by second. So I'm assuming that's where I would go to like chop something out or put in like a commercial or something if you knew how to do that shit.
Yeah, you need to figure out how to do overlays so you can do things like throw up the Cocoa for Cannabis site. Promoting other people's channels or just upcoming events that we're planning or things like that. Winners from grow challenges, all things like that. So if you want some time, we can sit down and try to figure all that out. That way, you're kind of set up for it and able to throw that kind of stuff up there.
Yeah, one of the things I need to do, I think, would be I want to shout out real quick NG Grows and Automan 420 in the chat, both good friends of the show and of Cocoa for Cannabis and of me and Puffy's. So yeah, shout out to you guys. I think both of them guys have invites if they want to come on. Feel free to join us. Where was I at? I had a squirrel there after that. What was we talking about?
Squirrel.
Yeah, squirrel. I smoked too much already this morning, man. I was up late. Steve, I told you earlier that I ate too much and then I fell asleep early, and then I got up and my good friend Eagle Gardens from over at fucking talking shit with Eagle. He has the Weed Nerd World in the mornings there, which Jack Greenstock was also there. I came on right as Jack was leaving, so I didn't really get to say hi to him, but I caught that show and ended up jumping on. I figured I'll hang out with the fellas for an hour before I go try to lay back down. Before I knew it, it was 3.5 hours later. And so I ended up getting off and going, taking a nap and coming back and jumping right back on with this show. But I mean, this is where my heart's at, man. I love doing this shit. I love cultivating and stuff. So that's what I do, you know?
I thought he was just pulling another all-nighter. Get the coffee in front of him.
Yeah.
I mean, when you get a group of guys like Jack Greenstock, the American one, Eagle, Green 13, Modern Genetics, I don't want to forget anybody. They had Me All Flowers, SoCal. I can't. I'm losing track here, but there's so many good growers over there, man. Thunder Dan, they were all on the panel, and people were coming and going. And when you got a group like that together, and you can get in there and get involved and pick their brain a little bit, or just I take that as an opportunity,
Right.
We was talking about clones and sexing. We talked about making hash a little bit, and then we went off on some other subjects. But I get caught up in that shit because I love it, man. It's what I do, and I'm the type of dude that will I'll come on a show and press it clear to the last minute and run out the door late somewhere just because this is where my heart is, man. Outside of my wife, she's the most important thing in my world, and then it's this, man. This is where my heart is, and I try to spend my time. So I guess where I was going with that is I don't mind putting in the energy trying to figure out stuff, man. Like, how do I do this? How do I do that? But the technology really, really it puts a roadblock in front of me, man. I always bucked the trend of technology when I was younger. I bucked it my whole life, and now it's coming back to bite me, man. I always said, like, I don't want nothing to do with it. It's too hard to figure out. Now I have very little basic skills, and I like to think I'm a pretty well-rounded, got some good common sense and shit. And I'll tell you what, man, I'm better off trying to figure out how to put a carburetor on than to set up a podcast,
I hear you. I was kind of the opposite. When computers pretty much started coming into existence for the common folk, my school got a big, huge grant to buy a whole bunch of those, old machines and everything when they were first coming out. So that was the coolest thing that I'd ever seen whenever computers come out. So like I said, I jumped into it both feet. I mean, that's the reason why that I run a computer repair business right now, is because of everything that I was taught. And it's kind of like you with knowledge, you absorb it like a sponge.
Yeah.
So I retained it for so many years that it was kind of natural just to move in that field once I started having some, my back issues and everything.
Yes. I do want to give a quick shout out. I'm sorry, we're going to come right back to that. I want to shout out Staggering Productions because I missed them, and they wrote in the chat, I've been here 3 weeks, and they're right. They've been here every show. They've lasted like the whole show. And so I definitely got a lot of love for Staggering Productions for hanging out and supporting us and, just being involved. We appreciate you, your company. And same way with our friend Hank number 9 there in the chat. He's a good friend of ours as well. And
where's my candy at?
Yeah, man. We don't know how to make candy over here. We're still waiting. We're just busting balls. Naw was nice enough, and you can back me up on this, Puffy, if I'm misquoting him. But I do want to say that you and Naw were able to hash out something there for him to be making on the show.
Yeah, we just need to get with him, and because I'm sure that he's got a really busy schedule too. So I'm sure that he has to carve out some time to be able to do that for us. But yeah, I'd be appreciative of that, because you don't really see anywhere, somebody actually showing live them making candy. And I'm sure that, well, I've never attempted candy. I've done edibles as far as like baked goods, but I've never actually made candy. So I'm really interested in the process of how that goes down and how to basically dose it out per piece. When you make a cake or something like that, you're mixing up a whole batch of it, and you pretty much know what you're going to get whenever you slice it up. So But with candies, it's a little different. You gotta do some dropping, droppers and more precise measurements so you don't get, one piece of candy that'll knock you off your socks, and then another piece of candy that tastes just like something you get from the store.
Right. That's a good point. And that's a lot. That's one reason why I'm hoping, if I recall correctly, Nah said that maybe I want to say it's next Sunday or the Sunday after, excuse me, Sunday or the Sunday after, that he said that he would be able to possibly come on and make a batch for us. He is, he's in the chat saying he's in and out. He's getting ready for hash making and breakfast. Boy, those go right hand in hand, man. Hash making and breakfast, right?
Yeah, it's the season too.
Everybody is, that's why hash has been coming up. And that might be a good topic for our first hour here, is get into a little bit of hash, and or maybe our second hour coming up actually, but get into some hash talk and how people do it and what they do with it. But yeah, Nas says we're going to be surprised how easy it is, and I'm looking forward to that. So definitely shout out to him for willing to put in that extra work and come on here and show us how he makes his. And because a lot of people, whether you look at it as right, wrong, or indifferent, they hold that as proprietary, and then they want to I don't want to say not show anybody, but that's his recipe. People are using that recipe, maybe not everybody, but some people use that as their to make money, so they don't really want to give that out. But I found in the cannabis community, it's not so much like that, man. People are very open with their recipes. And shout out to our friend Max Overdrive, because he makes a salve out of roots, and he lives in Canada, so I wanted to buy some off of him, and he said, we can't ship it across the border, but he goes, here's my entire recipe. He gave me and my wife the times, the cooking temperatures, the ingredients, everything he does, and he's like, I just trust you not to I guess share it or start a business against me or whatever. But I just thought, I see a lot of that in the community, and Naw's another example of being able to, spread some good knowledge like that. And so I appreciate that, and everybody else does. And he's saying in the chat, next weekend looks good for him. So maybe I'll start advertising that as a cooking show next Sunday. What do you think, Puff?
Well, no, if you need a helping hand, you're not that far from me. I'll make you try. Yeah, that sounds good. Like I said, I've never made the candies. I've been curious on the process as far as the difference between doing candies and doing baked goods or anything else, for that matter. Like I've thought about the ice cream thing because of how much fat that there is in ice cream. So I figured that would be a pretty good combination and something different than your, your candies or your baked goods and stuff. Something that you could eat late at night, before bed, and just have a really good sleep with it.
Right. Yeah, that's why I like the edibles. Sometimes it's hard to sleep. They're really helpful with that.
I always feel greased up the next day. Does that sound bad?
No, I get what you're saying, because you go to bed if you're not feeling well, and your body's aching, you eat some of those edibles, you wake up the next day like you almost have been lubed up, your joints are all working great. You feel it just makes me feel like a brand new person the next day. I love it.
Well, for me, with my my problems and stuff, a lot of times I can go some days I'll be hurting so badly that it's just a constant pain. Nothing will make it go away. So by the time that I'm ready to go to bed, my body is so wound up and tense that I can't sleep, just because my body won't get comfortable. So what I do is I've got a tabletop vaporizer that I set on my nightstand at night. And I will do a 40-minute session of just straight vaping, the highest temperature that I can get. It's just so I get every bit of those cannabinoids. And usually within maybe 10, 15 minutes after my vape session, I am so perfectly relaxed that I can fall asleep within 5 minutes. and it actually keep me asleep for the full 6 to 8 hours that, you know, I sleep. So yeah, when you wake up, you're feeling like a new person and, you know, ready to go out and do something rather than waking up and your body's still hurting and you're tired because you didn't get any good rest. So yeah, I mean, this is any way that I can get it to where it gives me the most relief. That's what I'm interested in.
No doubt. Well, I have some. Here's something that I wanted to bring up, and I'm a firm believer in good in, good out. Now, when it comes to edibles, so I don't. It's not common knowledge. I guess it's. I don't hide or whatever, but I got a nice stash of bud here that didn't cure well. It doesn't smell great. It doesn't cook great, or it doesn't burn great, you know. So I plan on using that for my edibles. But as I said in the beginning, I'm a firm believer of good in and good out. So I gotta say, I always put my shittiest bud into my edibles. So I've never been in a position yet where I've had all good buds and I was able to put, like, you know, because we put 4 ounces in 28 ounces of coconut oil, 4 ounces of flour and or trim mixed together. You know, we might throw 2 ounces of bud and 3 ounces of trim or something, but we try to average like a 4 ounces of flour for that. Seems to make it where you don't have to eat a lot. Then you can do 10 drops on the back of your tongue and catch a little buzz as you're going to sleep or whatever. But I always try to use my shittier bud, and I think I'm not doing myself any good service there. So I think where I was going with this is I still have a long ways to go with the cooking, and you know, so it's going to be something that getting information from law. And you know, I want to shout out my friend. I guess I should say our friend Chef OMJ has been pretty helpful in getting me to where I'm at now, making edibles, and I've been learning a lot. I just learned the other day, if I decarb longer, it changes the flavor, or it changes like the effects that it has on you, because I guess, I don't want to misquote here, you're turning THC into CBN or CBD or something. And I think the longer you activate it in the oven or something, the more that you change it. So I think that's something I might have been doing wrong. And so there's a couple things there, the not so good flour and that I use, as well as, you know, but I feel like this, Puffy, because I'm eating it and not trying to smoke it or vape it or dab it or whatever, that it doesn't have to be the best smelling buds. You know, it can still get you high because you're going to eat it. So I wanted to ask, what do you guys think of that? As far as the bud quality going into your edibles, is it all right to use the shittier buds for that? I mean, I guess it's kind of self-explanatory, but I'm just curious of where someone else might be thinking.
For me, I learned a long time ago that the better quality the bud you use for your edibles, the more potent and longer lasting it's going to be.
That makes pretty.
I mean, like all my trim and stuff like that, I don't even mess with it. I give it to friends who process it, you know, whether turn it into edibles or, you know, turn it into shatter or butter or whatever, but I don't even mess with it. If I'm going to do edibles, I just wait until I get a pull that's, you know, more than expected. And then I'll take that extra bud and, you know, I'll go ahead and make my edibles out of that rather than using the shittier stuff for it, because I think it's a waste of time if you're going to use the shitty stuff.
I'm sorry, Puffy. I was muted there on you, buddy. Yeah, so you know what? That's the thing I got. We were talking about this last night too. I kind of made a mistake this time. So before I had one thing I'm doing is I get flustered here. So I know we're talking about edibles, and I think I got some people in the chat a little bit confused because I was mixing edibles and hash talk together, and it made it sound like, you know, someone was saying it's easy to do, and someone else thought we were talking about hash, but no. I think the reason I'm mixing them up is because I have some buds that are frozen downstairs that are going to hash I'm ready to do, and then I have a whole bunch of buds that are dried and cured ready to go to edibles. And so I keep thinking about my shit downstairs, but the one stash is in a freezer, man. And so I took all my fresh frozen and I put it into brown paper bags. And I know there's a lot of people cringing right now, but I put it in brown paper bags, folded the tops, and I put them in my freezer. And the reason I did this is because before, when I was saving my fresh frozen to make hash, I jammed it into when I say jammed it, I guess I'm an idiot. I mean jammed it. I put it in a Ziploc baggie too tight. So when it come time to make the hash, I pulled it out, went to get it out, and it was just a block, And I got it in there, and it thawed out. Yeah, I got it in there and it thawed out, but it didn't give me that great of a return, which could have just been the buds, but I chalked it up to, I did something wrong when I smashed it all together in there. Somehow it just got turned into a block, and so I switched over to brown paper bags, but I didn't have to store it in the same freezer as a bunch of other food. So now that we've moved and we went and invested in a big deep freeze, now that we have room for it, I have to share that freezer with, frozen pizzas and pork shoulders and everything else. So the funny thing is, not so funny, but I guess the you can get a chuckle is when I pull out every time I pull out a pizza or something, it smells like straight dank, man, because of the other shit. And the other day I'm standing there putting a frozen pizza in, and I could smell the dank coming from the garbage can where I just threw the box away. And I'm thinking, if the dank's going into the box, it's leaving my flour. So I'm losing all these terps down there. And also I worry about my buds taking on the smell, flavors, or what have you of a damn pizza or pizza box. So I'm going to be smoking some pizza hash this year due to my lack of forethought and just sometimes common sense, man. I think I get overwhelmed and I thought paper bags into the freezer, nice and loose and fluffy, never even put in the thought about exchanging terps and shit. So, yeah, it's an experience I'll learn from it. I'm going to go back to plastic bags, but I'm going to get some big ones that tie up real nice and shit, and I can leave my material loose in there. But yeah, just a shot heads up there, something that I made a mistake doing, and hopefully it's not too detrimental. I'm curious to see how this hash turns out now that I've done it, that way. But a little bit of a ramble there. I guess I'm rambling now, but that's where I'm at.
Can you vacuum seal it?
I think it would come out of you mean like, and freeze it?
Yeah.
Well, I think that would be horrible for hash because you want it to stay loose and fluffy. You don't want it to be compacted because then you're going to smash your trichomes and they're going to freeze that way and be all locked together and shit. You kind of want it to be a looser, fluffier material, So
Okay.
it's kind of, you almost need, I hate to say this, I should say I almost need a dedicated little freezer just to store fresh frozen. And I know it sounds crazy, or I was thinking about this. I want to say it's a 7 cubic foot deep freezer. I was thinking about maybe getting like a small tote that seals up real good, throwing it in the bottom, and then put my stuff in there and sealing it up real good. Then I could, dual use the freezer. That'd be like a small container inside the freezer without everything getting smashed. And, I'm willing to put a box in there and lose some freezer space. It's not an issue. I just didn't think of that before, and I want to do something like that moving ahead. So, but yeah, it definitely, I think what you're thinking of as far as vacuum sealing would be to vacuum seal your dried and cured buds and then possibly store them in a cold area. I don't know if people freeze that or not, but I think that's a long-term storage solution for a lot of leftover buds. Our friend Michelangelo Grows used to do that. He used to vacuum seal all of his extra buds for long-term storage. Hell, I think he said it was good for like 5 years or more like that,
Yeah, because with the vacuum sealed bag, the interior is stabilized. You pulled all the air out of it, so you shouldn't get any type of like freezer burning or anything like that. As long as you've got a good seal on it.
Yeah. They're in the chat saying pizza bud sounds great for breakfast. Pizza hash that'll put Naw right in line. He can make some pizza hash and have it for breakfast. That's his two things this morning: making hash and pizza. I'm waiting for this cold weather to come so I can do it outside, or try to get outside the best I can. I have like a little step area it's got a man door, but it's super cold in there. It keeps me off the prying eyes of the neighbors. My neighbors have a high set porch on their house. So even with a privacy fence, they can kind of see down in there. And if I'm out there at dark time with a bunch of ice in a washer sloshing around, I can know my nosy neighbor, she'll be out there on her back porch stoop trying to peer down into my yard. So With this a red state, I still got to be careful. So my last house, I was able to, really get outside on the back porch, nobody around, and it would be so cold that the ice, the spoon would get ice on it. And when you go to scoop, you would really have like a 2-inch ice crystal pushing your hash away on the end of your spoon. So you can get too cold, and it's hard to try to find. Well, I guess it's not hard, but it's you want to make sure you don't get one of them nights it's too damn cold, because you're getting wet too, and it can be tough. But I like to have my bags, my spoon, my water. I'll set my water out hours beforehand until it starts to get like a crunchy little layer of ice on top, and that's when you're ready to go. And then you can use less ice. Less ice equals less crushing on your material, and you'll get less chlorophyll and contaminants. You pretty much just the ice is there. If you use really cold water, the ice will stay longer, and you don't have to put so much in. You just kind of getting that vortex going, and the ice is there to help jostle and knock a little bit of buds off. And I think it does a dual duty of like keeping the water cold, obviously, and shit. So like Jack and these guys, Jack Greenstock and some of these other guys were mentioning in chat, making hash is definitely an art, and it's definitely not easy. It's laborious. It can be laborious, and there's ways to make it less laborious, but it's worth it, man. I guess what I'm getting to is all that's worth it. I love hash, man. Well, growing up, we never had any good hash. I only had hash before I started making my own. I might have had it 4 or 5 times in my life. None of it was ever any good. And it ended up giving me that thought in my head, and someone would come around and say they have hash. I'd immediately think, it's worthless. I'll take some buds, but my views have changed, and I love hash, man. That's one of my big things is I want to get really good at being like a connoisseur hash maker. I think moving forward, when legality comes, that's a business venture that I might enjoy getting into, Puffy. You guys make hash over there, Puffy?
No, I've never made it. Actually, I've never even seen the process. I was going to say, go ahead and explain the process of making hash. I mean, because like I said, I've never made it. I've never seen it made. So just kind of go through the process of start to end and what you're doing.
Well, before I start, I wanted to do a quick disclaimer, because I know I can be long-winded, man. But I'll try to explain to you exactly how I do it. But let me say this. Again, my friend Eagle Gardens is helping me. He sent me a video of how to modify my washer to get rid of a few features that are in the washers when you buy them. And real quickly, one of them is just like a rippled hose, Puffy. When you're done washing your buds and you want to rinse the water out of the machine to collect your trichomes, the hose has little ripples in it, almost like I don't want to say it, like one of those telescopic like almost like a telescopic oil. You put an oil in your car, you can get one of them funnels that has that little like an accordion effect in it or something. Well, it has that. A lot of shit gets caught up in them ripples, man. So he sent me a video and told me, you want to change your thing, you change that out and everything else. So that's something that I'm doing moving forward. So here's how I do it thus far, and I do have a few changes that I'm going to make, but this is how I make it, Puffy. So one thing I'll say is when we made hash from dried and cured material, we would get more of it back, but it didn't seem to be as full melt. And the full melt is a lot more stickier. It's way more terpier. It's just, in my opinion, it's all around better. Now I'm sure there's, like anything in life, there's exceptions to every rule. There's probably certain strains that do much better curing versus freezing maybe or something. But we like to freeze ours. For fresh frozen, we'll take it, cut it down, fresh freeze it. And they say you want to freeze it for at least 24 hours before you wash it. That's what we've always heard. Obviously we go months and months, and we got some down there now, it's almost a year old, but we like to freeze it. And then what we'll do, Puffy, is when we're getting ready, we'll get, if you're doing it inside, you'll do it next to your freezer and do the best you can. If you're doing it outside, it's a little easier. So in preparation for this, I'll get a couple buckets of water and I'll put them outside. And like I said before, let them get a little bit of ice on them, because you want them to get real cold. You want your water to be as cold as you can get it. And then Here's another thing. A lot of people, I buy ice, but I think I'm going to stop doing that. A lot of people say it's best to make your own, even with ice trays. You just keep filling up a bag in your freezer as you're building up to making hash. But I go out and buy like a 20-pound bag, and that's usually enough for my small scale. Hell, I usually have some left over if my water's cold enough. And so what I do is after we fresh freeze it, we get the water ready. We got I'll get my bags freezing, get them nice and cold, either in the freezer or set them outside. I'll get a spoon that's super cold. I like to have 2 spoons actually. That way I can clean one and have a fresh one to go. But I'll have 2 spoons get cold, and that's for scooping. And then I have a 1-gallon pump sprayer, Puffy, for like spraying for pests or anything like that, or spraying your garden, you know.
Yeah.
And so I'll put water in that and get it nice and cold too. And then whenever right when I'm ready to use it, I'll add some ice to it so it stays really cold. And so what we do is after we're all prepped like that, we got our table set up. We put our it's just a miniature clothes washer. So we put our clothes washer up on there, and we go ahead and get our water in there, and we'll put our ice in there, and then we dump our material in, man. And I'll take like a spoon and just move it around a little bit to get it all wet. And then we wait like 20 minutes. And I guess I only do that because I was told. I haven't seen some people tell me you don't have to wait because it's frozen. I was told to put it in there, wait about 20 minutes for it to acclimate, which is what I do. And so after that 20 minutes, we'll go ahead. I want to make sure I don't forget nothing here. That's why I'm trying to replay the steps in my head. So after that 20-minute wait, Puffy, we'll go ahead. Now, some people like to put their material in a bag and zip it up and then throw it in there. I like to just dump my material right in. You got to be careful. If you put too much in, it'll stop the washer from working. And the only way to do that then is to take everything out, clean the washer, try to get it back in. It's a real pain. So you're better off putting less than more and doing more washes, because you don't want your washer to seize up. I've been a victim of that too. So now that we got it washed, we'll turn the washer on, Puffy, for just like 3 minutes, maybe the first run, just enough to wash it around, knock them off a little bit, 3 to 5 minutes, maybe. Some people I think even do less. And once that wash is done, that's it. So now I'll have a bunch of buckets set up, and this is something I'm going to change. So before everybody starts attacking me and telling me that I need to change this, I am going to. But what I'll do is I put each bag in its own bucket, you know. And so you have what's called a work bag, Puffy, and it's I want to say 220 microns. So what you'll do is you'll take that tube now that you did a wash, and you'll let all that drain right on top of your 220 bag. So obviously all the water is running through and any material stays on top. And you shake that off. This way I just shake that off, get all the water through, set that to the side. Then you take that water and you dump it through the next bag. And now that bag there, I can't remember the number. I want to say 160 or 120. I'm not really sure. They're color coded, you know, so it's easy to keep track of the bags when you're doing it. But anyhow, so we'll go through, and then that's what I do down succession. I'll pour through each bag, and then that gives you different microns. You go like 160, 90, 73, and 25, I think, are the microns. And the 73 and 90 seem to be my favorites. So that's what you do, man. You take that frozen spoon, and then as soon as the water's through, you'll see a pile of hash down at the bottom. It just looks like a big glob of snot, for something, you know, like a grainy snot, just slimy looking stuff, all wet. You scoop that up, man. I put it on this little pad. It's like a 25 micron pad. And underneath of that pad, I'll have like a small napkin or something. And I just touch that just to get that extra moisture off. It'll wick right through that 25 micron screen right into the water, or right into the napkin, without drawing out anything crazy, just a little bit. And then I plop it on a piece of parchment paper. And when we're all done, that parchment paper goes into the freezer, and I'll let it dry out in the freezer for a couple of days. Then I move it to the fridge, let it dry out in there a couple of days. And then that's whenever I try to move it to like a cool, dry place where it won't get mold, and let it age, man, for as long as I can. And there's a lot of different steps where you can meander there, Puffy, too. Some people like to take it, freeze dry it, grind it up on a cheese grater and stuff. So I'm going to say we've been making hash for a few years now, 3 years or something, but I still have a long ways to go in refining my steps And because I started out using a plastering mixing drill, man. In my first batch, I mixed it with a drill, dude. I was like, I know how to beat that shit up, man. I put a big old drill in there and started ripping it. And I ended up with this big green frothy milkshake looking thing happening. So I'm taking pictures and I'm posting them online. I'm like, hey, what's going on here? Does this look right? And someone's telling me, nah, man, you can't do that. So I totally ruined that batch. It was totally contaminated. And, you know, those are the knocks we take along the way of learning. But that's why I try to come up here, and I'm glad that you asked, and I try to bring some of my knowledge, even though it's not as good as Frenchie's or Eagles or someone else's. My hash making's getting better, man. And I'd like to avoid some other people from having the pitfalls of, you know, making a shitty batch. And then you have to wait, 4 months to get more trim and shit to try again. So if someone can avoid, you know, if you can avoid a few pitfalls and we can facilitate that, that's great, man. That's awesome. But that's my little scenario there, Puffy. And I'm sorry to ramble right through it like that. If you had any questions, we can get to that. I'd like to go ahead and take a second and introduce our friend Rossinate Farms onto the show. What's up, Rock? You're muted, buddy.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hello.
Hey, good morning.
Oh shit.
No, you're good. You're good. We can hear you now.
You can hear me now? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we see you. Got
Yeah,
your
just
hash.
you guys were talking about hash, and I had some stuff set up.
Yeah, I see that. You got your pump sprayer and everything.
It's
there.
kind of
Hell
out
yeah.
there because I'm kind of in this. Yeah, I'm in this little building, so I'm kind of. It might be cutting me off from the Wi-Fi, but it's kind of like a separated area, so I can drop the temperature down and make hash in here without busting the pipes. But yeah, it's kind of, you went over it pretty well. I think there's nothing for me to really add to it, but I just thought I'd show kind of what it looks like. I keep my water up in this big tank, and I just fill it full of ice. And I drain the ice cold water off and dump it in there. But yeah, I think the pump sprayer was really crucial. And another thing I was going to add is some people kind of give up when they're washing hash. They're like, okay, that's it. But you can just keep doing washes. We had, 8, 9, 10 washes off of some fresh frozen, and it was it didn't turn green or anything. We just kept yielding. So just keep washing till nothing happens. That'd be my advice.
Right, until your yield would get to a point that it wasn't worth well, how do they say it? The juice isn't worth the squeeze, or the berry isn't worth the juice squeeze, or whatever. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice setup you got there, man. It's nice, clean, and there was something. Oh, I wanted to mention that the reason we got the pump sprayer, someone recommended that because even with a cold spoon, man, if you're going down towards the bottom of your bags and you're trying to push all those trikes to a center point where you can scoop them, just that action of trying to pushing them creates friction, and then they start to get into your holes. Then you find yourself trying to use isopropyl alcohol to clean out your bubble bags. And one thing you have to worry about there is if you don't have the real good bags. And I think even they're susceptible to this, is if you're cleaning your bags too aggressively, you'll open the holes up. So now it's no longer a 73 micron bag, because you've gone ahead and stretched the holes. And I think that's part of, like, good bags are made, I want to say like almost like a silk fiber or something. So they don't really stretch and change their little square, I guess you could call it. But yeah, using a spoon, I had problems, man. I like to use that cold water and get everything to a central point, one quick scoop, and it's all out,
Yeah, so I would add something someone showed me. If you have these bubble bags like I do, you can pull them over the edge of the bucket, and it creates a suction. If you can think about it, when you pull down on the edges of this, it's going to pull it upward, and it acts as like a suction, and it pulls the water out of the hash that way. And so you just pull down on the sides and pull it over the edge of this bucket, and it kind of collects it and pulls the water out. So
We also learned, I learned this watching, I believe it was the bubble bag dude. Because one thing I used to have a problem with is getting the water to drain through my bags, especially if you're getting a nice haul. You know, you got a lot of material down in the bottom there. There's really not a lot of places for the water to get past that once it settles. So we learned that trick. And I always tell people, I'm going to have to do a video because it sounds weird. It's just like a little wrist pop, you know, and I'm sure you do
Just
that.
a little flick of the wrist, man. Just a little
Yeah,
flick of the wrist.
man.
Like you're trying to make one of those Polaroids, you know, come up faster. Just a little flip.
Yep, that's it. It's just like a little pop. And you know what? I was so amazed at how good it worked, especially when you get down to like the 25 micron, because I used to set that up. And this is one thing that, like, I was thinking, screw this hash making shit. Or I was thinking, I'm never using that bag again, because we used to do exactly what Rocinate said. We would slide it down over and just leave it overnight to drip. And it would take, some mornings it still wouldn't be out. I'd have to be shaking the bucket and stuff. And when I saw that little wrist snapping thing, I can now take even the hardest of bags, you know, 10 or 12 good wrist snaps, maybe 15, and it's all out, man, versus waiting an hour or two for it to drip through. And that really slows things up and makes the process not as fun. You know, anything drags out like trimming does. It can go from fun to tedious to, I just want to get done at this point. I'm going to start cutting corners, you know? So, little tricks like that do keep it good. I wanted to say something in the chat here. Our friend NG Gross says, why age it? I the reason I aged mine was from watching like Frenchie, and there's a guy on Instagram. His name's, I don't want to say it wrong. I guess it's Baba, Baaba. It's like Baba 79 or something. I'm not sure, but he's on my Instagram, and they're in, I believe, Afghanistan or somewhere, but they have this crazy good hash, man, huge balls of it. And they store it in caves, man, for like 7 years. And they had this thing on there about, like, back in the day, they wouldn't even let it leave the country or leave their possession until it was in the cave for like 5 or 7 years or something. So it changes it. And one thing that Frenchie mentioned was, because I guess a lot of people kind of think that it's not, they'll make that hand hash over there where they rub their plants and then they do that hash with their hands and they get these big balls. And I'm thinking, that's nasty. You got all that skin grease and skin flakes in there and stuff from your hands. And Frenchie went on to say that the terpenes and shit are so volatile and strong in a ball of hash that even if you had like a small gnat land on that and get rubbed in, within a year or two, it would just dissolve to nothing, you know? And so that's how crazy it is. How that just shows me that things are changing over time. But anyhow, back to the reason I age is I read all that stuff and heard all that, and I wanted to change. I wanted to try aging it. The farthest I've made it so far is 15 months, and I will say this: some of my batches have changed more than others, and I've had batches that were really good, fresh out of the thing, you know, a week later. But 6 months later, they were even better, man. It totally changed, just like curing bud. It changed. That I noticed that so far I haven't noticed much of a change after, like, I want to say maybe 9 months. It seemed like after that it was the same to me, but I haven't gone the long haul. But I believe there's something to aging your hash, you know. But a lot of us, I guess a lot of people are like me, when it's sitting there and it tastes good and it gets you ripped, it doesn't have much of a chance unless I have enough that I can, you know,
Is that right?
get some back. Yeah.
Well, you could, I've got a buddy who, what he does, when he grows, he will always take part of his crop and just set it aside, you know, not even touch it. And then the rest of it, he'll go ahead and smoke on or use for edibles or whatnot. But
Yeah.
he does that with the grow, and every so often he'll go back to like one of his new or oldest grows, furthest back, and try some of that bud out of there. And he can attest to that. Curing it is a game changer. Like, you have your connoisseurs that won't even try bud that hasn't been cured for more than a year.
Yeah. People want that. And I know some people that maybe not a year, but I know people like that. They don't even want to try it. And I can never do that, man, especially with our new Canatrol. I had to get in there and try it, you know.
Right.
But I'm patient. I'm willing to wait it out and let it get good, but I definitely have to try it, man. And I think it's good to do that because that's the only way you're going to know how it changed, you know. So if you smoke a little bit, throw some in your cure. And that's something, there's two other things I wanted to mention there was, One, I see EG 18 karat gold. I don't know if I shouted him out, but definitely a shout out to him. He's a good friend of ours from Cocoa for Cannabis. He's a Grow Challenge leader in the New Year's Grow Challenge. And yeah, he's a big part of our community, and shout out, much love to EG. He says, do you wash right after you chop or freeze first? I was always told you definitely want to freeze first. It makes those trichomes a lot more brittle and they snap off with less force. And, you know, kind of, I think you know where I'm going with that. So I was always told to freeze it for at least, I want to say it's 24, maybe it's 48, I don't know, but a day or two of freezing before you try to wash it. That way, like I said, you can, I think that helps lock up some of the chlorophyll too, so it doesn't escape as easily. That's something I think about in my head. I don't know if that stands to true reason with science, but I think, you know, there's multiple reasons why you want to freeze, but the main one would be to get those capitate stalks to break off, man, and get caught up into your thing. At least that's what I've been told. And Dan, there was something else I wanted to touch on there. It was
does it being cold like that, does that stop the release of the chlorophyll as well?
That's what I think. I think it helps like lock the chlorophyll in, and, you know, kind of like it kind of, I want to, maybe a better word is stabilizes it so it doesn't come out as easy. And that's another thing I was told, like this last grow, we had trichromes all over the sugar leaves and everything, you know, and we ended up, you know, I look at that as like, damn, those are wasted. But someone told me a while ago that if you want to try to harvest those trichomes that are on your sugar leaves, and you know, like they'll go down the petiole of your sugar leaves, and you'll see them standing up real proud all over the ridges of your sugar leaves and shit. Those are still good trikes, obviously, and they shouldn't be wasted. But I wouldn't get them by way of bubble hash. Someone told me the best way to harvest those is by using the dry ice, because the reason being is that those sugar leaves, fan leaves, whatever you want. I'm sorry. The fan leaves or shade leaves, whatever you want to call them, they give up chlorophyll much easier. And I don't know the science or the reason behind it, but if you add that into your other shit, you're just asking for contamination. And that's when they went on to say, but if you do want to harvest those, here's a way to do it. Use your dry ice.
Yeah.
I've never done the dry ice method. I definitely want to. I've heard back and forth. I heard you get, what is it? I'm not sure if I think you might get more, but it's less quality, or I might have that straight backwards. Some people say you get less, but it's better quality. I'm not sure. Like I said, I never did the dry ice. I've always been bubble hash. So that's pretty much where I'll stick with. But yeah, that's that's what I was told. EG's asking if a regular fridge would work. I believe it's freezing. It's frozen. You want to try to get that as cold as you can, man. And definitely want to see if you can get it into the freezer versus the fridge. But yeah, love making hash, man. I can't wait to change my machine up so that it's like, you know, not being a hindrance of me collecting my shit. And I want to invest in some better bags. I want to get the bags that are all mesh, you know.
Where do you store your hash? In the freezer or fridge?
Well, that's another thing. That's what it was. I got squirreled out whenever I was talking about freezing or whatever. I was going to go back to how I store it. So I have had hash get mold on me before and got rid of it. Luckily, it wasn't very much. It was only a couple pieces, and I had other jars right beside it that didn't get mold, and it kind of scared me. So I put them all in the freezer. You know what I mean? What the best way to store it, I guess I try to mimic Afghanistan cave conditions. I assume that to be a mild humidity, maybe like 50%, you know, or whatever. Sounds probably how do I want to say it? That sounds feasible in everybody's mind. 50%. I try to stay around there, and then I try to keep it cool, man. You know, so I try to store it in that situation, but I did get mold on one, and I'm not sure why I did. If I maybe didn't dry that one long enough or something. I was always perplexed why that one got mold, and I was thinking, did you have the jar open too long versus one of the other ones, and it got a little more humid in there? I never figured it out, but maybe there was a little more contaminant and it was easier to take hold. You know, my mind went through a lot of different things of why that one jar got it, but what ended up happening I threw it in the freezer. And so I wanted to go and say that the process of aging is to allow, those cannabinoids and terpenes to mature, I guess, and change and really come out. And when I put it in my freezer, I believe that I slow that process way down. So in my mind, a 15-month cure in a freezer is equivalent to like maybe a 6-month cure out at ideal temperatures, i.e. cave conditions of Afghanistan, because I'm assuming if that's where they were storing all this good, crazy gold standard hash, then that's where I want to store mine. But my new way is going to be to put it into the Canatrol, set up the perfect parameters and let it go and see if it'll dry out nicely in there. Now, it'll still turn brown and get oxidized, but at least it won't be in a condition where mold can take hold. So that's a great point. And I think it's like making hash is like one of those growing things. You get to the end, you make your hash, then it's like, well, what do I do with it now? Well, how do I store this? How do I dry it? So those are some of the faults that I ran into. And it's good to have that in your head, to play the tape all the way through. How am I going to store this? Things like that. How am I going to get it dried out quick? I use the freezer and the fridge, but I'm sure there's other people have other ways of doing it. That's a damn good question. But yeah, we can move on to something else. I don't want to beat the viewers up with a bunch of one topic shit. It looks like our friend Rossinate might have dropped out on us there. I appreciate him stopping by. He works in a greenhouse and has a lot going on. So I know he has limited time to be able to share with his friends and to be able to come on here. So I definitely appreciate the time that he takes to come on and kind of give us a visual of some of those things that I was mentioning with the pump sprayer, the washer, and different things like that. And yeah, shout out to chat, man. If anybody has any questions or a topic they want to bring up, or if you want to jump on, let me know. I'll try to get you the link, and we'll keep moving on. I hope everybody's all right. Usually we have a few other friends that join in, and I'm wondering, I haven't heard from them. I'm hoping everything's good with them. Hopefully they're just having a nice long Sunday morning nap from all the partying and eating that they did this weekend. So you got some leggy broads up on the screen there now, Puffy. They look like they're coming along good.
Yeah, they are very leggy. This is the first time. This is let's see, what is this? This is Gorilla Glue. First time that I've grown them. It's from a clone. Yeah, they're just, I don't know. I don't like the way they're grown. They actually, these plants here are the same age as these plants. And
wow,
I can't
what a difference.
I can't flower them at the same time. And since we had the New Year's Grow Challenge coming up, it kind of threw my timing all off. So yeah, I'm going to push these two girls as long as I can, until I run out of space in my veg tent. Because I'll have the 10 seedlings coming up, so I'll have to make some room for them. So I'm going to try to push these as far through flower as I can, and then hopefully maybe squeeze these other two in and start them flowering. I mean, if I can get it close to about a week apart from harvest and those going in, then I think I can kind of acclimatize them enough to where it'll be all right. I just want to get these out of here because they are getting so tall, and yeah, I'm not liking how they're growing. So, and I don't have time to do any, super cropping on them or anything.
Yeah, that they definitely look like those ones look like they're going to stack up nice and well, man. Yeah, I like your setup, Puffy. I like you got your fan there, the little rotating fan. I like that. That's pretty sweet. Hey, we have a question in the chat. I don't know if I just want to ask you, because I this is something I'm not super well versed on. EG says, let's talk pressing flower. How long do you cure before you press it? Methods and microns. Did you ever press any flower, Puffy?
No, I've never tried my hand at that. I've watched plenty of other people do it, but I've never actually, bought a press and everything and actually tried it myself.
We have a press. We bought a press, let's say maybe 3.5. Well, right about the time we got into making hash, we bought a press to, kind of press some flour and stuff. And it was all right. I gotta say, it's just I'm more of a flour guy. I enjoyed it. I don't want to cast any shadow on the dabs, man. But I gotta say this, I kind of feel I don't have an E now, so just the fact of sitting there with a blowtorch and all this to catch a buzz, it just seemed like a lot to me, and it's I look at dabs as like something I would do maybe at like parties or like on a special occasion come Christmas, So I don't press a lot of flour, but all I can do is tell you what I've done so far and what I know. And that's limited because now we have a 6-ton dab press here. And we definitely use nice dried cured buds. I found that it seemed like the bud was a little on the drier side, maybe like 58 or something, 59% on the hygrometer in the jar. That they seem to press a little better. I don't want to say it, they taste a little better. I think when you have a little less moisture in your content in your buds, you get a little less contaminants and you get more of that good terpene flavor. Now, when we did flowers, I'm trying to remember I should say this: we haven't had ours fired up in probably at least a year. I want to. Yeah, I haven't. I've lived here a year now, and I haven't had it here, so it's probably going on a year and a half since we've had it fired up. And so one thing I learned was, and some of this is obvious that you hear everywhere, like lower temps make a much better product, but you get less, And that's not to say what doesn't come out as a loss, because you could still throw those pucks into like edibles and stuff like that and get the remaining stuff. And we used to save all of our pucks and I would stack them in a big pile and repress them. And I called it repress. I had the jar labeled repressed. And I tell you what, we got some really fire ass shit by just stacking like 4 or 5 used pucks. I'd press them once and then they would sit there and I'd stack them all together, heat them up for a while and press them. But most of my pressing, the 2 years that we pressed, I would do it for like a week or two, and then I would put it down until the next harvest. Then I would do it for a week or two. And then I kind of just fell out of it with a bunch of other shit going on. And it kind of was ruining my tolerance,
Tolerance, it's horrible.
Yeah, I think Crispy can attest to this. We were like, it was very good stuff, man. And
we had to take a break. That wasn't fun.
Yeah, it ruined my tolerance. I started smoking so much dabs, man, that when I smoked a joint, it really wasn't doing nothing. And then we had like, it's just a big production. You can't, like, I can sit down and roll a joint in 2 minutes, literally, with even just using scissors, But to do the dabs, you kind of got to get everything out. Then you have to heat up your nail, or you have to heat up your little bucket that you're going to drop your shit in. And then you have to have, you got to have, well, I guess you don't have to have it, but you got to have that at the right temperature. If it's too hot, your stuff will taste nasty. So we had to get ourselves a temperature laser meter. So you heat it with one hand and you're hitting it with the laser meter on the other hand. And then once it gets to the right temps, then you drop your dab in there and you get your hit. And usually you're coughing your lungs out. And I think, and I hate to say this because I don't want to take any heat, but I think the dabs thing is more for like the younger generation than it is for me. I'm more of grow some good flowers, smoke them up. I'll do the dabs and shit on like special occasions and shit, but it's not my everyday get going. And as far as the microns we used to do, Crispy, do you remember the microns that we used to do? It was it ended up being, I think for our hash, we were using 33, 35, 37 micron, whatever that number is. And then and we would double bag it in that. And I think I
wish I could remember. I just saw those bags not too long ago.
And then we have some other bags that were like, I want to say they were 75s or 90s, I want to say, that we used for our flour. And that was another thing that I was messing around with, was different bags will constrict more contaminants, but they also hold back the flow. So if you put like flour in a bag, a smaller bag, you get no contaminants, but you'll cut back on your yield, And so it's kind of like a give and take. And that's some of the shit I was playing with, is like, which bags are perfect? Should I double bag? When I do double bag, should I use the same micron, or should the outer bag be a larger micron, So I try not to give too much advice on pressing, just because my lack of experience in it. I've noticed that some shit tastes good at high temperatures and some shit doesn't, and different things. So that's where my abilities end as far as pressing. I was still pretty much in the learning phase. And now don't get me wrong, we got a lot of good shit out of that press, man. And we learned a lot on like how to pack the shit. And there's a lot that goes along with it. And you're gonna mess up a lot. You're gonna blow unless your press has a pressure gauge, you're gonna blow some bags out. So word of advice for anybody trying to buy a press and press flowers, make sure you have a good bit of shit on hand that you can go through and play with and learn how to use it. Like it doesn't even have to be your best bud. You don't even have to smoke the shit if you don't want to. Take some of the shitty bud that you don't want or something that didn't cure that great. Pack yourself some bags with like an eighth and press it. And then you'll see how it blows out. You'll see how you can pack the bag differently to get more pressure and squeeze more shit out. You can get pre-presses to help you along that. And there's just a lot of different ways to skin that cat as well. And so, yeah, it's pretty cool stuff with the dabs and the temperatures and the micron bags and how much moisture's in your bud. And it can get pretty complicated like any of these other rabbit holes, Puffy, you know. Oh, there's our buddy Crack Babies in the chat. He says, sorry, man, I'm in trim gel. That's all right, Crack. We understand, buddy. I'm trying to roll a joint, keep the chat going, and talk on here. And I'm not doing the greatest with multitasking here this morning. My poor wife pulled a muscle in her back, and she's having such a hard time sitting here with me. And it's been a tough weekend for her. So it seems like this weekend, everybody's had a little spice thrown in the mix for them, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, everybody's really busy this time of the year anyway, so.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
holidays and stuff, so you throw in some harvest time in there too, then you're really pressed for time then.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% on, I prefer flower over anything else. I mean, I'll do dabs every once in a while. Like if I go over to somebody's place and they offer a dab, I'll do one. But that's about all I can handle. I don't like all the coughing and everything. I can just smoke my flower just fine and not cough one bit. But yeah, all that extra work just to smoke out or get medicated or whatever, it's not worth it to me.
Yeah, it's
more of a younger generation thing.
Yeah, and like I said, it's fun, man. Like if you got shit, man, there's guys out there sitting on 10 pounds of product, man. You know what I mean? Because they're good growers and shit or whatever. And there's people out there like, if you have an extra couple ounces and you want to play around pressing and shit, I'd never, ever, ever in a million years try to turn anyone off of it. It's just not my number one preferred way of smoking. And I do want to put some time in. I want to dedicate a nice little table to just for my pressing stuff and to have room to be able to tip my press over. And I do want to set up a nice station. And I think one aspect of me and my press will be legality. Once it's legal, I can then set that up in a nice spot and not have to worry about it. When people come over, we can press and have some fun. And like, I can, either let them press or kind of show them, or at least a lot of people will watch something like that and be like, damn, that's pretty cool. And then they'll get to smoke it, but as legality changes, I'll probably be able to get back into that a little more. Not that that's keeping me from it, but it would facilitate me being able to do it in an easier fashion without trying to hide everything in one room and shit, So, yeah, man, I'm trying to read the chat here. Yeah, man, that's not like I said, I don't want to discourage anybody. I just think that that's more of something for the younger crowd or special. For me, it's more for special times. Same way with edibles, man. I don't eat a lot of edibles like on a regular basis. I actually use edibles for more of a medicine. If I can't sleep or if I'm having a sore back or if I'm working a lot and shit, man, I'll use the edibles to try and I'm more of a flower. Like even if I go to a party, I'm more of the dude to sit there and smoke a couple big fat joints or blunts or whatever versus eating a bunch of edibles, because a lot of times edibles will make me tired within like an hour or two after eating them, especially if I'm going hard with the smoking on top of it. I get like that tired, a little bit run down, and that could be just where I'm getting my edibles from, mainly hours. you know?
Edibles in general are more of a body high anyway.
Yeah. A
I mean,
sedative
there's
almost.
very little psychoactive reaction that you get from edibles, unless you eat a lot of them, you know, but by that time you're going to be so tired that you're just going to want to go to sleep anyway. So
Yeah, it's
yeah,
very uncomfortable when you get to that
and I
point.
have to eat a lot of edibles for them to affect me. Whereas I can smoke a joint and I've got immediate relief from whatever's going on, you know, be it pain or you know, anything else, insomnia, you know, whereas an edible, I've got to wait an hour or two for it to even take effect to see if I've eaten enough.
Yeah. Yeah. It's you know, the same way, like I've told this story many times. We were able to use our edibles and give them to some older family members of ours that are like 70 years old. And now they've swapped from drinking a glass of wine every night to taking a few drops of our coconut oil. And they said the same thing. They wake up the next day actually feeling good and, you know, like relaxed or loose, like your joints are lubed up, versus waking up after a glass or two of wine and having maybe a little bit of dehydration and some other things that can go along with that. And so that's been pretty cool that they use it for their medicine. And that's kind of how I treat edibles. I do have fun when I eat them at certain times, you know, if I'm definitely going to be home and all that. But I'm usually the flower guy, and that's nothing against. I guess I went down this road of this conversation to say that, like, I don't want anyone to perceive that I'm against that stuff or that I don't do them. It's just not my actual preferred method. I'm much more into drying and curing my flower. And but yeah, the terp profiles that you get from like hash and dabs and different things, that's what's appealing to me, man, is I really want to taste all them different things without it being added in from like some dispensary adding terps, you know, getting
Right.
that good pure dabs from some good flower that you grew is pretty freaking awesome thing, man, you know. And so there's definitely something to be said for all that, and I'm definitely not against it. I just want to make sure people know that it's a lot of work, man, and it takes a little dedication to do it the correct way. And when you got when you're trying to grow and run a business and you know, make hash and make edibles and do lives and shit, somewhere along the line things start taking a little bit of a back seat, and that's been one of them for us. And it's pressing dabs. Hopefully that'll change in the future here. Yeah, Crack, man. We see you there. He said he made a shout out list on Eagle. He saw the show. Great topics. Yeah, we had a fun time. Eagle's a good friend of mine, and he's been very. I look up to Eagle. He's been influential in the community, and if anybody knows Eagle, they know that he's got some heavy stuff on his mind right now in his personal life, and it's kind of keeping him from having his show as regularly as he would like. And I could see it's weighing heavy on his heart. Like he said this morning that he enjoys the show and he kind of needs that, you know. And for him to not be there, he wanted everyone to know that obviously he'd much rather be there and hanging out and stuff. But you know, I hate to see someone, such a good guy in the community and stuff, have some heavy shit on his head like that. So send some good vibes out to Eagle, and you know, keep following along with the Eagle, man. He's there's some great content over there. Good people. And if you go back in his archives, man, he gets to know these growers. Like if you're a fan of Spartan Grown or Doc Coco of mine or Hemp with Gigi, or if anybody, I don't want to say a fan, but like if that's someone that you kind of like can relate to, then I would say that you would go back into his archives. You can like go to the Spartan Grown or me or some other people and really get to know them, and like when their first time smoking weed was and how they look at different things in the world. And a lot of them go 2, 3, 4 hours, and you can get to know someone that you're following closely is what I'm getting at. And I think that's a valuable tool, you know, because you don't want to just follow any jack of the trade that's going to say this, that, or the other. And that's a good place to really get to know your people, for sure.
Yeah, I've like I started following Gigi, and him and I have started you know, talking quite a bit outside of just chat rooms and stuff. And you know, like his issues is right along the lines of mine too, as far as the back pain. He's got scoliosis, and I have scoliosis as well. His pain is in a little different spot than mine, but he goes through the same issues with the spasms and the mornings where you can't even get out of bed. So him and I talking back and forth, kind of gotten to know each other more on a personal level, and yeah, he's become a pretty good friend just that way. So yeah,
Yep.
just reaching out to other people and following them and getting to know them. You can meet some really good people that are out there doing the same thing that you're doing. So it's always helpful just to get encouragement from other growers and just to kind of have that person that you can lean on for issues that maybe you just can't figure out. So yeah, it is good to reach out and have a community of growers that can all talk to each other.
Agreed. That's definitely of an important aspect.
Yeah, especially for those who don't have a community where they're at in their home place because it's illegal. It's nice to have that group of people that you can go to and be like, man, my plant is sick. I think it's gonna die. I'm really stressed and worried about it. And they kind of get you from spinning out. And it's just, that's invaluable.
Yeah, it is.
Well, locally for me, I don't have that real community. I mean, the people that I know, the people that I'm friends with, they all grow commercially. So, I mean, I've got that aspect, but at the same time, I can't really apply what they do to my little, 210 grow.
Right. And it's not like you can just cruise over there and roll a couple of joints and hang out with them in the lab there and just smoke some joints and talk shop. You know what I mean? It's kind of like you got to go in, get dressed. It's very professional, which is, I understand. I mean, I guess I'm assuming, I don't know how they run it where you're at, but it's not just a place where you can go and hang out like this and kind of talk freely and be in your relaxed environment. And but I think maybe what Crispy might be alluding to as well is in legal states, they have conventions and get-togethers where you can meet and greet and make networking with other people. And that's how you get information of where they're getting their seeds and how they're doing this and about other things going on. And we just don't have that, man. It's hide. And then when we're on here, we can't show our face. And, that sucks because one thing you guys know is, hold on, let me hit this joint. You guys know that you get a lot of information from body language. So I noticed this just last night when I was on the Eagles show. I was the only person with a black screen as I have now. And that's just because I don't have nothing growing and today was a little messed up. So I just put some tape over my thing and here I am. But I noticed everybody else had their picture up there and it was facing them. And as someone's talking, you can look at the screen and see their reaction, they're shaking their head and nodding, or they're shaking their head no, nope, I got something to say about. So there's a lot that you get from somebody just from their body language. And with me not being able to show my face and shit, the people who might follow us or be friends of ours, they lose that bit of nonverbal communication, which is important. I mean, I think I don't know. I don't want to ramble off on that, but it just sucks for it to be illegal. I can't wait, man. It
sucks for it to be illegal in every aspect.
I know.
Come on, Pennsylvania. What the hell?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like, other countries are legal and I don't know.
Sometimes I feel like I'm being a whiner here, but I'm just, it's so frustrating.
It is frustrating
to know that just a couple 100 miles that direction right there, I could cross the New York line and be totally legal, man. How the hell does that work? It just doesn't. But we've been over it. I think every show I touch on this, I better stop or people will stop hating me, or they'll start hating me even more. But yeah, man, that's
But you know what? On the opposite side of that coin, in my lifetime, I never thought wait, you remember back in the day when you were, young smoking weed, it was a big giant no, highly illegal. I never thought in a million years there were other states 100 miles, just like Smart said, 100 miles we could drive and just go smoke it freely. I never thought I'd see that day.
Yep.
But here in my lifetime, it'll be legal here.
Oh, it's definitely coming. I want to say within the next 5 years. I think it might take another change in some votings. Get some people out, put some people in before it comes through here. But Yeah, man.
Well,
That's,
I
I think,
don't even know if it's going to come to that. I mean, with so many states becoming legal, I mean, it's going to get to the point where the federal government has no choice but to deregulate it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that day, I will be singing in the streets, man.
I'll be
And-
smoking in the streets.
And then I'm going to have a live, and I'm going to show everybody who I am and who they've been talking to for the last couple of years. Like, I think that's kind of important to be able to see who's this guy I'm talking to, and I'm befriending, and I'm accepting information from, or sharing my sacred information with this guy. Who the hell is he? And I think I don't have crazy big tattoos all over my face or anything, so I have no problems jumping in there and showing people. I just don't want to. I guess the only other thing I'll be weary of is people that know me on a decent level, but don't know that I grow. They just know that I smoke. They think I get it from the dispensary and stuff, or they think I buy it on the black market. And when they find out and they finally see all this, they're going to, years worth of all this stuff on the web, they're going to be like, holy shit, I can't believe this, and then I'm worried about those people trying to hit me up or turn an enemy. Maybe, you never know how things go, and then they want to rob you or something. And so I worry about still showing my face. Yeah, I think I still need to be careful on that. But I don't live a life to where anybody in that kind of a nature is hanging out. Like somebody that's doing robberies and shit, I don't mess with any wild dudes anymore like I used to. So how do I want to say this without sounding like an asshole? The caliber of people that I try to surround myself with aren't in that state of mind, So, but you never know. Every person is somebody you never met. So it's just, that's the one thing I worry about is, and they'll just be knocking on the door. Let me get some smoke, man. I didn't know you grew all that smoke. And they'll be lining up down the road, dude.
That's there's only a few people around here that actually know that I grow. Just a few close friends, and they don't ever bother me because they actually grow themselves. So I don't have to worry about anything like that.
Yeah.
And if anybody ever did, I'd just tell them, I'm not a dealer. You're knocking on the wrong door there.
Yeah, same here, man. We don't sell anything. We will gift buds, man. I will gift people buds, like on Christmas time, or like when I used to work for an employer. I work for myself now, but when I worked for an employer, I just started my own company within the last year, not even been a year. So, but when I worked for an employer, I had some really good, some fellow workers that I had worked with for like 20 years, man, on and off and shit. And I knew these guys really well, and like went to their weddings and, all kind of stuff. So those guys, I would hook them up. And there would be times where I guess that is a sell. So there would be times where I'd give them like an ounce and they would toss me a $50 bill or something when they got paid or whatever. But it was more like they were just trying to be cool. I wasn't really putting a price on my shit and bringing it in. I give it to them, and if they tried to throw me $50 the next week, sometimes I would take it, but we don't sell, man. There's no traffic coming to our house. Nobody ever leaves here with any bud, or anything. And it's just, and that's
here in a issue Smart doesn't have, but I do is, I have people that are really important to me, family members that are not come around on the marijuana issue. They are convinced it's the devil, it's evil. And if they ever found out that I was a part of it, it may kill them. So I don't know if I ever want,
or they might look at it as we're going to do them a favor and save their soul by turning them in or something.
I can't.
So those are some of our fears. I don't know how
it has to be illegal. And then after it's legal here, I got to be like, well, really, oh my goodness, how is so-and-so going to handle this? Because in their mind, I'm a person of such an, they don't know that about me at all.
Yeah, they think
they just think, I'm the law-abiding citizen that I am in every other aspect of my life.
PTA,
and
mom.
I try to be a good person. I'm a strong believer in you treat people the way you want to be treated. Karma is gonna get you if you're gonna be doing wrong to somebody. That's my own belief system. And but yeah, family members. It's a real issue for me anyway. I struggle with, like, even when it's legal.
That's
what will happen? How am I going to deal with that?
I've heard you say that many times, and
That's
that's
one thing
definitely
that,
one.
that I don't worry about with my family, because everybody in my family knows that I have a card and they know that I grow. Um, it's that's pretty much the only people that I allow to know around here, strictly because of having my own business. I really don't, think that my customers need to know that. So, that's not
Yep.
something that I divulge to anybody else.
Right. And like you said, it's not like those customers are perusing YouTube looking for growing channels and that they're going to like come across you. Now, I guess if that would happen, Puffy, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Because you're legal, you're a medicine, growing your own medicine, what have you. But I guess that's how I'm going to look at it too, is like the family members that I'm worried about possibly knowing or whatever, or however you want to put that. I don't think they're going to be on YouTube looking up, how to cultivate cannabis or make hash or buffer cocoa or anything. So I don't think they're going to see me, pretty.
And even
So,
if they are on there looking, then that means that their mind is open to
right.
it anyway. So,
Then it
that's
would be a good thing for them. They'd be like, oh shit, I actually know
Yes.
somebody. Let me go there. I just wanted to say our friend Rossonate jumped back on here. I don't know if he got cut off earlier, if he had to step aside, but
Yeah.
welcome back, Rock.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
had an incident at the greenhouse. It got really cold here and all the locks froze, so I had to run over there and figure it out. Ended up having to get a blowtorch, but yeah, it was eventful.
Yeah.
That's no fun when that happens.
But yeah,
Damn that cold.
it's like Ocean's 11 to water the plants this morning, though. So I was not what I was looking forward to. And I was out there in my pajamas. Oh,
So like that,
I'm just taking it easy on a Sunday.
Yeah, you're out there in your pajamas with a blowtorch. That sounds like a lot of fun, man, on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Welcome to the new year, Ross and
Someone
Ace.
thought I was robbed. Yeah, the neighbor was walking his dog by. I was like, oh, hey.
Now I see why you got
What
the
were you
hash
saying, Crispy?
Oh, did you say you were at the greenhouse doing the locks?
Yeah.
Yeah, does that how are all the plants doing inside? It's nice and warm in there. Or?
Yeah, wasn't there?
Oh yeah, it's really warm.
You had some mite infestation there, and you was working on, and that's what I hate to be that way, but that's where my mind goes to all the time. How's his mites doing? How's them plants doing that had the mites on them? You know,
terrible, absolutely
man.
terrible. So
I can't believe they won't let you release some bugs in there, man.
Yeah, I think the bugs might have been good. I think they're concerned about there being enough victims for the predator insects. I think is not warranted. There are definitely enough, but I think they were just worried they're going to spend a bunch of money and they're going to eat them and then fly away. But I think there's enough work to be done. I think
in my mind, Raw, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I think there might be a slight delay or some shit. I always feel bad. I get so excited.
Yeah.
I cut people off a lot, man. I apologize, dude. I do. I get excited about this shit.
Oh no, I'm not offended.
I get squirrels too. Sometimes if I don't think about I'm too much of a pothead. If I don't get my thoughts out on paper or in the air, they'll be gone quick. I'll squirrel out. But my thoughts were this on that subject was if like and this is totally, I don't know how it runs there. So, this might not be a economical way or whatever, but I feel like the person running the place over there, and damn, this might sound really bad. I'm not trying to cast no shadow on you or anything, or no shade. So the person over there running the show, I would think that they would want to go ahead and maybe make a small investment in some beneficial predators, put in the greenhouse, let them take care of the problem, and then implement shit like Tyvek suits or something, so you don't have to incur that cost in the future. You take that cost now as a lesson versus letting it just drag out and drag out and drag out. But I don't understand the economics behind that greenhouse and how that all works. So my view there is probably very jaded by naivete. Is that what they call it? Being naive to the situation and how it works.
But if
No,
it's for
I think that's
educational
a
purposes, then
Yeah.
are they used for
yeah.
education
It's
purpose?
called it's called the teaching greenhouse, and the issue there is that the person in charge is me, and they kind of just put me in charge, and but they locked me out of the pesticides. So what normally would happen is someone would just come in there and they would spray some Avid and put up a sign and come back 24 hours later and they would have nuked these things. But for me, I'm over there with neem oil and these sprays that you get off the shelf at Lowe's, and it just doesn't have the same impact. And so what happens is even with, I remove everything that's infested and then I treat it. So I'm knocking things back to zero. I'm still getting these infestations that crop up before I can catch them. And you're 100% right. I think that's a good approach. But normally it wouldn't have gotten this bad because we would just spray with the restricted use pesticides that are typically used.
Well, I think it's worth mentioning.
Yeah,
I definitely want to put this out there that you inherited this problem. This didn't like happen on your watch per se. And I want to make sure that I'm right in saying that, because I don't want this to sound like, somehow you introduced them and they're just getting out of, you inherited this greenhouse, and kudos to you for putting in, because I believe a lot of this is donated time or something. But I think that, that you inherited this problem, and it's up to you to try and fix it on like a limited budget, limited resource, limited amount of labor that you have to be able to dedicate to that. So I want to make sure that those are points that are put out there. I didn't want in any way for me bringing up the mites to be construed as a slight against your gardening abilities or your IPM methods or anything like that. This ain't your fault, bro. I understand. It makes my heart heavy to know that you're over there working so hard and you're dealing with that on top of everything else. And I feel like it's holding you back. That infestation is holding you back from being able to show your true garden abilities, So I'm just waiting for the day when you come on and say, man, it's taken care of. Everything's flourishing. And I wanted to say this real quick before I shut up. Martin K420 in chat, shout out to him, shout out to Joey One Love and Real Red Hairs. But the Martin K420 is a good friend of ours from Coke Over Cannabis, and he says on there, hey everyone, how's it going? You can get a Californicus breeding system. It contains some plant pollens to continually feed the predators for a while until, in case any bad bugs end up hatching. And I added a few words there to kind of get his point. I could see he was shorthanding it, but that's
a great point.
Yeah, man. If you could maybe even
and what we tried to do is get sorry about the delay. Go ahead.
No, I was thinking, I've heard that before, that Californicus also will eat certain pollens as well as other mites. And I was thinking that's a really good idea. Would there be any way for you to section off a small area and grow something that they feed on, as well as the beneficial, or, as well as the other things or something? I don't know if that's an avenue you thought of or whatever.
Yeah, that's a great point. We started growing some seed potato. And typically they can you use that seed potatoes is what I've been told. And I don't know what happened with that. I think someone squandered them off and started the project at home. But that's definitely a good idea, because you could just, if you get the initial beneficials, you could keep them going, and release them when you need to. Yeah, I think we talked about that a lot, and I think the beneficials, there's a lot to it, but I think just for, standard practice, they would usually just use the whatever restricted use or whatever pesticide that they could. And
right.
I don't know. It's, it's a great idea though.
Yeah, man. But let me say this, and hopefully I'm not keeping you. I don't know how much time you had, because I know sometimes you have to pretty much come on and say hi and kind of get off if things arise. So don't feel bad if you have to cut me off or something, or just say bye. And that pretty much goes for anybody. But shout out to Rowdy 420, good friend of ours. He's in the chat, and we got a lot of love for Rowdy. We appreciate his support here on the show and just in our grows, in general. That goes for everybody as well. But definitely wanted to give him a shout out. Well, I wanted to also say, like, so I guess maybe I did it the right way. I went ahead and poked at the spider mites first. Maybe you want to bring up something that's going really cool that you're excited about? Because I know, you showed me a lot of shit last time, man. Like
Yeah,
two
it was
times.
awesome.
Yeah, we had like automatic feeders on the walls and shit, and I was trying to take all this in. And then you brought up a few different plants, and you like one of them you said does really bad with chloramine. And I see that you're in your house tent today, not in the greenhouse right now. But yeah, man,
yeah.
I wanted to give you an opportunity to maybe talk about something positive that you're excited about in your greenhouse, or something new for the new year versus just the spider mites there.
Oh yeah. So yeah, the greenhouse is actually in, not the spider mites withstanding, it's actually in one of the best places it's been, especially for just one person running it. I've got a really good, healthy selection of annuals, and even without the spider mite problem, I've been on top of like the fertilization and just the overall health of the plants is really good. So I mean, I'm proud of myself on that end. I've been cranking out plants. I've got propagation beds and stuff going with rubber trees and ficus, and have you ever seen the plumeria before? It's like this big flower that they would use in like the Hawaiian leis.
What's it called again?
But
what's it called again?
It's a plumeria.
No, I've never even heard of that.
But
I can picture one of those big Hawaiian leis that they put on people when they get off the planes, and those big pretty flowers. So I can picture that, but I never heard that word before, man.
But yeah, it grows on this big tree, and so I had an issue with this plumeria, and so what I did was I cut it down and made propagation out of them, and it was kind of a Hail Mary, but it actually ended up working. So now I took 4 or 5 sick plants, and I made about 20 new healthy plants. So
congratulations,
I've
man.
had a
That's
lot of fun out
awesome.
there. Oh, thanks. Thanks, man. But yeah, I think the IPM success that I've had is that I've been dealing with these spider mites daily in 2 greenhouse ranges, and I've managed not to bring them home or aphids or any of that stuff. So that's tough.
Yes,
just today, man. I had to bag up my clothes and leave it in the car, and it's been difficult. So shout out to anybody out there who gardens and grows weed stuff.
Yeah, man. Well, that's a testament to you. Shout out to you for it's cool, man. You're a big inspiration for me, Rock. I see like you got the school that you're going to school for different things, and being in that greenhouse and shit. I've known you for a while now, and just seeing you do that, and I enjoy getting on and hearing about all this different flowers and different kind of like the success you're having and shit. That's awesome. And I remember the plant you just grew in a 4x4 there. It was one of the nicest ones I ever seen. I was talking about it the other day. I don't know if it was the Weed Nerd World or on one of these shows or where, but yeah, that was pretty sweet, man. And I see you got another nice tent going there. If you want to show your tent, man, go for it. If you want to talk about it, tell us what you got going on, I think people will be quite interested.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man. Whenever I started out on Coco for Cannabis, I didn't know shit. And actually you were actually a big inspiration on there for me. So thanks for saying that. But yeah, whenever I got started growing, someone told me, I asked for their recipe, how they water, and they told me, I worked, a decade learning how to do that. I'm not going to share that with you. And it kind of sparked, put a bad taste in my mouth. And I was like, I'm going to find out.
Yeah. Yeah, so, that's exactly what our whole community is the exact opposite. We're trying to spread the word as much as possible. Grow your own medicine. Don't grow alone. That whole deal. So I could see exactly where you're coming from there. And that is a major dick move. So whoever that dude was, man, I hope you get some beach nut in your eye, brother. Huh.
Yeah, he you know, for all intents and purposes, you know, he probably, that was probably the best thing that anyone's ever, you know, said to me. They kind of lit the fire, like, you know, I'll show you. And just recently someone told me that my weed was a bit better than his now. So, you know, you can see what happens if you're closed-minded. You think you've got everything, and it's that you own all that knowledge. You know, that's what happens. So,
yeah,
share your knowledge. And
one thing
open.
I've learned, and I always say this, man, it's probably, people might get sick of hearing it, but I think it's so true. The more that I learn about cannabis cultivation and just all the aspects from photosynthesis to lighting to root and plant physiology, the more I learn, the more I realize what I don't know, you know, and we're trying to get our hands into all kind of stuff. So I feel the same way. And one thing I've had to really come to realization is humility goes a long ways. You know, you have to be able to really go back on something that you might have held as a wholesome, honest truth. You know, you might have to go back on that because of where you learned it and how it was implemented or whatever. You know, there's certain things that I have to be open-minded to say, like, here's a perfect example. Not that I was closed-minded on this by any instance, but you know, like the new EPAR. It was always said that the red, anything over 700, did not contribute to the advancement of biomass, which we now know to be not true. So, you know, that's one thing where you have to have an open mind and be able to just go back on what you once thought to be a truth and say, hey, here's the new data. Here's the, you know, we've had this observational data for years, and now science comes and backs it up. This is my new truth, you know? And so I guess maybe that's a little bit of humility or humbleness or whatever, but I think as growers, that's an important thing to have in your toolbox, is to be able to say, hey, I was wrong, or to share your mistakes, or to say, you know, and then when you do have a success, you can get up there and share that as well. And you know, hold your chest out a little bit and say, look, I share the good with the bad, you know, and we've always tried to be like that. Crispy and I is like, well, you know, just the beginning of this house, when we bought this house a year ago, we killed 8 plants, man. And my whole confidence was in the gutter, and I'm thinking, man, you've grown a lot of plants, man, you know, what's going on here? And it puts your confidence in the gutter. So I definitely agree with that, is that we try to share our what we know and try to share what we don't know. That way people can realize where my quest of knowledge is headed. You know, if you're good on this subject, please come join us and you know, enlighten me, man. But I'm always worried about where I get my information. I think that's one thing that I've been blessed with, is being able to read people and decide, like, this dude's full of shit, or this dude here really knows what he's talking about. He's backing it up with visual evidence, and he has the scientific proof or whatever, you know? So you have like all three things there. You have your anecdotal evidence, your science evidence, and you have your, hey, here's my visual. I walk the walk and I talk the talk. So that's my advice, you know, to somebody like, it was unfortunate that Rock got that advice, but if you find the right people like us, or you know, if you're a soil grower, you might find a better soil platform than ours, than here on Smart Poker's channel, because we're not as well versed on soil. But as Puffy said, that's our goal, man. We want people to come here, and we want people to teach us. We're open-minded, but it has to be the right person. I don't want someone doing shit like that and saying, you know, I'll give you this tidbit, but I'm going to hold this back, or you know, things like that. So you know, it's unfortunate those people are out there, and it makes us really happy to have all you guys as the community and be able to do this shit and spread it out there. And that all stems from the CFC, man. Like you said, the chat room and shit, the sharing the knowledge. We just gotta try to extend that over here and go with the same deal. And so, yeah, it's nice that you put those mites out there. It's nice that you put the plants that you brought back from, or that you propagated fresh ones and shit. So, because it's ups and downs, man, you know?
Yeah, having fun doing it.
You know, that's oh yeah, it's on, you know, I'll bitch and moan about it, but it's kind of nice whenever you get a victory against some of these pests.
Yeah.
And you know, I hope nobody in there has to fight these guys. But has anyone ever had mealy bugs before?
No,
Like these
I've seen
little
them,
little
but I
white
haven't.
fuzzy guys.
Yeah, are you dealing with those too?
Well, we had them really bad, and that was my duty. And I would take a plant, and I would have to methodically go through and remove the mealy bugs, and it just kind of gave me an appreciation for not getting them in the first place. So we,
Yeah.
I've got a heat gun on all the pots whenever I clean them, and I roast those suckers if they're on there. So I don't know. It's an experience, and as much as it's a pain in the ass along the way, it's still a lot of fun. So,
Yeah, man.
Do you use any
don't give it the bad light.
or companion plants too?
So there's probably like 300 species out there, so there aren't really beds where you could do companion planting. It's on like containers. But you talking about like trap plants, so you could see that there's an issue. Is that kind of what you're talking about?
No, more like plants that naturally ward off some of those pests.
Yeah, I heard something about like methyl jasmonate. I heard that was a natural plant mechanism for warding off insects, but I wouldn't know which plant produced those or if it would work for the whole greenhouse. That'd be interesting.
I know.
But
I know
what we've been doing
is a pretty wide spectrum anti-pest, but I'm not sure about like specifics like the mealy bugs or thrips or things like that.
Yeah, I think I just had a battle with thrips actually. Thrips are really a pain. And have you guys had problems with thrips before?
Nope. I've always been on the my grandma taught me something, man, is an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So I do my damnedest try to not, we've had mold, we've had powdery mildew, which I think I had the powdery mildew when I really wasn't even sure what it was, back then I wasn't on the internet. And then we've had gnat infestations, but we have yet to have mites in this house, knock on wood. We've had yet to have, and with us using cocoa and H2O2, that's one of the reasons why I like that system. You can grow big, large plants, and the sterility really goes a long way with keeping shit like that out. And then, like, if I'm in the yard or out, pretty much outside at all, I'll come in and throw. I usually keep like a jogging outfit that I'll keep folded up and tucked off to the side somewhere safe, and I'll come home, switch my clothes into that, and then go into the grow room and shit. So I try to do some things to not introduce stuff, because that's my biggest fear, guys. It's the infestation, spider mites, all them bad infestations is a huge fear of mine. And I think that's why it comes up to my forethought when you come around, Rock, is like I feel so bad for you for fighting those, like I said before. But I also wanted to mention this. We have a good friend. His name's Matthew Gates. He's known on YouTube as Zenthanol, and he's known on Instagram as Cinch Angel. And he has a Patreon account. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but this is one good dude. And I don't plug a lot of people as far as like a money situation shit. But this dude has a Patreon account that you can go, and I think the minimum you donate is $1 a month. And you can go get direct access to him for IPM issues and help. And I can tell you this, if you're having mites or any kind of thrips, that $1 a month will do you. Get in contact with him and getting information from him will do you more than any other dollar that you can spend on getting rid of them mites. And he's such a great dude, man. I tell everybody, he's always trying to spread as much knowledge as he can freely, And so I always tell people to try to go support him if you can, even if it's $1 a month. He will answer your questions there on that Patreon. And if anybody out there is listening to this in the future or whatever, and you want the link, just hit me up and I'll get it for you. So, yeah, I just wanted to stop and say that, but I think I might have cut Puffy off there.
No. Yeah, the only thing that I was going to say is on any kind of bug issues, if I don't knock it out right at the first appearance, I don't even mess with the plants. I toss them. I mean, I've got plants after plants after plants after plants. So yeah, I won't even do that battle. I'll just move on from them.
Yeah, you just had a bout.
Yeah, I think that's a great point.
He just had a bout with spider mites, Rock, and he threw them away. Tell him, Puffy.
Yeah, I was 4 weeks in the flower, and I was going to do some lollipopping, and yeah, I got up underneath the plants, and there was a giant web system underneath there. So yeah, I just immediately went ahead and just pulled them out, tossed them outside, and started cleaning. 3
Yeah, I
days
think
later,
that brings up a great point.
yeah, I do not
Go
want
ahead.
it to spread to any of my other plants. So like I said, if I can't knock it out at first sign, or if it's already established, it's for me, it's even though I'm wasting time, energy, money, in those plants I'm losing, it's saving me a ton of more time, money, and energy by getting them out and not having that spread to the rest of my gardens.
Yeah, I think people have been fighting the same infestation sometimes for multiple grow cycles, and you know what, they could have saved themselves from that trouble if they had just, identified it early, tossed the plant, or like just what I use actually most often is a mechanical removal at the greenhouse. I'll blast the whatever pest is off of the plant, and with like water or concentrated air, just trying to reset. And I think the mechanical removal for pests is really important. If you see powdery mildew, I would just scrap the plant personally. Stuff like that. You just don't want to get that set into your grow, I don't think.
Yeah, if it's on your plants and it's already concentrated in the air, so you might as well just chuck the plants and clean and sanitize everything and just start again.
I'll be the one to play devil's advocate here, because I mentioned this guy before, and I look up to this dude. He's been a big influence on our grows and how I approach a lot of different things. And that's Chef OMJ from the Cocoa for Cannabis. And I watched him, and here's something that it made me feel, how do I want to say it, not alone. So anyhow, he woke up one day and he goes, this was just recently, excuse me, he goes through his garden, and sure enough, he had spider mites, and they're bad. So excuse me. And so he goes and he tells me like I'm going scorched earth, man. I'm throwing everything outside. I'm getting rid of my tents. I'm burning everything. Da 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 da. And like I hate to. Hopefully this doesn't paint him in a bad light, but he was I felt like he was going off the rails a little bit. He was like upset about it and was just like frustrated.
And we've all been there.
And we've all been there. And that's why I said at the beginning of this, it made me feel not alone.
Yes.
Because someone that with that much experience, and I mean, this guy's very, very advanced in the ways of cultivation, and not just for cannabis. I'm talking palmology, apple grafting, very good source of knowledge, old chef. I think he's an untapped source a lot of times. And people, he just has a lot of good information, man. But anyhow, so I watched him go ahead and totally change his attitude, man. He came back on the next day and he was like, you know what, I'm not going to be defeated. He's like, this is something I take, I hold this near and dear to my heart. These plants, I've put a lot of work into them, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, so he started with, he put them outside. He blew them off with air, I think. He defoliated them real good, brought them back inside. He released Californicus and Persimmilus, and did all kind. I think he put some extra food in there so they would have other stuff to eat. Maybe I don't. Like I said, I don't want to misconstrue the situation here, but I know he had them and he used those controls, those bio controls, and he defeated them. And he was able to go ahead and keep going with his grow and not lose those genetics and different things. So I think it goes back to what's in your tent? Is it like the one cut that you don't want to lose? That's a little different than something that you have, you guys get where I'm going with that. But I
Yeah.
definitely think under certain situations, it might be worth go ahead, get your biocontrols, fight it off, depending on other things. Like, is it going to contaminate a whole bunch of other plants? Like in Puffy's situation, you know, it's almost better to cut the head off the snake right there because you have so much more to eat, you know? And so I feel like certain situations might dictate how one would approach that situation. But one part of that story is that, you know, it happens to everybody, man. It seems like, well, if you grow long enough, you're going to get an infestation of some sort of or another. And it's just that's how this goes, you know. Mother Nature's like that. She's gonna win. They always do, but you can hold her off, like we were saying, with certain measures and shit. And it's nice to see somebody fight back, man, a little bit. And it gave me hope that if it happens to me, I'll probably want to spin out of control. And that gave me hope that I'll be able to, you know, save them if that's where the situation lays. But sure thing. I think getting rid of them and going scorched earth, there's a lot to be said for that too.
Yeah, I think that would be my first gut instinct.
Yes.
To be honest, is to just eradicate, get rid of, do the cleaning.
And it worked. I think Puffy did the right thing there. You know, I think because look how good his plants are. They're clean and his space is clean, and he was able to get it. And it sounds like they were kind of set in there for a little bit too. If you saw a pretty nice web layer up underneath.
Yeah, that's actually what my first sign was, because they hadn't actually moved their way up the plants yet. They were still at the bottom of the plant, so none of the top leaves were showing any signs of any feeding on them. You know, they didn't have any specks on them at all. They were nice and green and healthy, and the plants overall looked, you know, perfectly healthy, like nothing was going on. But whenever I got up underneath and looked it up, underneath the canopy, and I saw that webbing, you know, at that point they've already established a colony. So trying to knock them out midway through flower, I didn't want to really take the chance, and you know, I'd have to go through a lot of bud washing to clean all those mites off of my bud too. So I didn't want to have to deal with that either. So it would, for me, like I said, I run perpetual harvest, so it's not that big of a deal for me to just chuck those plants, clean everything up, disinfect, and then just move another set in 3 days later. You know, it sets me back on my harvest, but I've always got plenty of bud on hand, so you know, I'm not in any danger of ever running out. So, but if someone just grows from seed all the time, for them, yeah, I could see battling it out and try to doing what you can to save it. But for me, it's just not worth the hassle.
Right. Hey, Rock, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say if that go ahead, buddy. I'll let you go. There's a small delay. Let me give it to you.
No, I was just going to bring up a product that I used. You go ahead.
That's what I was going to ask you. You had a picture up there of something in your hand, man, and I was going to see if you could tell us what it was and stuff. So I guess.
Yeah. So this came off of that powdery mildew conversation and kind of fighting it. I had kind of a scare with powdery mildew, and kind of a longtime grower suggested this to me. It was regalia, and it's kind of like a root drench to get rid of to kind of get rid of the fungal pathogens in your root zone. And also I think it does something where it boosts the plant's ability to fight it off in some way. But cool. Combined with regalia and another product called actinovate, I've seen people fight powdery mildew. So it is possible if you want to go that route.
That's good information.
I've had my scare with powdery mildew. The first guy I talked to said, "Oh no, burn it down, close down your grow for a year. It's all over." And the next guy said, "Oh no, I've fought that multiple times and I've won." So, you know, it's approaches.
Sorry, man, I'm smoking a joint here. I'm choking out. Oh man. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good information. And definitely look into those two. I've heard of the second one that you mentioned. I have heard of that one before, but the first one I'm not sure of, and if I've heard of that. But that's always good for put that, if anybody's watching or watching in the future, you can put that in your mind. And if something happens, it's always nice to have something. I seen Puffy D holding the doctor's arms up. When it comes to the infestations and the mites and shit like that, or anything, even just gnats, bad gnat infestation is not good. So it's good for anybody, like maybe a new grower that's listening. You want to kind of, I know everybody says I'm not going to do that, I'm going to be on my garden, but you want to have something ready, man, in case you do get something, even if it's Dr. Zymes, until you can get some biocontrols or something, you get something to get that initial to knock them back, or to help you out there in some way. So you don't, because one thing I will tell. Yeah, one thing you don't want to do is wake up one morning, walk into your grow room and see like spider mites or something and have absolutely nothing to apply to them. And then you're waiting for Amazon. And if you're like me, you can just picture, it would drive me nuts. And so at least having something on hand that you can start an application with until you can order biocontrols or some of these more expensive or better products, I think is a good little tip that I'd like to put out there.
Well, one thing that I'd like to say, Smart, is the Dr. Zymes, I use that more as a preventative than to actually treat the infestation. Like Ross was saying, mechanical removal is probably your first thing that you should go to, either by, like he said, air or water. You can't really do it right here and now because of how cold it is, but usually warmer weather, if I see any kind of bug or anything on my plants, I will pull them outside and I will get the garden hose and just sit there and rinse the whole plant down with water, just to basically just almost drown it. If they're small plants, like they're in solo cups or anything like that, and I see bugs on my leaves, I will actually turn them upside down and dunk them in water. And hold them there for a couple of minutes, basically to drown anything that's on the plant itself, and then dry it off, and then put it back underneath the lights.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I think that kind of brings up the disease triangle, if you've ever heard of that, where you have three elements: the host, the pathogen or pest, and the environment. And if you can eliminate one or multiple of those, then you can stop the infestation.
That's
typically
a great tip.
If you can remove the host.
I like that, the pest triangle. I never heard anyone call it that, but I really like that you brought that up. It reminds me of like fire. You need like a fuel source, oxygen, and an ignition. So it's and that's how I relate to
compression, spark, gas.
Yeah, like that's a cool ass way of doing it. And it keeps you on point. Like I have to take away one thing for this to go away. And I like that. I just wanted to start. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I thought that was cool. A good way to remember that, the pest triangle. Is that what you call it? The pest triangle? Yeah.
I think they called it the disease triangle, but it works for pests too.
Yeah. If you think about it, when you're dealing with pests like fungus gnats, they don't live very long, but they will lay a ton of eggs. And in order to get rid of them, you have to break the cycle, either remove the adults or remove the larvae out of or the eggs out of your substrate. So you have to attack one or the other in order to break that cycle to get rid of it. So it's the same thing with any other pathogen or anything else. You have to take away the one thing that keeps that cycle going, and that's the only way you're going to defeat it.
Yeah, and just to share, we're talking about, sharing the pros and the cons of, what we're doing. I had a really bad fungus gnat infestation And I just thought, I'm gonna take care of it once I get them into bigger pots, and I'll treat them and knock them out. But they had gotten so bad that my knockout treatment did not work. So I just got these sticky traps, and I'm gonna try to knock back the adult population. And what I've been doing is I've got my shop vac, and I'll agitate them, and I'll just shop vac them up. And I've been trying to eliminate the next stage, because they kind of seem to sit at the top surface whenever you water. So I'll water, and then I'll vacuum up that top surface. So, it's had an impact on my plants, I think. And I thought I knocked them out, but it's just goes to show, you got to see one of these sticky traps. I definitely did not beat them. So.
Hey, Rock, I'll tell you how I do it, man. I've had pretty good success with growing in cocoa. You always have a wet substrate, and I've noticed that recently I've moved to Mother Earth cocoa, and it seems I've had a lot more gnats. But one way that I've found this has been successful for me, and some people, maybe you don't want to do this route, but I'll just tell you, and this is how I always have to have a disclaimer, and it's because this is something I made up. Nobody recommended this to me. I just come up with this on my own, and I tried it, and it worked. And that's just going real heavy on H2O2. I put I'll put a whole shot glass or two in a 24-ounce jug, shake it up, a spray bottle, and I'll spray the shit out of the top. After I fertigate, I'll spray that top layer down, and to where I in my head, I picture it being only able to saturate down through or soak down through roughly maybe an inch or so. And I just squirt it until I feel like, okay, that probably soaked in a good inch. And then I'll wait until the next day, and I'll do it with the same exact treatment, but I'll use Dr. Zahns. And then I'll wait like a day or two, and then I'll do the same treatment again. And I'll continually watch my little yellow traps to see, and you can watch, you'll go from like 10 gnats, and then a couple of days after the treatment you'll have 6, and then you'll see 1, and then they go away, and I've had pretty good luck with that. But it seems like when I pot up, they come back because there's fresh cocoa or something induced, and that's what makes me think it's the Mother Earth cocoa. I didn't have them as bad when I used Cocoa Tech. I'm not sure how that works out in real life, or if that's just a bad coincidence, but that's what I've noticed. And I'm not, as far as those brands go, I don't, endorse one or the other, but I liked Cocoa Tech better from General Hydroponics. And, but any blocks work. It's just some of them are full of junk, man. You'll find plastic chunks and big seeds and all kind of shit in your cocoa blocks, and, but yeah, that's the treatment I use. And it seems to work pretty good. I think my cocoa has too much organic material in it, and that's where they're able to live on. So I blast them with that. And for anybody out there, don't use that on a small plant, man. It'll fry your one and only little embryonic tap root, and you'll be done. And then everybody will be saying that smart poker, that asshole killed my plants, So don't do as I do, man. Do as I say, I guess, on that one. And you definitely want to go a lot lighter. And then I also want to mention that I use H2O2 a lot in my fertigation solution at 2.5 milliliters per gallon, which also helps to buffer against their return, And then when I see that I have them beat, I'll back off on using that H2O2 and just not use it. And I'll mix more often to keep my shit fresh. But not to spin out too much. That's how I beat them. And if that's something you're willing to try, especially with a big, healthy plant like you have, what's that SLF stuff there?
Yeah. So I haven't put this in there yet, but you started talking about H2O2. This is an alternative to that. That was suggested to me by a longtime grower. And this has knocked out my fungus gnat issues in the past. So should probably use it. It's, super innocuous, clear liquid. And, if you go to any grow shop, it's going to be there. It's like H2O2.
Yeah, I was going to ask, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'll definitely go right back to that. But I wanted to ask you, so you're finding an alternative to H2O2. Can I ask why? And I'm not one way or the other. I use it. I assume it's just a nice sterile thing that it has nothing bad in it or anything. So is it because, or maybe microbes or something? Like, is there a reason why you don't want to use the H2O2, or that you're trying to find an alternative, I should say?
No, I actually didn't use H2O2, so it wasn't really an alternative to that. I chose SLF to replace, what was it? It was an SM90, I think.
Yeah.
There's something that's in the original cocoa for cannabis.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we still
Is
got
it, it's SM90? Okay.
we still got about a half gallon, man. We're hoarding it just for that reason, is to use it for IPM. But that's the other thing. You can't really recommend that because no one can get it. And then you feel like an asshole because you're saying I got some, but you can't get any.
Well, we were lucky enough to have
Somebody
give
found
that.
some. As soon as they discontinued it, somebody found some and was able to buy it and send it to us. And I thought that was pretty cool because it was gone quick, man. Everybody bought out all the stores. I know certain people and are sitting on a couple gallons of that shit just for that reason, you know. But I wanted to take a second and say shout out to Dr. Coco. He just sent me a message saying that he was ill prepared this morning. He did get our invitation to come and join us for a little bit and talk shop and answer a few questions, but he said he's definitely going to make time in the future and be a little more prepared. And so I send him we're small beans. We're small beans over here. So I send him that invitation, and I feel like, you know, if he has a couple minutes, he wants to stop by, cool. But I think it's cool that he's being open and you know, he's conversing with us and collaborating with all this. And I think it's so cool and it's fun, you know?
Yeah, I was actually really surprised that you know, he made an appearance and stayed for a long time on our New Year's show.
Oh
yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah.
A nice gift to us.
He had a good time, he said, and he told me, like, off the air, he's excited to help perpetuate this channel, you know, and to help us grow and being able to spread the word. And he wants to spread the knowledge. And that's our quest, is to give back so freely of what, you know, what was freely given to us, and not be that dude that Ross Nate ran into and say, hey, it took me you know, X amount of years to be able to grow this way, and you're gonna have to learn on your own, kid, you know, or whatever. And it just shouldn't be like that.
No.
So and so I thought it was nice of him to, you know, send a message and a shout out to us over here. And I think you know, it's nice to have somebody on our side like that you know, that I look up to Dr. Coco, and I really respect the amount of knowledge and the education that he has and what he does for the community. So, you know, yeah, man, I enjoy hitching my wagon to people of his ilk, you know, to their post. And there's a few different people that came by, like the American one is a really good at breeding. Yeah, man, like these people were like really into this, and it makes me feel honored that they're willing to come hang out with us and help us, you know, further this. So I just wanted to take a second to say, hell yeah, man. And to the people in chat there's 10 people watching. Jay's son is a good friend of ours. EG obviously is a good one. And Staggering Productions been here every week. Rowdy 420, I think I shouted him out. Joey One Love. He's a soiler, so it's nice to have somebody here that's soiling it up. And I see him giving out tips in the chat about soil. One thing I'll say real quick is if you're in cocoa, I recommend not using any kind of sand or anything on top of your cocoa, because it will take away the porosity, and that's where you lose some of the benefits of growing in cocoa with high frequency fertigation. So I'm glad
you brought that up.
Yeah, I'd be real weary of putting.
So I might offer. Yep, that's what I was about to say. I got a bag of diatomaceous earth, someone told me, but it will completely turn into putty once you get it wet, and it will, you know, it will completely change the aeration properties of your cocoa. And I think what's worked, my current issue notwithstanding, is to remove that top layer of cocoa and replace it. That might not work for everybody, but that's something that's worked for me.
Yeah, that's a great idea, man. I've actually never heard that or thought of that. So that's a sweet tip, man. Just remove the top layer. Now, only thing that comes to mind, and I don't know, I guess they call that playing devil's advocate. I always try to play the tape through. I'm thinking late in flower, man. I'm always locked up
Yeah,
with
you-
roots.
we wouldn't be able to do that late in flower
No.
because of the roots. Just when, hand watering, you get into some of them roots when you're watering, and I can see how packed it is in that top layer.
Look at his roots. So sometimes
Check out. Yeah.
I have to use one of those skewers that they use for making kebabs on the grill. I have one, and I'll just take it and jam it down through the roots just so I can get water in there, man, because it'll start to puddle up on our air pots, and you'll be sitting there for a while waiting for it to drain, man. And it's just because, I mean, it's a good thing. You've cultivated a really nice root mass, and the roots, the fruits, all that whole saying. So yeah, I mean, that's a good point, man. In the
Actually,
switch,
I wondered about that.
But
Yeah,
And I think not to switch gears too much. What was that?
I said that's what you want anyway. You want a full pot of roots, not half a pot of roots and the rest of it substrate. If you can get the whole thing, but you may just need to start adding more or bigger perlite into your mix, Mott.
So so that's another thing that I wanted to bring up is have you guys dissected your root ball after you're done with your grow and kind of like look to see what the distribution of roots are?
Yes, that's one of my favorite parts of like just tearing that apart, seeing like what was behind the scenes.
Yeah, my wife here actually keeps the root ball. She has one here. We call it stemily. She flipped it upside down. Now the root ball is the hair, and it's got the little mainlined legs, and it stands on its own. And her name's Stemily. And for some of our friends that might remember that from Cocoa for Cannabis, but yeah, we call it exhumation. When we go down there and we exhume the roots, you know how they do to the dead bodies in a cemetery, exhumation, man. And so we get in there and dig around them roots. And that's where I've realized a lot of things in growing, Ross and Nate. I'm glad you brought that up. And as soon as you brought it up, me and Crispy looked at each other, started shaking our heads like, we noticed like before that we left them in the previous pot too long, and the roots pretty much just stayed there, and very little very little colonization of the final pot. And we noticed those plants sometimes didn't do as well, but they still did pretty good compared to what we were seeing in the root ball and shit. So I've learned a lot, man, about potting up and timing and different things just by tearing them root balls apart at the end.
Yeah. And I had an issue like what you're talking about, where the root mass at the top was just so constricted that you could barely even poke like a knife into it or anything. And I wanted to aerate it like that. And I dissected the root ball afterwards, and I noticed that most of the roots were in that top few inches. And I was wondering what I kind of thought happened was that it has such access to oxygen at that upper layer that, you know, how your roots are exploring the root zone and they're coming out of the bottom of your pot. I'm thinking that the roots are kind of going towards that aerated media. And maybe what does that mean? Am I keeping it too saturated? And is the best portion of this medium up at the top because it's more aerated, or what's going on there? So didn't know if you had an idea.
Buffy, you got anything about that?
It could be in your pot ups. What I do is I don't wait until my plants are root bound before I pot up. I like to pot up right before it gets that point. And then whenever I pot up, I don't feed anywhere around the root ring. I go as far out to the outside of the pot as I can for the first couple of weeks. That way it's causing those roots to start to explore out and get that water that's on the outside of the pot. And once I get those roots to the outside, I mean, because I'll dig down the outside of the pot until I start seeing roots. And once I see them start to hit that outside point, that's when I'll go ahead and start getting a really good saturation right down the middle of the pot. But that's the best guess that I have, is just your roots are getting access to nutrients in that circle, so it has no reason to expand out.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that's a lot of like,
Those are good, great questions, because I often wondered things like that myself.
I noticed only one thing I can say is I kind of was looking in the chat and everything, and I kind of got lost a little bit here. But yeah, when it comes to building roots, that's I always, you guys know that we've grown a lot of autos, over the last 5 years, and we always pot those up. That's something I always try to tell people. Definitely pot up your autos, and we're doing it now with the photo periods, and it same deal, same root build, same everything. There's that there's not a difference, and I'm sure Ross and Nate can attest that everybody says in every book, and Puffy too, but I know Ross and Nate goes to a lot of the schooling and all that. So horticultural 101, everywhere I looked over the last few years, they all say if it's a potted container, no matter what species of plant it is, it should be potted up to the container based on the above ground growth. Now that's Cliff Notes put into Smott's words, but you guys get the point there. So that's one thing. I think potting up at the right times is also a big deal. And that's something that we've struggled with, because I always tell people, and I live by this rule, is when it comes time to pot up, it's better to go later than earlier, because I've found out that when you go early, you're asking for your substrate to fall apart and take your tap root, or if it's a clone, it's going to take your secondary roots. I believe they're called fibrous and adventitious roots. So you're going to break those roots off if you go too early, so a lot of us, I think, know that and are weary of that, and maybe think, I'll let them go a little longer. I really want a nice root ball, but sometimes that can be detrimental. I seen Ross and Nate, you look like you got a nice wad of roots there, and I would presume when you exhume that plant right there, you'll see that a lot of those probably are gonna, those big heavy roots. It's almost like they have to be teased out earlier to really fill them pots. And I notice different things when I'm potting up, and that's not an easy thing to judge, is when to pot up. So some of my indicators that I use, that which I think everybody does, is I'll hold my plant and look straight down on top of it, and if the leaves are outside of the container, it's pretty much ready to go. Like if the leaves are wider. Now that's not a hard, fast rule. I know there's probably people out there right now thinking, hold up, that can't be, I had this happen to me. And I know that, that's not, but that's one indicator we look for. And then it's just as plain as this is, I have a lot of holes in my pots because of cocoa. So I want good drainage and aeration to take all the benefits of cocoa. So I get to see how they're coming down and how they mature and come out the bottom. And so I try to time it to where, how do I want to put this? How they start to wrap around at the bottom and shit. I try to get them right as they start to do that, because I feel like they're still searching. So then I can hurry up. And if I see if the two things that my two indicators are right, like the rapid growth, I'm seeing some nice healthy white roots coming out the bottom, and I'm also looking straight down on top of my pot, and my plant is outside of the ring of my pot. Those three indicators usually tell me that I'm safe to go at that point. And that's kind of what I do. And I use those indicators for toppings and shit as well. So, I want to make sure that my roots. So I think it's important that people do pot up. That's a time you get to see your work. You've cultivated this beautiful root mass. It's the basis of everything on your grow, as far as like your plant physiology. Like everything that's going on the roots is going to affect your plants, man. And that's the one place you can't look at and see a visual sign of issues if you're not in DWC, obviously. So I love this subject, man. I could ramble on all day about pot ups and how roots build and shit. And I've really kind of tried to dig deep into this subject and learned about the 3 different kind of roots and shit. And those little indicators that I used have treated Crispy and I fairly well when it comes to pot up time, and not having the root ball fall apart, and yet not be too root bound to where we just got into this the other night, Puffy. You probably remember me bringing up the Dr. Coco told me to get a butcher knife.
Oh, yeah.
I was in my
That was a cool experience.
Yeah, I was in my final pots, man, and I knew what was going on just from past experience. My plant wasn't developing like the other ones. When I was up potting, I noticed the roots had really twisted up good, and I tried to tease them a little bit, but I'm very weary of that. Even with a glove on, I don't like touching roots a lot. I'll tease them a little bit, but so that's what I kind of knew right away what was going on with that plant. And so I got in touch with Dr. Coco and I said, man, this is on my mind. I know when I potted it up, it looked semi-root bound, and now it's not developing like the other ones that didn't have that. And I think I'm spot on here. And he goes, after we went over a few other things, he goes, I think you might be right. I can give you some advice. He goes, but I can't put this out on the airways and just tell. He goes, so I'm going to tell you this on the low, and here I am blabbing it to the whole world. But definitely, yeah, it worked for us. And don't hold Dr. Coco to it. So, but anyhow, we got the butcher knife, and we did 4 scores. He said, you want to score it just like looking at a compass, north to south, east and west only. So how did I do it? I started close to the plant. Wasn't that right? And I cut towards to the edge of the pot. I did it 4 times, just like cutting a cake, and a little sawing action and shit. And what that did was help to break them roots up and tease them. Now, in my instance, I think I was a little too far into flower, and my plant wasn't really putting down roots like it would have been, say, a week before that if I tried it. So,
okay, you were pretty late.
We saw immediate results.
But we did see a difference, and when we dug it up, man, we were right. We noticed that the plant was root bound. We noticed that the one side seemed to have a good bit of roots, and the other side didn't. So maybe even just one of the cuts kind of took, if you will. But yeah, I guess I rambled on there too. But that's
sorry to interrupt you there. Are you talking about going from the bottom of the plant upward, like you're looking at the bottom and you're cutting it that way, or are you talking about you're looking at the top of the plant?
Yeah, you're looking at the top of the plant. You would come towards the stem, stab it straight down through. Like if you can picture the taproot going directly straight down and not turning like a carrot, like they do. I just stuck it in right there, right next to the base of the plant. And we're talking like a 9-inch butcher knife, man. And I went pretty much almost to the bottom of the pot. And I just did this sawing motion a little bit and pulled it towards the edge. And I cut clear out towards, this was a fabric pot at the time. Cut out to the edge of the fabric pot. I did that 4 different times, and it worked for me. Now, this goes back to something else. I want to make sure to have a disclaimer that, I don't want someone out there to do that and mess their plan up and say, damn, I learned this on that show and tie it back to either me or Dr. Coco. That was an instance that I was willing to try something because I had a problem.
We were going to lose the plant. We were getting ready to be like,
we would have had a horrible yield is what it was.
We were going to give up on it. So it was an alternative to doing that.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, pretty much. But I just wanted to make that disclaimer that, neither myself nor Dr. Coco or maybe anyone on this panel wants to be tied to that practice. But if you're in a pinch situation, give it a shot, man. If it'll save your shit,
So sorry, my microphone is giving up on me here. I don't know if you guys can still hear me, but I think what you're bringing up is a good point, though, and I might add, you don't feel bad when you're pruning the upper portion of your plant, and it's going to recover. So I think when we're talking about pruning the root zone, maybe not going so dramatic as cutting very close to the plant. I would just caution. But I mean, if you think about bonsais, they prune the roots around the edges and repot it, and it helps quite a bit there. So I don't know. I think there are some practical ways to prune the roots. And
hey, let me be the devil's advocate, Rock. I love you, brother, but I gotta say this. I hear a lot of people comparing bonsai, and we got to make sure that people realize bonsai is the practice of intentionally keeping your plant very small. So a lot of times, if you try to apply a bonsai technique to your cannabis, it'll result in dwarfism, much like cutting way too many roots off. So I agree that the root pruning can be very, very good and like teasing them out and shit. But I think it behooves us to make a very good differentiation there between trying to apply some of those techniques, because bonsai is just that. Induced dwarfism, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I love
So,
where your head's at, man. And I didn't mean to like go against you or anything or be negative there. I just wanted to kind of clear that up a little bit, you know?
yeah,
And I wanted
absolutely.
to ask you, Rock, you're the one that brought up the excavating the root systems after your plant is done and harvest. Do you do that? And what's your experience?
She said, do.
Yeah, I did. Do you have you
Yeah.
done many?
Yeah, I have. I can actually show maybe the remnants that's still on my compost out back. But yeah, I have done the excavation, and I've noticed that I've been using, sorry, I'm probably going to be shivering here, but yeah, I've been using 100% cocoa, and I have not been using any perlite. And I was wondering, what's that going to do to the root zone? And it's actually had an interesting effect. It's been more homogeneous throughout. There's like a fibrous network of roots as opposed to any like
I think you might have cut out on us there, Rock, as far as your mic. It doesn't look like you're muted, but your mic did cut out. And I think I caught your question to be pretty much what should you expect maybe growing in straight cocoa versus having perlite mixed in with it?
completely frozen.
I would think that without the perlite, you're not getting enough oxygen at the root zone.
Well, that would be one of the things. And I think there's a couple reasons why you want to use the perlite. One is obviously it helps to aerate
And drains as well.
Yeah, it helps aeration and drainage. And just like Puffy mentioned, I think if you're using straight cocoa, depending on your fertigation practices, you can get like anaerobic inside there, or I'm sorry, hypoxic is what I meant to say, where you'll get lack of oxygen just because it almost can hold too much water, and you kind of I don't know, it's weird. I see a lot of people doing that, but I think it also helps. One thing it will happen is from cultivating roots like we do, you'll get such a good colonization that it'll lock it up to where the water don't really want to flow through there. And that perlite helps keep some of those roots separated so the water can kind of get down through them. So I think there's multiple reasons why the perlite helps. And I don't think you can really pin it on just one, but I noticed what I do personally is and I guess this is the way it's advertised in most people's schedules on how they mix. But when my plants are littler, like in a solo cup, I might only have 10% perlite. And then as I move up, I add more perlite. So when I go to my 1 gallon pots, I might be up to like 20%. And then when I go to my final pots, I might be at 30 or 40% because of, like I said earlier, I'm in there with a skewer trying to poke holes through my roots. And with a little more perlite in there, the roots really, that's just, it kind of just gives some separation for a waterway path to go through there, if that makes sense. But I wanted to take one quick second and shout out our buddy Crack Baby. He's in the chat posting links for people to sign up for the New Year's Grow Challenge and kind of like giving some information out. He said he's done trimming for the day, and I appreciate the help in chat because I can't always look over and see the chat. Yeah, so thanks, Crack Babies. I'm glad you got done trimming for the day, man. I know how much of a headache that can be sometimes.
Yeah, I need to start bringing my laptop out here because I don't have any way to see the chat. So I'm using my phone for the camera.
That's what I do, man. I use my phone for the live feed and I use my laptop for the chat. But one thing that does hinder me on is my phone doesn't give me the same options in the Zoom windows, like as far as like putting a backdrop and shit. Like right now I have a plain black screen, which is kind of annoying for some people maybe, but I just have tape over my camera. So it'll just, that way it keeps me on the screen there. But when I'm on my phone, I don't have as many options in Zoom to be able to put like a backdrop and do some other things with the feed as I would like. So this is going to hopefully change when I switch over to doing them on my phone, the Zoom part. I think I'll be able to do a little more things with backdrops and things like that. And we'll be able to like, it'll be easier for me to spotlight people and take them down and shit like that. So, here comes Crack Babies now. He's about to join the room. And,
But he was in trim jail.
he was, I think he said he's done. Hey, Crack, nice to see you, buddy. Good morning. Happy New Year's. And, how's it going?
Hi,
Yeah,
Crack.
he was going.
I think he's got his mic muted.
Yeah, he's muted.
It's nice to take a break even when you are in trim jail. You got to walk away from that sometimes, just to keep your sanity.
Yes.
In my case, anyway.
Hey, shout out to Joey One Love and Rowdy 420. They're still sticking around with us and making some cool comments. Rowdy's blank. He says, "Damn, Smart killed my plan. I hope he gets beach nut in his eye." Rowdy always, he's always getting me for my sayings, man. I must have a lot of innuendo sayings because he's always getting me, man. And that's one reason why I got a lot of love for Rowdy. He keeps me on my toes, man. He's always giving me the business. And my wife cued me to something earlier, Puffy. I think I cracked a few jokes about your bald head, and I cracked a few jokes about some of our different mannerisms and the way we talk. And I hope everybody knows that that's strictly in fun, man. I love Puffy D. And them jokes, they seem a little harsh, but that's just my nature, man. And if I ever come off as being like a dickhead or something, totally apologize. And I love you, Puffy.
Yeah, disclaimer, Smart does love all of you, despite of how it comes across sometimes. He spins out a little bit.
That's right. I know that even with my bald head, I'm better looking, and I have the.
Going down the thunder.
I'm sorry. There's Crack Babies now. He got his mic and shit on. How's it going, buddy?
Good, man. You see that light there? That's my UVC light.
I see you got it lit up. You're trying to kill some bugs, microbes, and anything else, huh?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna run a half an hour there. So whatever's in there, my fans are in there, the RH thing, all my the plugs, the lights, everything's in there. So it's just gonna disinfect everything that's there.
Very pretty. Looks like a swimming pool.
You know what I mean?
For an
The
operator.
lights are there and everything.
Yeah.
What wattage is that?
It's 55 watts.
That's a great question.
Yeah, it's
Do you
good
know
for
how
3
much
meters.
intensity?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
nice.
it's good for 3 meters. At 3 meters, it'll kill everything in 15 minutes. If it's farther than a meter, then it'll take longer. So you can go up to an hour with it. It has a 15, 30, 45, 1 hour setting on it. And it shuts off automatically. It's got a sensor on it. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go open the door there and see if it shuts off. Hold on.
So that's what I was going to ask you. How are we looking at this light? Because should we mention to the viewers that that's not very safe to be around some of those lights and shit? Are we looking through a camera or something here?
Yeah, he's got a camera in his tent.
Fucking cool.
But yeah, you do not want to be in the room with one of those.
So it won't burn your eyes out. You know what I mean? It's got a motion sense. As soon as I opened my door, it could see through the Mylar in the tent, and it saw that I was in the room, and it shut itself off.
That's awesome.
I love that.
Really cool.
Was that all in one unit, or is that a base that you just?
Hey, there it goes on its own. I love that. That's awesome.
Oh, that's cool.
So even my cats, if my cats walk into the room, it'll shut off.
Damn, Crack
the
Babies.
door's closed there, but
I didn't know you had that thing, man. That's a pretty cool
I
thing.
just bought it.
I want to
When I-
tell EG 18 karat gold's in the chat saying he has to leave, and I wanted to just say a quick see you later, buddy, and growers love. But I'm sorry.
Right, VG.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I just got this. Well, when I saw the PM there, my last buy, I lost 4 plants at PM there. So it's like, I'm not, fucking around.
Well, you won't have any problem with it after that. I can
No.
guarantee it.
I've been doing the outside of the tents, and this is my first run inside a tent because I just
If
harvested
I
it.
find mold, then I do both my lung room and my tents.
I want to get an inline for my air input.
Yes, they sell those for like
All
when
the
I got my
tents.
furnace, when they came to service my furnace when we bought this house, the guy offered me these different options. One of them was a UV light installed in the ductwork that all the air would
Nice.
pass through this light and it would kill any microbes. And he even said the big thing that's going around, everyone's getting. He said that it kills that as well. So
Yeah,
um,
it's killing. Yeah.
you
The
know what I mean?
vid, the vid.
Yeah,
TV, man.
if it's alive, it'll kill it. Doesn't matter what it is. You know, bug,
Exactly.
pollen, viruses, pathogens, anything, it'll kill it.
Apparently, it's harsh on certain materials.
Yeah. But I like
Well,
the
like
fact
the sun is, right?
I like that one shuts off, man. I think that's a really neat little setup, crack babies. And
I was afraid I wouldn't see it, but you can see it. There's a blue glow. It's like turquoise.
What,
Yeah, man.
There's a red
wavelength
X when I had my camera on it. During
what
it, like it was
wavelength
during
is that, Crack?
lights on, and I couldn't see it, but now it's black in there, and there's actually night vision on that camera. Oh, actually, let me see if that night vision, I can turn it off.
Yeah, that turquoise is just so beautiful. Like you're at a little pond or a fountain, a pool. It just gives me that. I like that color.
Kind of
Yeah, it's pretty
sci-fi.
cool.
Yeah,
But,
Right.
I was going to mention, crack babies, that powdery mildew.
Yeah.
It's different than like botrytis in the fact that it's an obligate biotroph, which is fancy words for the fact that it grows on living things.
Yeah.
So
It's
once you
just
kind of
dormant. It's
Yeah.
everywhere. It's everywhere. Like botrytis, it's basically spores in the air, and they don't
and there's
die.
specific strains for different
Yeah.
plants.
Yeah.
So a powdery mildew that's outside on your zucchini might not be bad for you, but will get on your plants. So I thought
That's why I'm doing the
just
lung
mention
room
that for
too,
people that like
Because-
the
because it came out of nowhere. You know what I mean? And it was this summer. I was growing my monster there that I wasn't planning on having in August. And so at end of August when I harvested and I hung it, I saw some PM on the leaves at the very end there.
I think one thing Ross and Nate's mentioned is and I seen this with our friend Max Overdrive. He grows them big ass plants outside. We all know very well.
Yeah.
And right at the base of those plants, he had something else. I can't remember if it was a squash or
Yeah, I
something.
saw that. It was full of PM, but it did not touch his plant.
It never got on his plant. And when we
Yeah.
talked about it, somebody brought up exactly what Ross and Nate said.
Some
Certain
strains,
so like certain plants, and they don't really thrive on different plants. And so that's pretty,
It's the
I like-
first time I get PM. And it was at the end of August, and that was, really damp kind of time around here where everything's, there was a lot of rain and it was very hot and humid. So, and I was drawing air in because I had to,
Oh yeah, this is
Kinda,
it's a
you
good
know.
this is a good marker for people to I mean, when you get down to the nuts and bolts of it, the better you can control your environment all the time, the less chance you'll have of getting powdery mildew. I mean, that's not a guarantee, but that's the best defense is to keep a perfect environment that it's not conducive. And we were talking
Exactly.
about that earlier.
I
you
Yeah, the
defold and
disease
everything.
triangle.
When Doc said that, I'm like, shit,
Yep.
If I'm given, it's there because of the conditions. So I didn't change the conditions. And I'm
Yeah,
expecting it to be gone, right?
If
It's
a
like
plant
change
gets
the
stressed
conditions.
out,
I
bring it
removed
back
a
and make
lot
it
of leaves.
susceptible.
Like I swazzed it. There was no fans left. It was just the sugars.
That's the
There's nothing
definition of
left to grow.
insanity, not changing something and expecting different results,
Exactly. Well, I was changing stuff, just not the right stuff. The stuff
Right.
that mattered, right?
Well, it's a good learning experience, and I'm glad you're on here sharing it with everybody, and we get to kind of learn.
Well, this is
from
my battle, man. It's not over yet. You know what I mean? I
Right.
saw some on the plants in the 5x5 a week ago. When I first put them in, there was one leaf at the bottom on WG there, Matt there, the clone. It's like, you fucking bitch. Took it off, sprayed the plants preventatively, This tent is clean. I ISO'd it by hand. That's before the lamp there. But then I saw that. So it's like, shit, man, it's still getting in. So that's when I bought the UVC lamp.
Yeah, that's it brings up an interesting point about having micro infections. So that PM could be in the air and land on your leaf, and it might not ever propagate and turn into a bigger issue until the conditions arrive that it can thrive in. And I'm wondering, is there some sort of preventative foliar spray that maybe we can spray on our plants before they go into flower that kind of takes care of some of those micro infections?
That's what I'm
Maybe
doing
for
right now.
botrytis?
I was suggested by, I think it was Rusty, to use potassium bicarbonate with a bit of soap
Yeah,
and water. I
yeah.
think it was,
That's the
I
easiest
can't
method.
remember the grams there, but like a teaspoon per gallon or something like that, or a tablespoon per gallon, and like a teaspoon of Dawn soap or whatever, yucca if you have it. Yeah.
Yep.
I think one of the things I've heard about I've heard people say many times is a couple points is it's kind of about changing the leaf surface pH so that it
Yeah.
doesn't have, you're taking
Right.
away one of those
This is the
things.
high pH one, and there's an
Yeah.
acid one too. There's a sulfur product there because Max gave me a list of all the products in Canada I can use for that. And
Yeah.
there was a sulfur one there, like there was a potassium bicarbonate one. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm already doing that. So let me look at, and I heard something about sulfur, how it's actually good for the plant. So
I
I was
also
looking at
think
the
that-
sulfur option.
I think some people use lactobacillus, like
Yeah,
that's
the
like-
milk one. Yeah,
Yeah, it's like the milk one, and that'll help change the pH. But I think Ross and Nate brought up a good point is how long do you want to be able to spray this? If you're in flower, they recommend you spray nothing, and at that point, I guess it's a battle at that point to try and figure out what to do, strip your plant down like Crack Baby said. And I think sometimes
there's no
it depends
surface
on-
for it to grow, right? Like, what do you?
Yeah, I mean,
That was the new angle I was thinking of when Doc
yeah,
said
yeah,
that.
it gives you less leaves to have to keep treated too.
Don't give them a place to live. Take away the house,
Yeah, it's easier for you to go and treat 50 leaves than it is 5,000 leaves, and you can keep a better watch on them and treat them better. And as far as treat them, I mean, with like whatever you're using, lactobacillus or whatever. But sorry,
The other thing is I had a fan on it, but you know how my top fan, like it's actually blowing across the top of the canopy, not actually touching the plants. So I kind of aimed it down into the plants more. And my fans on the floor, they were not really aiming at the bottom. So I really went, especially when the other one died there, I had two fans basically shooting at it directly from underneath, not oscillating, like just on all the time there. So there was no spot on the plant that wasn't being blown at, I think that helped a lot too.
What was your humidity at?
40.
Wow. And you still grew?
It still got it. Like 40, it's 30 here. So I try to keep it about 50, 55 in the 5x5 and 70 in the 4x2. So the resulting RH from all that is about 40, 50 in the long room. So if I don't add RH into the 5x2.5, the one with the light there, then it gets pretty dry with the light there. It gets to 40.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at that point, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to leave it there. Not less than 40. That's the limit. If it goes under that, I add RH there. It's set to 40. So if it goes under 40, it'll mist it up there a bit.
Hey
It gets
guys,
too hot.
I got to step away from the phone for about 5 minutes, so I was hoping maybe you guys could keep it going for us. So
Yeah, me and Buffalo discuss.
thanks, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
A bit. Yeah, man. So yeah, that was
That's odd. I've never, in those conditions, I've never actually seen it form.
no, that's why I'm like, what the hell's going on there? Like, it's not.
Well, it might be
shouldn't.
the microclimate. Like, just,
Exactly. So something was going on in the plant itself. That's when I thought about the leaves, because I'm big on leaving the leaves there, maybe too much, so that's where it got a little there was a lot of leaf on leaf in the middle there, and that's where all the PM is on any leaf that wasn't directly exposed to wind, so I just changed all that.
You were getting those wet pockets from leaves laying on top of each other. I got you.
Yeah, there wasn't wind on the actual canopy. It was just above it and from the bottom. So in the middle there was nothing. It was just stagnant air. It's like, that wasn't good.
That's
So-
when we run the tower fans because it'll blow across the whole plant.
Yeah. I didn't want to dry them, because I did the claw thing too there. Because if you blow right on them, like it's good if it's oscillating. It's not so bad. I guess I should have. And
Yeah,
that's what I did after, and it was all right. So
Yeah, I still have to be careful with the tower fans. If they're a little bit too close, I'll get
Yeah.
wind on them pretty bad.
exactly. You see it there. They start to curl up and stuff. It's like, oh. So I try to, keep it a comfortable medium.
So I would think that, thinking of the microclimates in your situation, you've got the DWC. Did you have that ring that covers the water and like any humidity that maybe escapes through that lid?
Well,
Because,
it
like,
has
maybe
to, right? Because I'm blowing air into it. So
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say the force of the air is
yeah,
kind
the air.
of displacing that
and
moisture
it's actually, you know what? That's right, because it's blowing it right up the trunk.
right up the
It's the only
trunk. So
place it
maybe
can.
you can put an exhaust that kind of has an angled valve and kind of,
Yeah,
let some of that
shit.
pressure.
Yeah. A tube drilled into
Yeah.
the side of it, right by the rim
Yeah,
of
just
the edge,
put
but
that,
just angled up towards the top of the tent, so that the hot air, because it's hot air that comes out of there. You know what I mean? Because it's
yeah.
cooling
So
off
maybe
the
that
water. Right?
pressure. Yeah. Yeah.
That way the air can escape, but not through the middle. And any water condensation that's going to come out of that tube is going to drip right back in from gravity.
Were you having any
Good
kind of
stuff.
issues, water
good idea,
temperature
right?
issues at that same time
What's that?
too? Like your water temperature getting too high?
Yeah, like I pulled the pumps out of my tents finally. Like I'm on my 14th grow and I just did it now. I should have done this grow 2, but anyway, so now I got the air pumps outside the tent and I have my main one for the 5x5 right by the window. It's hanging in the air and I got the air inlet that's got a pipe that's going right to the window itself. So it's drawing in like 50 F air. So
All right.
that's keeping the water way cooler than it used to be. It was drawn in the tent air, which was 28.
You extend your tubing as well to give that air.
Just
Yeah.
about to ask that. Yeah.
Yeah, between the pump and the manifold, it's like 15 feet. Right. I go all the way from the back of the tent around the edge. So I guess half the tent, you know what I mean? I go around half the tent with the tube. It gets to the pump. The pump has another. So I can feel the tube. I feel the tube and it's still warm, because the pump gets hot, but it gets less hot because now it's close to the window. It's in 60-degree weather instead of 80-degree weather. So it's way cooler, but it's still hot. So the air coming out is still hot. But by the time I can feel the tube, right? The tube is warm as you come out of the pump, but as you get to the tent, it's cold. The manifold cold. So it's like
So you're drawing air in from outside that goes into the air pump?
Just to the window. I have a window that I use as my input for cool air. It's my AC. It's Canada. 1 million BTUs and it's free, right? So I just crack the window open to a certain point and there's a temperature gauge on my fan. So I know exactly what the temp is. Actually, I even got that on, I can show you right now.
So if you want to get extra IPM, you want to take that next step out, maybe on days where the conditions for sporulation for powdery mildew, maybe if you shut the window on those.
That's the thing. So
and you maybe have like,
I think that's what happened is because I was trying to grow that plant, it's 40 C outside. It's super humid. And then inside it's like I'm struggling to keep the place cool. The AC's in the kitchen, so I have to chill the whole apartment to get the long room cold. To the point where when I was drying, I actually drew like pipes across my living room ceiling to get the air directly to the tent. Even that, I couldn't do it. It was 73, So I kind of ruined that dry there because it was too hot. I lost a bit of terps.
You need one of those little roll around portable AC units.
It is a roll around. It's just so tight in here, I can't roll it.
Oh,
And it's so heavy, I can't lift it. It's like, fuck, I'm screwed. So yeah, but I'm gonna get it to the living room for next. Well, the plan is to not grow in the summer. That's what I was supposed to do. But then I'm like, I'll just do an auto for SAFC there. Spring Auto Flower Challenge. It'll be done by July.
Yeah, yeah. I've been in that
August
road.
26th, I harvested it. August 26th.
That's why I'm switching over to the high frequency fertigation, is so I can just set up reservoirs and I'm not having to spend so much time out here during the summer, and I can get out and do something.
Yeah, it was supposed to be my break there, but I got a really long auto. A monster
haven't
that
had
I
a
wasn't
vacation in
expecting
years.
to get. It was cool though. Because I had no idea. It was an XL. I should have known. XL. I figured
Yeah.
extra large, right? It'll be bigger.
That's too long.
But if it gets bigger, it has to be longer. So they both go hand in hand, right? If it goes
Yeah.
longer, it's gonna be bigger. So anyway, it was all
Is it
right.
Hey, are you growing photos right now?
Yeah, well, I just harvested that. That was
See.
an auto there, but the rest is photos. So I got photo femmes right now. I got a Hindu Kush, Hindu root beer from Pure Breeding, and I got Master Kush from QCS. Those are both femmes, and I cloned them. So the clones are the NYGC there. And I also have an OCG Watermelon Gelato X Mag V2 clone. It's my third clone from it, from a seed I started last summer. And,
Nice.
that one's
Oh, those all sound great.
yeah, man. So, and that one hermed, so it hermed, and I had a clone of it, because I dropped 2 Mag V2s and 2 Watermelon Gelato Mag V2s. They're regulars, so the 2 Max were ended up male. And the Watermelon Gelato, I got 1 male. So there was only 1 femme left, and it hermed. So it's like shit. So I chopped it, but I had clones of all of them. So when it was time to get rid of the clones, I kept the female one. You know what I mean? Even though it had hermed, it hermed after I cloned it. You know what I mean? So I figured, you know what? I'll try again. Maybe I screwed up. Maybe I did something and made it herm. So I got that one going. It was going great. And then I got that PM, right? So it's like, shit, man. So I lost 2
Maybe
Northern
this is
Light
mine.
clones and that one, so 3 clones gone.
Someone's telling you not to
But
grow that.
I had cloned that one too. So the clone, you know what I mean? Like I took prunings and I'm like, I'm gonna clone it again, right? Keep it going. And but then I got PM, so I killed it, but I still had the other 3rd clone. And this is the one I have right now. That's the one that's in the room with the Hindu and the master.
Well, I'm hoping that that these green cracks that I got turn out pretty good, so I can pull clones off of those and keep them going.
You should. I mean, just watch for herms. I had 1 herm out of all 16. I only got 1 herm.
Was it a environment issue, or just it did it on its own?
I don't know. It's my first grow with them, so I didn't even know. I thought maybe they were auto flowers at first, and I'm like, because they were all femme and they were growing really fast. I'm like, but I never, it was my 4th grow, so
Yeah.
I didn't really know nothing,
Mm.
So, but compared to everything else I'd grown, it was much faster. So it's like, okay, good, I thought maybe they were autos, but then they didn't. Well, I always flip quicker than they show sex. So then I heard, yeah, if you go long enough, they'll show sex on their own. It's like, oh, really? I never saw that.
Wow.
Must be maturity.
It's like
So you
6
flip
or
before
8
you even
weeks.
see sex. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, me, it's 4 weeks.
Wow.
Because
That's
if I go any more
fast,
than that, they're going to be monsters. It's crazy. It's growing way too fast. I did 2 months there and I regretted it. I was like, oh shit, I was getting a pound of plant there, my first grow there. It's like, all right, pound of plant. I saw the videos. I can do that. Holy shit, man. I had 2 plants, and they were on their way there, I guess. But I don't know what the hell I was doing. I was taking top fans. I really retarded the growth, and I got the claw, got root rot. Oh my lord, so Yeah, I learned a lot that growing. Plus, I didn't know nothing, and it's a good thing I landed on dock when I did, because I was about to just hang up the DWC buckets there and call it a day. Go back to the dispensary.
Oh yeah,
Fuck
that was
shit,
one of my
man.
first attempts was DWC, and for some of the same reasons you mentioned, the root rot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's defeating.
It's you got to chill the water.
You try to save it, but
Right, that was the
Wow.
key. You got to chill the
Yeah.
water and you got to flush your reses every 5 to 7 days. It's like, oh man, that's a lot of
Yeah.
work and that's a lot of water. So no fuck, there's no way I'm doing that. So
And so I would have like the top of my, I don't know if you have the same issue, is whenever you clean out the reservoir, what do you do with the top of the plant? It's just sitting there.
I ran into
dangling.
many
Oh, no.
issues there. It's like, first of all, my plant is maxed, right? Like you're thinking, okay, you're in week 3, 4, there a flower there. The stretch is over. She's super tall into the lights. You did everything you could to not make her hit the lights. And now you got to lift it like what, 12? How long were my roots?
Oh,
You seen
yeah.
that picture of the arm
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
The arm sticking out of the bucket there. It looks like an arm.
Oh, I know what
Basically, it
you're
was
talking
folded
about.
in 3. Well, how the hell am I supposed to pull that out of the bucket when I got 6 inches from, I'm 6 inches from the light? I gotta put the plant sideways. I mean, it's just it was impossible. How the fuck did they do this? So I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, so I guess I gotta put a pump in there and then pump it out, but then I can't clean the bucket, right? I guess I
Exactly.
could pull it
Yeah.
out, but make a mess there because the roots are dripping. You know what I mean? So I could pull out the bucket somewhat there and try to get it out once it's empty, but make a mess every time. And it's like, no. There's got to be another way.
Hey, Craig,
So,
this is starting to push me away from DWC now.
well, that's because I was doing it conventional. The DWC way that I found on the internet, this guy, he's like showing me his plants. It was cool, the video, because he's just some guy. And it's cool, but it's funny because his series ends right about the time where his flowers start to flower there and it start to stretch. Then all of a sudden it just cuts off. There's nothing. Then all of a sudden he's in this much bigger bucket and he's doing this monster 3-pound plant. And it's like, okay, so what happened there? I think he got root rot stuff, all the stuff that I went through that I'm like, I didn't know about. So anyways, but his video was cool because I was trying to pick how am I going to grow my wheat? Am I going to do it soil, cocoa, so it was definitely going to be hydro. I just didn't know which one. And I was looking at Arrow. Arrow was the choice. It's like, that's the best one. That's the one that's going to be the most performant one. But then, so I got on Reddit research and stuff. And it's like, well, the mister's clog with the newts, you got to clean everything like you do your bucket. So it's like, oh shit, how am I going to clean all that stuff? It's like, no, man, that's way too much work. So I figured, okay, DWC, I got to clean the bucket. Not so bad. The airstone, no biggie. That's about it. There's nothing else. Then it's just water and clean the buckets and change your water. So it's like, okay, that's the simplest one. Let's do that. But the water's got to be cool. The bucket's got to be cleaned. And all this is because of rot. The water is going to, even if it's cold, it's going to eventually, bacteria is going to get in there. It's going to start forming and it's going to attack your plant and it's going to rot.
And here's the unfortunate part about that is the temperature. The root zone temperature you want to be somewhat warm to increase the respiration rate. If you're constantly
so you're actually probably retarding growth of it.
Aeroponics
by keeping it cool.
Yeah.
I
talked to an aeroponic facility where their water chiller broke, and they had one bay where the plants were growing so much more vigorously, and they found out, wow, this water chiller broke, and turn them off. But then they started running into the issues that come with,
That's why I'm doing so good.
So
because I'm not chilling. My water is 74, man, 74 to 76. That's hot. Like I open the cover and I feel the heat coming off it. It's like, wow, that's fine. Whoa. And that's when I have my pumps in the tent there. Like I'd take my cover off the totes there and it's like, holy shit, heat wave. I'd leave it off and let the fan kind of air it out there. It's like, man, that can't be good, but it kind of is. It's like Earth in the summer, it's warm. But right. So so I'm like, man, because I had the advanced nutrients with the full, grandmaster level stuff there. I had the 10 bottles and everything. And so I thought, okay, Sansi Zyme and all these other Zymes there. And they did nothing, man. I was getting root rot. And so some guy on Reddit, because I was like, man, I'm getting root rot there. What's going on, man? These, it's not working. It's expensive. He's like, man, just get Ponzyme. It's not made for cannabis. It's made for ponds. It's beneficial bacteria and it works perfect. So I'm like, okay. I looked it up. Couldn't get it in Canada. Banned. Health Canada. You bastard. Dr. Zymes was another one I heard for spider mites. It's like, okay, Dr. Zymes, look it up. Banned. So what am I going to do? So I got on Amazon and I just searched beneficial bacteria. And the first one I saw was Aquascape. And I started reading the reviews, and some of them were DWC guys. They're like, yeah, man, I'm using this there and it's perfect. My roots are white. There's no rot. My temperatures are high. Use it. Get this. It's like, okay, done. Got it. And sure enough, man, the rest is history. I took a chance. Like, I had no idea, but I was referred to a product like that. And he told me, he says, don't get something cannabis because it's going to be 10 times the price. For no reason, right? Just because it's for cannabis, they hike the price there. So this is pond stuff. It's made for fish and
Aquascape for the win, man. I bought some
yeah.
Aquascape based on watching you use it. I bought some because I think I want to use
solve
that
the
too.
problem.
Yeah, my application is going to be having a reservoir set up for my my auto fert, and then I want to put a small little water mover or whatever.
Yeah, little wave maker or something.
Yeah, and then just put some of that Ponzymes in there, and then that way I'm hoping that I'll be able to add to the res more often versus stopping it, cleaning it all out.
Exactly. Well, so let me get back to, because you know what I mean? That was DWC. You had to chill the water, you had to clean the buckets every week. So all this stuff was because of the rot. And now these bennies, they eat it literally like it's food for them. They clean their tote. It's like, oh shit, okay. My buckets were clean. The water was like crystal clear. I could literally felt like I could just dip my glass into it and drink it. It's like, wow, this is incredible. So my roots were white. Everything was clean and it smelled good. You know what I mean? Like it smelled fresh. It's like when I chopped the Amy Aces there and I brought the roots into the bathroom and I'm, chopping everything up and getting it out of the net pot. I could smell it. It's like, man, it smelled like lettuce. It's like, holy shit, man. It felt like I could just eat it. It was cool. Really nice. So yeah, so no rot, high temps, good for growth. Apparently, I just learned that today. And no cleaning. My stones are clean. My buckets are clean. Like I said, last tote grow I did there, I emptied the tote once, the whole grow, only once. And I only did that because the NAR was getting really bad out of whack there. My plant was freaking. Everything I did, the pH was always dropping. It's like, okay, I give up there. Stop chasing the pH. Just flush it. So I flushed it. I didn't clean it. I just flushed it. New newts, that's it. That was the only time I did a full res flush, and that's a big tote there, 107. So it's almost 18 gallons. That's a lot of water. So 4 or 5
I think
gallon
maybe another thing that's good. Well, I don't know. I think maybe like by the good bacteria, like you said, it eats the shitty bacteria. So I think that helps keep the bacteria around longer too. So
well, that's the other thing, right?
Yeah.
There's other bacteria that are like, I heard all sorts of stuff about the roots there and how they have bacteria around them to help. They create like a biofilm. So when you empty the res, that's the other thing about the cleaning is when you empty the res, you're destroying that biofilm. There's a relationship between the water and the roots. Yeah, and man. So when you flush that biofilm and it has to start over. And so the newts aren't getting in right. And so the bennies, they actually interact with that. They reinforce that. They make it better. They help the roots. So yeah, man, it was a big plus on many check marks, I guess, on the list.
Maybe Rocinate can help back me up here or correct me on the nomenclature. But I know in like soil, they call that area right outside where the soil meets the root. That's the rhizosphere. And I think, I don't know, I guess my question is if you're growing in DWC, you still have a rhizosphere. It's just a break between the water and the roots, kind of like cracked babies is mentioned. And would that still, you always have a rhizosphere no matter what your substrate, is that right?
I think so.
Yeah, and I wouldn't speak whenever I don't know So I'm not going to go any further to more than to assume the same.
Yeah.
And I had the same question I was going to ask before this was brought up is, do you use mycorrhiza, and do DWC growers use something like that? Because I would
No.
imagine it would get washed away.
No, the mycorrhiza is basically a network between the roots and everything else in the soil.
Yeah.
So there's nothing in I don't have soil. There's nothing to interface with. So I think that the bennies are the mycos in that sense. They are the link between the nutrients and the water and the roots. You know what I mean?
I don't
That
personally use,
biofilm.
I don't personally use mycorrhiza or any kind of beneficial additives like that, just because I run H2O2. I like the sterile fact. I like sterility. Honestly, it works good for us. We get good terps with it. We get good growth. It keeps everything clean and pest free. So for right now, we run a sterile environment. So I don't add that. But I do want to add here that our good friend of the show and CFC and everybody knows Rusty is actually growing right now, or he's in a grow right now where he's doing a comparison. He uses Jack's 321 salt fertilizers, and he adds in CalMag, I believe. I'm not sure how, but he does that in CalMag. And anyhow, he put mycorrhiza in 3 different pots, and he put 3 pots without mycorrhiza, and there was a big difference in favor of the mycorrhiza. So yeah, I don't
Definitely
use it.
beneficial.
I don't use it in my cocoa, but I think that it could be beneficial for a lot of people. I want to say in my head, and I like what Ross and Nate said. I try not to speak on shit I don't know, but I look at it as just friends here hanging out. So, and in my mind, I look at it as it's more beneficial when they're young like that. Maybe that's just common knowledge, but the younger they are, I think if you can add some mycorrhiza, and it really helps build that roots and get some plants going. And I think maybe, later on it's already established, so you don't really have to add it afterwards unless you're killing it off. But yeah, early on like that, it seems to really help, man. And like Crack Baby said, what me and Rusty was going over this the other day. I don't know if you guys heard that, but it was like exactly like you said, the mycorrhiza locks into the roots, and then it kind of comes out into the substrate and creates like a pathway for things to flow, like the nutrients and shit. And it makes it a more healthy, it connects, what did they say? It connects the roots to the
It's the middleman. It's the
Yeah.
middleman. You know what I mean? It's the
connect the
network
roots
for
to the
the
soil
roots to
matrix.
connect. Yeah.
And that's awesome shit, man. But I personally don't use it, and I would though.
I think the bennies that I use are that middleman.
Yes,
They
I think it helps.
facilitate the transfer of nutrients from the water to the roots, and the bonds that are, that biofilm I heard about there.
Or like you mentioned, Crack Babies, maybe it kind of keeps that rhizosphere so damn perfectly healthy by having those microbes that they easily interchange with the water better. You know what I mean? And it helps in that way or something. But I see exactly where you're going with that, and it's cool to watch how this works out, how it's working out for you, how you explain your progression from not using it before and watching different things. Like I noticed the tip the other day that you handed out was to. And it was simple but so important, which was to have your bubblers higher, lower than the pump, so it doesn't siphon it all back out in case your power goes off.
Oh shit, man! I went through that just yesterday.
Yeah, and I was thinking, man,
or
what
day
a good
before.
tip, dude.
Well, because you know what I mean. I had them on the floor. They're on a UPS, so that's okay because it's always going to run. It's not going to stop and then flood. But those UPSs have a life, right? It's 420 minutes. After that, then I'll flood the whole place. And it happened fast too, because day before yesterday when my plant died there and I had to pull it out, I forgot that my pumps were, I mixed them. So if one pump fails, the other pump will still be pumping bubbles in both 5-gallon pails. I split it, you know what I mean? So I have 2 4-outlet pumps, and I was gonna run like a pump for each bucket. But then I thought, what if one pump fails? Then I'll have no air in one. So it's like, why don't I split them? I'll put 2 in one and 2 in the other from each pump. Right? So but I forgot I did that. So I unplug my air lines from the pump. I drop them on the ground. I pull out my my stones from the bucket before it drips, you know what I mean? But I forgot that those two, so as I'm pulling the stones out and I'm putting them in the bucket, two of the lines are not coming. It's like, hey, how come? Oh, it's still attached to the pump. Oh shit, there's two that are not, you know, that are not on the same pump. So it's like, oh no. So when I pulled them out, I look on the floor, it was already dripping. The water was flowing out there. It's like, oh no, pull the stones out, put them in the bucket, get a towel, you know, get that overflow. But it was happening like within seconds there. The stone had already siphoned the air. The water was coming out the bucket quick there. Well, as quick as it could through that little tube. Yeah. But it's like,
Yeah,
oh, man. So that would have happened for sure. It would have flooded the whole place. I would have emptied both 5-gallon pails into the tent. It's like, oh man.
I'm glad that you brought that up the other day, man. And it's been on my mind since you gave that tip out. And I was thinking, this is something I want to bring up in future shows and future places where I'm at.
So
though it
imagine
seems so
they're
simple,
powered,
you know?
right? Imagine it floods the tent, then the power turns on. The pumps are on the ground.
Oh,
Electrical fire, burn the whole place down. So no, you know, you gotta be smart about that. And it's Doc that told me that. I knew about it, but it didn't click. I thought my UPSs all be fine. But what if the pump fails? That's not a UPS thing. That's a pump thing, and it can happen. The pump can just die. It decides, I'm done. Roar. And then the water starts flooding in, and the UPS is fine, power's on, you know. But you get to the tent and it's totally flooded there. It's like, oh no, you know. You gotta think about that stuff. So now everything's
that's
above
one
ground
thing
or above water line.
about hydro that scares me too is just having something go wrong. You know,
Yeah.
especially if I'm gone and to come back and I've got a building of nothing but ashes.
Yeah, all those chillers, all that, you know, RDWC, that's all potential leaks. And I'm like, no, I want a bucket that there's no way in hell it's gonna leak unless someone goes in there with a saw and cuts it in half. You know what I mean? There's no way it's not coming out. So that's what I wanted for sure. You know, I don't want maybe. I want for sure. And that's the pump thing. That wasn't for sure. That was a big mistake there that I thought I was for sure, but pumps fail. You know, so better safe than sorry. Keep them above water line. Whatever happens, it's not going to drip out. You don't want to find
Yeah,
it the
man.
hard way.
Same way with your halos. If you're in a situation like some of us who use like we're setting up right now, we're setting up our things, and that was one of the tips we got, was to make sure that your halos are higher than the level of your reservoir in case something happens. Or, you know, when they shut off, they won't continue to just keep siphoning all your water through and flood your place out. So just small tips. Now, I know there's a way you can put an anti-siphon hole and all that shit, but I think
that's
just
what I was
knowing
thinking.
that little bit of hydrodynamics will save you a lot of damage to your home, a fire, all that shit. Very important.
Like a backflow preventer or whatever there, you know, like it just flows one way. It can't flow the other way.
Yeah.
That's what you need. That way, whatever's in there stays there. It's not going nowhere.
Hey, I never did get to find out what Rock had growing there. You showed us some plants that were like pretty big there. There was 2 of them. Did you ever mention what those were that were growing?
Oh, the cannabis plants?
Yes.
Those are all just clones of the Mac. So yeah, nothing special. Just more of that same.
Shit, hold on.
Nothing
But
special. Just one of the most sought after strains around. Nothing big.
No, well, for me, it's all personal use. So
Yeah.
that last plant was about 1 pound and 12 ounces. And there's no way after I smoke all that I'm going to want to smoke twice that of the same exact strain. So I'm going to have to make hash out of it or do something fun.
That's a good problem to have, man. All that Mac buds, you know. That's a hell of a big plant you grew. I didn't know the weight of it, but damn, that's
Yeah,
impressive.
ended up being.
It's very impressive.
I can see it looking at the pictures. It definitely showed that's that kind of weight.
Sorry guys,
Well,
if there
I'm
was an
pretty
echo there.
particular.
I think my my audio is switching my mic from stereo to desktop audio there. So you're basically hearing yourself, and then all of a sudden it goes back to me. It's like, what's going on? So I disabled it. Sorry.
No, it's all good.
What kind of air stones do you use in your buckets, Crack?
I got the round pucks now there because I'm using that big pump. It's a 1750 gallon per hour pump. It's the biggest one I could find. They're 12 outlet, but I'm only using 7 outlets right now. So each bucket's got, well, the big one, that one. Okay, can't see my mouse. Oh, no. Here. Yeah, so this one here has got 3 stones, 3 pucks, and these two are got 2 pucks each. And they're in their 5 gallon pails now, so it's taller. That's why you can see them.
What size pucks are they?
5 inch.
Are those the ones with the suction cups on the bottom?
Yeah, I took them out. I hate
Do
those
they
cups.
stay down on their own?
Yeah, if you put it flat down, the pressure of the air coming out pushes it against the floor, so it stays kind of there. Sometimes, it depends. In my tote, I had like 12 stones, so when I was stirring, sometimes I'd shuffle the stones around a bit, and then the pucks would like flip over, and I could hear it at night. There, I'm sleeping, I can hear it. It's bouncing off the ground there. It's like, I don't want to get in there and start flipping stones. So, but in the 5 gallon pail, it can't really flip. You know, it's pushing itself against the floor there with the air coming out of it, so it stays put.
I'm getting ready to get a bigger pump, and I was kind of contemplating on the shape and size of the stones that I put in there.
It's about the flow. There's a flow per minute, right? So the cylinders, the 4x2 cylinders, I think it's 5 liter per minute or something, and the other ones are 15. It's 3 times more flow in those pucks than the cylinders. So if you have a 4 outlet little gray pump there, those aqua whatever there, those are not powerful enough to power 4 round pucks. You have to have the 4 cylinder ones.
Yeah.
Or else it's not gonna, or you can put 2 into 1 there, like take 2 tubes and wire them with a Y into 1 and then use that for the 5. That would work. So you can have 2 pucks with a 4 outlet pump. But
Does that put too much back pressure on the pump?
no, like I said, as long as the flow is good enough. Because if you were to, like, let's say I use my 1750 gallon 12 outlet, but I use the round cylinders with it, there's too much resistance in those cylinders. There's not enough flow. So the pump is now being back pressured. And that's hard on the pump, right? Probably makes it run hotter too. So you want to make sure that the flow of the puck is at least as much as what each line is getting, and then some.
I remember one tip that Crack Baby was just throwing out there was he took his pump and hung it from some bungee cords so to kill the vibration and shit.
Yeah. It's the only way, because I sleep in the room, man. You know, like when I bought a pump like that when I first started. As soon as I plugged it in, I'm like, fuck that. Are you nuts? It was like, holy shit. But, you know, open air, open tube, there was nothing there. It was just the pump, no tubes on it. So when I put a long tube on it, on the input and the output, that kills off the sound a lot. And when you connect the tubes to a stone and you put them underwater, that almost eliminates it. So then it's just the vibration of the damn thing, because it's not noisy, it's vibrating, and everything it touches is noisy. So how do you eliminate that? Well, you got to eliminate everything it touches. How can you do that? You have to hang it. That's how we do ceilings in a studio. It's literally everything's hanging on springs. There's no contact. You know what I mean? There's air gaps everywhere. There's no wall touching another wall on the outside. It's completely self-contained. So that was my thought, is like, I'm going to self-contain this pump. You know what I mean? At first in the tent, it was hanging off the center of the pole, you know, between the 5x5. So there was maximum like flex. So the vibration from the strap from the pump to the pole, there was still a lot of vibration, but it was being killed off by the length of the pole on each end. But now it's outside the tent and it's hanging off the frame of my ceiling, my suspended ceiling, and that's rigid and it's short. So I had to kill the vibration from the pump through the cord to the ceiling. I got a picture. I can show you what I did there. So I basically took a piece of styrofoam or whatever. And actually, let me pull it up here and see if I can show you.
You got to be like Marky Mark and kill the vibration.
Yeah. And so and what I did was somewhat working, but it's still the vibration was moving all up and down. That string is long, so it was vibrating like a bass string, like you could see it there, it's moving. So then I took one of those pucks there, those styrofoam pucks for the 3-inch net pots there for the clones, and I just put it around the cable and kind of paired the air tube with it. So just everything is kind of being vibrated into that near the pump, and then it doesn't go past it. So now I touch the top, there's no vibration at all. It's like there's nothing there. It's like right on.
You know what I think of, man? When you know, like a bow and arrow, you put those little things, I forget what they're called now. I haven't shot my bow, and I haven't had a bow in so long, but they're like silencers. They look like just little rubber strings that hang off at the top and the bottom, and they suck up all that vibration. Or another way you could look at it is if you've ever towed someone out of a mud hole when you were out mudding and you tied your shirt around the toe strap so it kills it and it doesn't come flying and hitting someone, it gets rid of that shaky vibration and shit. So yeah, I know exactly it sounds like an oboe, huh? Over there. It's like a big guitar string.
Oh, it's crazy, man. I'll show you the ceiling part there. Let's see if I could show that.
So I was wondering, what was the fix to the humidification was caused by the air stones causing the pressure inside the bucket? Because I'm wondering how much.
There's no problem with that. It's actually adding RH. So I always need to add moisture. I never need to remove it. So it's helping. It's always a help. Except for potentially that rot there, because it's just that rot, the PM, because I didn't aerate enough exactly where it was shooting. There we go. Can you see that? Yeah. So that's how it's hanging there. See how the ceiling?
Yeah.
I see. It's hanging off a rubber thing, and this is basically the bond. Oh, you can't see my mouse. But basically, between the two ties there, that foam, that yellow foam is basically that's the spring, right? Because I don't have a spring, so that's my spring.
That's your shop, man. I like it. That's very ingenious, very smart. I'm gonna remember that.
And see how this string here, this is the return string. So I tied it to the top here to keep it lined up, and then I kind of paired it up with this here. So I got the air tube, I got that line, and I got the other line all kind of tied together at the top there. And that's keeping the vibration from going past that point. Everything's vibrating under it, but everything above it is completely still.
It's nice to have that on the video there so people can get a visual of exactly what you're talking about, because I see it. And
there's my air feed there. It's right. Oh,
yeah, that's nice.
Can't see it.
Hey, shout out to Real Red Hairs in the chat. He's a good friend of ours. I see him everywhere. He's a great grow me. Very, very cool dude. And he's been hanging out for a while now. And so shout out to Real Red Hairs. Thanks for stopping by, buddy.
Yeah. Our Amy Ace's buddy there.
That's our Amy Ace's buddy. Yeah, he won. All three of us won. Yeah, that's right. I totally forgot. I'm glad you mentioned that,
man. Yeah, man. We were the first 3 to comment that night. It's like a race, man. It's an untold race. I'm always trying to get there first. If some reason, you must be closer, man, Smart, because you're always the first. Always. I must be the hammer privileges there.
Not
fair. You mean the wrench privilege? No, no, I don't have any access to that Zoom channel or anything, man. Like I have no access to be a panel member or nothing like that.
No, it's YouTube. It's YouTube.
Okay, well, I was going to say they go through Zoom as well because
I know, but I mean, it's your hammer comes from YouTube.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I don't want anyone to think that I have like the code to get right on that show or anything. I strictly got that just because one day somebody was in chat asking about something on Cocoa for Cannabis, and I just mentioned to him, I said I'll type out the link, but it won't turn blue because I don't have that hammer or I don't have that wrench. And then Jack was said over the airway. He's like, try it now. Try putting your link on now. And so when I did, I had the blues wrench, and I was like, sweet, man. So that's how I got it, man. Just out of the
Yeah,
blue
that's
like
cool.
that. And but I just wanted, like, because I know Rowdy always tries to beat me there, and I think I want him to know that, like, I don't have the access that those guys do. It's simply the chat, you know.
Yeah, what's going on there? My mic keeps
Or
switching.
some of those people have like you'll get those people that come on and post like hot webcam girls and stuff like that with links and stuff, or you'll get them Russian hacker people posting bullshit. So it's nice for a couple of people to be in chat with the wrench so they can delete them people and block them, you know.
Yeah. Let me see that if that works. My mic keeps switching, man. I don't know why it's doing that.
We can hear you fine, man.
I can hear you.
Like I can hear the glitch, and then it shows me your microphone has been switched to. It used to switch it to my desktop there because I had a second option, but I disabled it. So now there is no other option, but it's still flicking around. And I don't know, did that the other night there when we had the broadcast. Kept switching to my pink microphone input there. It's like there's nothing there, man. I'll switch
Yeah, that was a lot of fun, man. I wanted to say thanks
man.
again to everybody for coming,
Yes.
and you guys helping
Thank you.
out, making all this shit possible. And we had a blast. It seemed like a lot of fun. I got like 20 new followers, which, you know, that's not the entire extent of this, but I guess it is, because how do you reach all these new people that you want to spread the word to if you don't have followers, right? Or
Oh, no, it's
subscribers,
great. Oh, it's
or
great.
whatever they call. So I think I'm at 299, man. Let me look here. I believe it's 299, which for
Cool.
me, I got 299. That's good for me, man. Cause just like a week ago, I was at like 230, or 2 weeks ago, maybe, or so. It seemed like I was at like 230 something. And so
Yeah.
it's been jumping. I think that's because you guys helping out, coming on this show and doing all this stuff with us. We
Most definitely.
appreciate it. We're having a blast, man. It seems to be fun. And
Look at my
what we
kitty.
got-
I gave him a
Yeah.
mohawk.
oh, you got Mohawk Kitty. Crispy, you got to come see this. Look, Mohawk Kitty.
He's such a
So
good cat,
cute.
man. I'm fucking with him, and he's just
Goodness.
sitting there loving it.
Dude, what?
Oh my
Mohawk Kitty,
I
man.
love it.
Oh, that's awesome. Hey, we
So
got to show Green 13 that cat, man. Green 13 rocks a nice tight.
Oh yeah,
Mohawk.
that's right. I saw his due there.
Hey, let's not forget Spartan Grown's Mohawk.
Oh.
I really like that.
Yeah,
haircut. It's
Spartans
good on
too.
him. It's pretty
Sure.
freaking awesome.
I want the Hawk Mo, and that's the backwards Mohawk where you leave everything and just cut a strip out down the middle. The Hawk Mo.
The hawk mode. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
good stuff.
We call it Mohawk.
The hawk mode.
Yeah, it's backwards, man. Instead of leaving a strip of hair, you take a strip of hair and leave everything else.
Yeah.
It's not as
End up
appealing.
looking like a skunk.
Finally
Yeah.
made my banana bread.
That's right.
Pepe Le Pew style or some shit. That's crazy. Green 13 I like him, man. He's a fairly new friend of mine, and he's hilarious, man. He has that accent from the UK, and he's just always a good time, good information and shit. He's on his Instagram page is gone now, so can't really get in touch with him there. But yeah, he had like 13,000 followers too, or something, man. 11.3 maybe it was, or something. And I think they took his page from him. So it seems like that place is doomed. Once you get going, you're bound to lose your shit, you know?
Yeah.
Sucks. Not to be negative, but yeah, I just wanted to say, like, if anyone's looking him up, man, you can't find him on Instagram. Green 13, good guy, knows a lot about growing. Very humble dude. He was, telling me all kinds of cool shit, and he was very receptive of information, and it felt cool that I was able to share some shit with someone at his caliber that he didn't know. And I was like, this is what it's all about. This is great, When
He's
it
a
comes to
great guy.
things.
Yeah, I really like him there from that gang.
Yeah, that's a cool group of people over there at the Weed Nerd World on Eagle Gardens channel, fucking talking shit with Eagle. It comes on at like some days it comes on like 2 a.m. Other days it comes on at like midnight. I know they try to do the best they can with keeping it consistent, but it's a very fun show, man, and a lot of good information.
Yeah, a lot of people are taking over there while he's going through his bad stuff there. So that's great, because it's not just once a week. There used to be on every day, I think.
Yeah,
So
it
it's
used
like,
to be.
I
I think
we're
it's
close to it.
it's guaranteed to be on Monday nights. I think Monday nights like the one night that it's really quote unquote supposed to be on. So they try to get it that even if Red Pill has to take over and host it, which is kind of what they've been trying to do, or get somebody else on the panel to try and take over. But
SoCal did it, and doing a West Coast takeover, they call it.
Yep. And
like
he
that.
has I guess Eagles said live on his show, so it's not like I'm putting his business out there or anything that he shared in private, that he's having some issues with some real estate disputes and where he's living and growing and some other things. So he's not sure if he's going to have to move real soon. And Eagle grows like 72 plants, 75. I can't remember what his count was, but he has like 70 some plants. He grows for patients and has to supply them with their medicine. And so he has that's a big weight on his shoulders, and then he has the show and all that shit. So I mentioned earlier, Crack, before I think you joined us, I gave Eagle a shout out because we mentioned about that show this morning. And it sucks that he has to go through that, but hopefully, he's the type of dude, he's going to make it happen, man, whether it's the hard way or the easy way or, the long road, he's going to make it happen. And we told him we'll try to support him in any way we can. And I know you're a big fan of his too. So
I like his style, man. I like the way, I like everything about it. We have a lot in common,
Yep. He's a relatable guy, man, for sure.
I think one of the best parts about these like YouTube things is how enthusiastic everyone is, because it's way easier for me to learn about something if I'm like curious about it, or that it's interesting. And whenever it's interesting with someone else, it comes across better, I think.
Yeah. And I'm more of a visual learner. I want to say shout out to Jamie Ream and the American one that are in the chat. They just said hello in the chat. And I'm more of a visual learner. So like if someone like me and Puffy were talking about, all of us were talking about, if we wanted to say do some clones or something, and we can have someone jump on here and physically show us in real time what they're doing, why they're doing it. And, you can ask questions. I learn much better like that than I do just reading it off of a text screen or a textbook, or even just like trying to Instagram message each other and send pictures. This is a lot more my style, to be able to learn quick, get good explanations and solid answers that I feel comfortable repeating to somebody, if they should ask me.
Yeah.
So I agree, man. This is good shit.
Nice.
Do you care if I show you what I've been working with clones real quick?
No, let's do it, man. I'll let me spotlight your video. We can go around and do Puffy D next. He can spotlight his. We might go a little past 2:00, but I'm all right with that if you guys are. I'm about to roll up a joint, and we'll just cancel it when we get tired of being here.
Sure.
So let me go ahead and spotlight your screen here, Rock, and then we can go around and we'll do Puffy next if that's all right. Spotlight video.
Thanks.
What do you got, man?
So I've got this light, and I've got this paper towel over it to kind of reduce the intensity, because I've got other plants in there.
Okay.
And I've been messing around with some perlite and vermiculite. I've got the heating pad underneath.
Yes.
But
Right.
got some clones
Cool,
in a bunch of different situations. I'm trying out to see which one's gonna root faster. I've got this one, and it's just stuck straight into this perlite and vermiculite, and I'm just trying to see what I can kind of put in there and then leave for the entire duration, so it holds the humidity better. So that's just what I've got going on. Trying
Cool,
a few different
man.
things.
What are those all Mac clones?
Yeah, and these are actually all just for experiment. I'm gonna throw these away afterwards.
That's cool.
Just
man.
for fun.
Yeah. Well, we're here every week, man. You stop by, we'll keep a good eye on how the progression goes if you get time to swing by, or you do any kind of journal on those anywhere or anything like that, or is it just something you're doing on the side for yourself there, I guess, huh?
I've been trying to figure out cloning for a while. I just bought a propagation textbook that I can suggest to other people if they're really interested. It's called Hartman and Kester's plant propagation. But yeah, I don't know. I just kind of got interested in the subject because I think there's a lot to learn. And here's the textbook. But yeah, I don't know. It's just.
Oh yeah, that's cool, man. Thanks for showing showing us what's up here. And like I said, I'm looking forward to see how that goes. Now you said you're trying couple different things in there. So you have are some of those in cocoa, or are they all in perlite and vermiculite?
So they're in either Rockwell cubes,
Okay.
in Rockwell cubes surrounded by vermiculite and perlite, and then just clones stuck directly into the perlite and vermiculite. So just three different options.
Cool. No, that's kind of what the only thing that I wasn't getting about that whole picture, what the different options are, and they're all in one. That's pretty cool, man. You're going to see which one gets root, which one will root fastest.
Yeah, looking for
that's
which
me, I
one
think.
roots fast. Yep.
Cool, man. I think Puffy, I didn't know I spotlighted you there, man. You got them tall, leggy broads that they got some pom-poms and stuff. I didn't know if you went over there if you wanted to talk about those a little bit.
Oh, yeah, these are just some Gorilla Glues that a buddy of mine had growing in his, and I thought I'd give them a shot, and so I pulled some clones off of them. These I'm just trying to push through as fast as I can. I'm not doing any particular training on them or anything like that. I'm not really looking for a big yield, just basically get it to finish and see how they turn out. This New Year's Grow Challenge has got me pressed for time and everything because I've got these 2 slurricanes over in the veg tent that I'm holding them back. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with them, but yeah, these are. I've never had plants stretch on me as much as these have. It's not really a strain that I probably want to grow again, not unless I've got, some more time and space to be able to train them out and get them down to keep them a level canopy. But yeah, there's there's a big difference in here between my tops and then all my secondaries that are down below. But yeah, hopefully it'll turn out to be at least some good smoke for a while. But yeah, it's probably not a strain I'll do again.
No doubt. And I see lots of bars up there. That's your medic grow light, right?
Yeah, that's the Medic Grow Fold 8. I'm only running it at 80% since I've got it in a 4x4. It'd be way overkill trying to run it 100% in here. So saves me a little bit of money on electricity, plus the plants, love it at 80%. 100%, they kind of, it's a little bit too harsh for them, and they don't like that. So keeping it 80 is perfect. Running it probably about 12 inches above the canopy.
Yeah, man, that's that light's giving you that's a perfect light. Anybody can go check out Dr. Coco's video on that and the power maps at running it at 80%. It's very efficient. The distribution from corner to corner is magnificent. The cost per micromole is great. So that's like, yeah, I love those lights. I love them in that in that scenario, in that square footage of running at that at 80%. I think it's probably one of the best ways to light a 4x4 at that, and the around it for the cost. I mean, and get a good quality light and shit. So yeah, I also endorse Photon Tech, and I grow with those, and I think they're great lights. But definitely love your light there, and the girls are loving it.
Yeah. One thing that I noticed after I got this light and I did my first harvest underneath of it, I did slurricane, which I've had many harvests with that one. Same strain that's just been cloned over and over and over. So they produce the exact same results. But under the Fold 8, I was getting a lot denser nug, and I was getting a lot shorter internodal spacing too using it. So yeah, it's a big improvement. I'm loving it. Girls love it. So yeah, I would definitely recommend it to anybody that was actually curious about it.
Sure thing. And like I said, Dr. Coco has a code for that. And I think there's a few other people, excuse me, a few other people around that has a code. You could save yourself a few bucks, get a really good light at a great cost. And that's one of the big things about this show. I think all my fellow people here, panel members, will agree, is to bring good products at good price. And, you know, and that's the main driving force behind the recommendation, is that it's a good quality product, you know, and all that shit. So yeah, I appreciate you telling us about that, Puffy.
Yeah,
Thank you.
They actually sponsor Hemp with Gigi, so he's got several videos out there with some harvests under it, and yeah, he's produced some really, really good harvests underneath of it.
Yep. I hate to go off that subject, but damn, crack babies, I got you highlighted now. I saw.
Do you?
Yeah. So listen, what
It
happened
is.
was I saw you had this big, nice close-up shot of like a cola or like a small bract or something. It was beautiful.
Oh yeah.
And so I was like, let me go spotlight him, man, and show.
That's what I just
everybody.
harvested there.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden it slides to cake, man. I seen cake.
Yeah,
and
my banana bread there. Finally made it.
that was your Christmas banana bread. I remember.
Yeah, it's all gone now.
Oh,
I make some more. Yeah,
Oh, that's a beautiful picture,
I
man.
wish I
Look
had
at
some
that.
banana bread.
Look how he's going to come up.
Oh.
He's going to zoom in here in a second.
Oh, it was so cute.
whoops.
He's watching the feed on the YouTube. It's a little.
I'm on a delay.
She's seeing the
over
cat.
here.
There they are. There's the bract I was talking about. Those are great pictures, man. Did you put those in for picture of the week?
Not yet.
Yeah, that I don't know.
I gotta pick one that's pretty clear
Yeah, those
there
are
because they look clear, but when you zoom in,
those are definitely
they're all with the lens. That one's pretty good.
people
Yeah,
love
that's
Instagram
beautiful.
pictures. Yeah, that's
And Google takes a bit there, but then it starts to clear up there. It's like you could see it's all hazy, little
Yep.
amber. It was ready. It's like if I would have went another week, I think it would have been too long. There's still some white pistils, but all the trikes look like they're all hazy there. So it's
Yeah,
like,
they look great.
I think in your situation with the
sticky.
mill with the PM that
Exactly.
you shit too, I was thinking, man,
I didn't tell Doc that. That's the
No, I
other
was like-
factor that's like, not waiting.
when you said that the other night, I was thinking, man, get those plants down, dude. If I don't know if another week's good, or I thought to myself, I would at least give them one hell of a good inspection before letting them go a whole nother week. But I mean, I think I when I heard you was harvesting, I was thinking, good man. He's over there, the fruits of his labor. Look at that. Beautiful,
Yeah.
beautiful colas.
Oh, trimming.
Hell
I
yeah.
really trimmed them good there. There's no leaves. Like my last one, I left a lot of leaf there. These are very well trimmed.
Canatrol loaded up with some good green nuggies, man. Is there a
Oh,
more
yeah.
site? I don't know.
And I put it thick there. Like there's some nugs are on top of the others. And, if they were smaller, I kind of condensed it. There's only four trays. So I got 2 trays that are empty that I didn't put in.
Well, in a day or two, it'll be a lot littler. You know that. So there'll be a little more airflow down through there. Yeah, it looks
It's
nice.
gonna
man.
shrink. Yeah, it's gonna
Yeah.
shrink quite a bit.
Beautiful, man.
So I spaced them out better there. There's like 3 racks between each one. I put the one on top and then 3 down. I put another one 3 down. It's a little more spaced out.
I've been trying to tell everybody that I don't put them in bags. Now I tried that and I didn't like it. So I'm not going to recommend the bag thing. I'm going to leave mine just like you're showing right there. And that'll be my long-term storage until I need it again, and then I'll maybe put them in jars for keeping somewhere else. But yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I like that. Looks beautiful, man.
Yeah, it was ready. It's all, all the pistils were red except at the very top. So it's
Yeah, it
like,
looks good.
Yep.
it was ready to go.
You're going to enjoy that soon, man, huh? Another,
And it smells great too. There.
oh, shit.
Yeah, 8 days, man. 8 days, I'll be able to smoke it. It'll be greenish, but I'll get a good taste. Yeah.
You'll get a good feel of what it's going to be. And then in another 2-3 weeks after that, man, you're like sitting pretty with some good shit. Hey, I wanted to bring this up, and this is off topic, and hopefully, unless I don't want to kill the conversation there, but there was this cool thing, Ross and Nate, and I thought you might find this appreciative, and the other guys as well. But it seems like you work with a whole bunch of different species versus me, Crack, or Puffy, and some of my other friends here. You know what I mean? So one thing I wanted to tell you was real quick. So I brought up a week ago or so about making moonshine or something in a still. Well, I was looking further into it, and I found that so what they wanted to make was, these guys wanted to make whiskey, that PA whiskey, that the kind that was around before the Whiskey Rebellion, which was in 1781, I think it was. And it happened right here around the Pittsburgh area, where they pretty much wanted to tax people for the whiskey. And we said, no, man, it's not happening. This is how we feed our families with our moonshine, and we're not paying the taxes. And then they would erect liberty poles showing that they were against the government taxation of their product, whatever. But so anyhow, we had the whole Whiskey Rebellion, and then that taxing it, and it became, they had code enforcement, liquor control, and all that shit. So what happened is the rye that they used in the whiskey making back then, between that and then during Prohibition, it kind of died out, man. And so nobody could find this certain rye to make this whiskey out of. And so these dudes really tracked it down, and they found somebody here in the local area that is growing a product called rosin rye. Was it resin rye or something like that? It's it was rosin rye or some shit, but it was this very weird rye that kind of pretty much died off because of Prohibition and shit. And the reason I was going to this was Crack Babies was mentioning about leaving his plant go. It was long enough. I left it go long enough. Usually rye takes like 3 to 6 months for the whole thing to harvest it and make whiskey with it, normal rye. But this kind of rye here takes 11 months, man. You have to plant it in like September and harvest it the following year, late in the season. And they said one of the reasons they do that is they leave it on the vine longer because it gets sweeter. And it's a really tall rye. It's like 6-7 foot tall, which is very unusual, I guess. So that's how you make official PA rye whiskey, and you have to use a triple distillery method, and it turns out good. But I thought when they went to the agricultural side of that story that I watched and got into the rye and how it was grown and how it pretty much was like eradicated because of the Whiskey Rebellion, and then years later Prohibition came and really wiped it out, the last remaining people that was growing it. So that's just some cool shit that I recently learned in agriculture, and I wanted to share with you, my friends here.
Oh yeah, man. And it's funny because I wonder if they can reverse engineer and like try to find that, because that strain might have been bred with something else, and maybe you can isolate that in the other gene, or try to get an expression that's similar to that. It's kind of hard to do that, but yeah, that's a cool story.
Yeah, man. That's what I thought. That would be fun, something to talk about. And then just like an apple, man, the longer you leave it on the vine, the sweeter it gets, I guess. And but with our fruit, the fruit that we grow for, there's a difference. It's a difference. We're not harvesting it for the fruit as much as we are the resins on it, or whatever, however you want to look at that. So we have to worry about compound synthesizing and changing, or however all that works. But I guess when you're looking for sugar, you get that in an apple or in a rye whiskey. And with our shit, it's a little different. But like I said, when Crack mentioned the ripeness of his flower, that little story came to my mind from the other day, and it was agriculture related. And yeah, those are great pictures, Crack Babies.
What are you using to
I
take
use a
those?
macro lens. It's a 15x macro lens, but it's got a big lens. It's 1 inch, the glass, or 3/4 of an inch. It's bigger than the lens, so the whole lens fits in the hole so you don't see the edge of the lens itself in the camera. Most of the ones you can buy on Amazon, they're too small. You can see the actual outside of the lens from the camera of the phone, and if you have to zoom in to see it, that's garbage. But this one, even on full zoom out, you don't see nothing about the lens. It's just that the focal point is so close and so narrow that everything that's not in focus is blur. like over here, right? So a regular camera, you'd see clear pretty much everywhere. Whereas this one, you just see clear where it's in focus, and it's not a very wide spot.
Yeah.
It's right about here, right?
That's how my USB is. I don't know if it's just because it's cheap or what, but I only get a very small area to come into focus at any one time. And then
Yeah.
when you tweak the button just a little bit, you'll see a trike that seems like it's really far back in the picture earlier. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
you
Doesn't
can
take
zoom
much at
into
all.
the multiple dimensions. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
man.
I like that.
Yep.
It's pretty cool. Some
Hey,
like, I have to take 50 shots to get 10 that are, you can
The
actually see
American
something.
one says, shout out to you crack babies in the chat. He said it looks great, man. The pictures and shit you got there.
American one, right on. I didn't even know you were here, man. Really? Cheers. I'm
Hello,
not watching the
Tal.
window there.
Hey, what's that Amy Aces cross again? I probably
It's a
asked
cheesequake and proprietary.
Yes, it's
proprietary. Eh?
Maybe Tao will tell us.
it has, this is what it, you know what, I have the picture, I have the thing right in front of me. Yeah, and let me see if I can, well,
Me too. I got the
camera's a
picture
little
somewhere.
harder. It's RB, it has RB in parentheses, and then it says proprietary crossed with cheesequake. So whatever RB is, I don't know if that's reverse back cross, a proprietary reverse back cross, then
Oh,
cross
maybe.
that with cheesequake or whatever, but RB in parentheses, then the word proprietary times cheesequake. And I've always wanted to grow something with cheese in it. And so this was like, it came down the line. Like we said, we won these from Tal, and we was talking about this earlier. I got some Farmer Freeman sex test at Black Friday. I got 10 for $100, and we're going to use, I dropped 6 of these seeds. So we're going to see what comes up, and hopefully they all come up and I end up using 6 tests, but we'll see. I'm trying to get 2 out of 6 at least. So hopefully I'm not being too overly ambitious with that goal.
I think
Nice, man. We should coordinate whenever you send off those tests. I've got Delta Leaf Labs, and I'm wondering if we can see which one of those is maybe quicker to respond. Maybe compare the services, see what.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a good idea.
You know what, man? That's crazy because I did do a little research. There was 3 different places, and like I said earlier, I was like, yeah, there was 3 different places. One of them, I can't remember the name. They were recommended through Jordan Rivers and Growcast and Razo Rich at Growcast, 2 friends of ours that shout out to those guys. They recommended somebody, it started with an A, and I can't remember the name. I don't want to butcher it. But they seem pretty good, pretty legit. They seem to have a decent, I didn't do much research on them, but they seem to have a decent reputation. Now, and then I went to Farmer Freeman's, and I found a lot of people in my circle. I want to emphasize on that. People that I deal with or talk to or converse with or interact, however you want to do it, seem to be using the Farmer Freeman. So, and then I've seen good results. Our friend Rowdy in chat there used them, and I literally watched him and waited for him every day. I was asking, did you get the results? Did you get the results? So, but anyhow, and then I hate to say this because again, Rock, I don't want to be a dick, but I heard that the Delta had the worst feedback of all 3 of those, and that's why I decided not to go with them. So I'm curious to see what you get, what results you get. And I hate to, hopefully I didn't sound negative there, but I just being honest.
No, I'm never. I'm always open up to learn and to be wrong. So someone always used to tell me only a fool can't change their mind. So I try not to be a fool, and I try to listen.
I haven't used them myself, so I want to make sure that that's clear that this is all just the research that I did. Trying to look at like reviews on their pages or whatever, and just trying to get info from people that I hold in high regards. I appreciate their information, and a few of those people that are maybe doing breeding projects or whatever, they send a lot of this shit out. That's how that's who they were using. So I decided to go with them, but I don't know, I guess it's like a seed company to me. I think with every seed company, you find some horrible tales about them, but then you'll find the same amount of people saying they're the best, man. I have such good luck. They'll show you great pictures. So I think a lot of it goes to everything ain't for everybody. And some people might get better results depending on where you live. in proximity to Delta or something like that. So I think, there's a lot that goes into that, but that's how I came to my conclusion. And I definitely want to see how yours goes.
Yeah, I think that would be really cool. And I think the thing I'm most interested in is the timing, because we know how rapidly these plants can grow. How fast can they tell me before I can find out myself? And is it worth that $10 or whatever it costs to get the test? And I think it'd be cool to give people like an estimate on the timing, or something like that.
It's gonna be great information.
Yeah, exactly. And like, so far, everybody that I've heard from using Farmer Freeman says that they're very reliable to get your results to you within 7 days. So in my mind, I believe they want a half inch to up to a 1 inch square, if you can kind of picture that. I could be wrong. Maybe it was in centimeters and I rounded it off in my head to that or some shit. But I kind of got a visual of the size of a sample I need to send. So I'm thinking from the day my seeds get wet till the day that I can take that clipping is probably going to be, I want to say 10 days. In our style of growing, I think in 10 days I can easily cut like that first true leaf clear off if I need to and send that out, no problem. And 7 days later I'll know. So in essence, or however you want to say it, in my mind, if everything goes nicely and according to plan, these seeds will pop up. And within 17 days, roughly from the time I got them wet, I should know the sex. And I think that's fairly quick versus waiting for them to grow, taking a clone off of them, having a separate dedicated space that isn't under veg lighting, putting those clones there, waiting 2 weeks for them to flower, which is how I plan on doing it in the future when I have more space and legality. But for now, this is a quick way for me. It costs me a few bucks. It adds a few dollars to the cost of the grow. But with me winning these seeds and wanting to grow cheesequake or something with cheese, and then our friend the American one here being the guy who was nice enough to let us win them, I had to go ahead and get these tests, man. And so that's like a little backstory there about all this how we're doing it.
Hopefully you don't see this.
So
and you won't with Farmer Freeman, it's gonna iron that out for you, which is great.
So whenever you have that test, did you read the instructions on the website? Is that the instruction to just take a piece of the leaf? Because on the Delta Leaf Labs, they have you take a piece of the cotyledon and smash it onto a piece of paper that's enclosed in like a plastic film, and you send that back in like an envelope. So what you're sending them is just like the smear of the cotyledon. So
yeah, that's actually one of the options for when you order from Farmer Freeman. They'll say, do you want to send just a tissue sample or do you want a smear test? And then they say, click here to learn about a smear test. So I had to click there. I had no idea what they were getting into, and so that's what it was. It said, I want to say they said it like this: depending on where you're located at, like I think maybe if you were in Canada, it might behoove you to do the smear test because of the amount of distance it might travel to get to them, or the extra time maybe, or something. I don't want to say it wrong, but there was a reason that some people would want to use the smear test versus sending in just a sample. Now, when you click yes, I want to use the smear test, they send you a different style of packet of testing pads or whatever you want to call them. So it's very important that whoever's using that will delineate which way they're using if you're using Farmer Freeman, because they'll send you two different packages, one for samples, one for smear tests. And I'm curious, wonder why Delta only offers the one option, and then when we're done here, I want to, the American one's writing some stuff in chat here. I want to make sure I get to it.
Oh, he's probably seeing Amy there going, shit, it's too bad
No,
you had to
he's
chop her
saying
down.
Let me go ahead and clear this up real quick. He's saying that the RB in parentheses does not mean reverse back cross. And again,
Okay.
that was just me assuming it. And he says it is short for resin balm, which is what I called it in-house before I bred with it. So, and he says it's just an unknown bag seed female that I saved from a long time ago. So,
Cool.
That's cool, man. Hell yeah.
Sounds good to me. Resin
Good
bomb.
genetics, man, because she grew like a monster, or he did. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
It's too bad I had to go.
But yeah, I wanted to make sure I cleared that up, that anybody watching the RB was that I was just assuming that meant that, or I was guessing, or maybe whatever. But that's nice to know. Resin bomb. I won't forget
Resin
now.
bomb.
Resin bomb
Yeah.
and cheesequake and Dairy Queen. I don't know where everybody's location, if you guys have Dairy Queens, but they offer a Blizzard and cheesequake, and it's one of my favorites. So that's easy for
Oh,
me to
cool.
remember that. Yeah, they offer a cheesequake Blizzard, and that's one of my favorites. So it's always easy to remember that. But back to the sex testing, Ross and Nate, I didn't know if you were like done with your thoughts on that or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's all.
Yeah, no, that's cool, man.
That's what went in the troll there last time. Northern Lights with skunk. It's pretty good. Tasty.
Yeah, I want to say thanks to Tal for clearing that up for us, for hanging out in the chat, and
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't see the RB. That's funny. I just saw proprietary cheesequake. I never noticed the RB. That's so weird.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, man, and I might have put 5 minutes worth of thought in it, because I see like IBL, interbred line, and I see RBC is reverse back cross, or they'll put the R with the X or some shit, RBX or whatever, and all these different things. So immediately, I think my mind just went there when it came to breeding with my limited knowledge, and I just kind of plugged that in on my own, and that was just thought I had. But yeah, resin bomb, I like that much better than reverse back cross. I can tell you that. Man.
Yeah,
That sounds like something I want to dunk in my washer, with some ice.
Yeah. Or actually, no, I'd want to smoke the flower and get the full flavor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do a little
Resin
rosin press there. One nug, no bagged.
Yeah, after a long
I should do
tour in the
that
crawl.
today there. It's been a while. I got some sift, but usually that's what I press, the sift. So rewarding.
Oh yeah, that stuff looks like gold coming out of there, man. I've seen you had pictures of that shit too. It was nice. It looked like honey or something, man. It was real. It had a great color, and the consistency looked good. And you can tell because I've had a few presses go really good. So when I see somebody else throw that picture up, I'm thinking I had stuff that looked like that, and it tasted fire, man. So I know exactly what you mean.
Oh yeah. It wasn't mixed or nothing, so you could see all the different colors in it there, terpenes and stuff. And like 2 days later, there was like a bubble of clear liquid there in one spot. It's like, oh, that's concentrated terps or something. It's pretty cool how it
Have you ever
butters up
pressed your
later.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Have you ever pressed your buds too quick and it turns purple?
And it tastes like crap.
Yeah, really.
It's like it's too runny. Yeah, whenever you there's too much liquid, you get this. It's really characteristic. You get this like intense purple color. It's at least in my experience.
I've tried to press bud like too fast and not really let it dry out properly, and it just pressed out like it seemed to press a lot of I call it chlorophyll taste, it's
You oozed out the green there.
yeah, and like he said, it's a runny mess. You could tell there's like water in it or something, and it just doesn't really work well. It doesn't really scrape up well, and it's kind of just odd.
Yeah, my first strain French breakfast had a lot of purple in it, so when I pressed rosin, it was purple, but it was so gummy. Like you had to put it in the freezer because there's no way you can get it off the parchment. It was just runny, oily, gummy, non-workable stuff, It's a nightmare to work with. So it's like, nah. But my green crack, you press that, turns into sugar. It's like it's thick. You know what I mean? It's not all oily and gummy and runny there. It's a good strain to press.
Yeah, I noticed
some are
that
garbage for that.
some flowers seem to stay gummy longer when you're scraping them up. Some of them I even throw on a cold plate. That way it kind of cools them down and I can scrape them a little quicker, But then like you're saying, sometimes I'll press shit and pull it out and it's almost immediately like sugar. It's crunchy and like
you can collect it, you know, it's not stuck to the parchment there. Like you can
Yeah,
actually,
man.
like you rub it, it comes right off there and it's thick and it's not all oily. That's optimal rosin there. So many strains, like all the Kushes are, they press like that. But some of them, they're just runny there. They're just oily and I guess it's good for edibles and stuff. You can just plop it in oil and mix it up. But to
Like,
smoke, like it's just a pain in the butt to get it into the jar. It's, you know, I use needles and stuff, and I just kind of heat the needle, let it drip onto whatever I'm using.
Well, it's good you mentioned that because EG 18 karat gold was in the chat earlier asking about if we wanted to talk about press and flour,
Yeah.
different size bags and shit. And I noticed some of those same characteristics that you're mentioning, like some of it comes off crunchier, some of it comes off easier, some of it like seems to really stay sticky and wet for a while, and you have to maybe throw it on a cold plate or something. And
Like it's good, but it's goop. You know, it's like
and
playing with glue there. It's like, you know, what a pain.
I haven't pressed enough different strains to figure out what causes that in one and what doesn't cause that in another. And
I don't think it's anything you're doing or process. It's just the plant. Some are just no good for that. They're not good for
you
rosin.
mentioned a Kush. You said about a Kush being good for, you know.
Yeah, apparently they're good yielders as far as, because some flour, you press it, you get nothing.
Yeah,
like it's all absorbed in the plant matter, and it's, you know, it just, you don't get much return, and when you do, it's all black and crappy tasting. It's like it's mixing with the plant matter. So it's either it's absorbed, so when you press it, you get like no return. You know, it's like if you buy flour and you do it with that strain, it's like, oh man, I just wasted my money. So you got to be a grower to do that kind of stuff. It's like, you know, you don't care what the return is as long as there's something. I can put something in my bowl, good. You know, I don't care what the return is. I'm not measuring or weighing, or it doesn't matter. I don't care. You know? But it does matter in a sense that if you're doing it commercially or you're doing it, you know, you want to get 10 grams. Well, certain strains will give you the 10 grams easy, and some really won't. You're gonna have a hard time getting it in the jar. You know, it's just no good. Nobody wants it. It's like, what's this goop there? It doesn't butter up. You know, it just stays goopy.
So one of the issues I had with pressing flour was I put too much pressure on too quickly. And what someone told me that does is it presses the lipids and waxes into the oil that comes out. And it's really, if you've ever dabbed that, it just turns black on your nail. So
it pollutes it. And well, see, all rosin has waxes because the shell, just the trichome shell in the stalk is wax. So even if you did it with bubble hash, that's kind of why they press bubble hash with rosin, is to get the shell and all the waxes out as much as they can, but it's still there because you melt it. It melts with it. But you get most of the mats and all the, you know, the shells out of it there. So there's like 80%, you know, return. It's so rewarding because almost everything comes out. But you know what I mean? It's almost the same. So if you were to put that rosin from the bubble hash into your banger, it's still gonna stain it. You gotta well, actually it might not stain it. It'll be more full melt. But if you were to put it in a cartridge like a C-cell, then it's going to clog it because there's still wax. You have to winterize it. Apparently there's a company that can do it now without winterizing. No alcohol, still solventless, but in a C-cell. They took the wax out some other way.
Yeah, I don't know much about loading up those cartridges or anything like that.
A lot of people tried to use that and it just kept clogging up. You have to keep putting a lighter to it to melt the wax. And it clogs it up, basically. It doesn't work.
Yeah, that could make sense. Yeah, those
but it's not made for that, right? It's made for BHO and those kind of oils that are thinner. So what you need is an e-nail, you know. It's just that, and there's portable ones. It's not as convenient, right? You can't just show it in your pocket and not worry about it spilling or the smell and all that.
So what I was going to say about that issue about like putting too much pressure is when you're pressing flour rosin, I would definitely use a press that has a gauge on it, just so that you know.
Low and slow.
Yeah, exactly. Low and slow. And don't feel like you can't just do two separate presses where you do a low and slow and then you do another one where you just get everything that you can to a certain point.
That's what I
before-
do. I do a full regular, but I don't go over 3.5 tons on my gauge. That's about where I get blowouts. After 3.5 there, I start blowing out the bag. So I do the first press and I do it low and slow, let it really heat up there and then slowly press it. And I can see it. I watch it there and I look at it and I can see it coming out of the bag, press it a little more. And you know what I mean? And then boom. Once
Yeah.
it's done, I pull it out. I fold it in half, sometimes in 4.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I shove it right back in there. And that one, I give it 10 tons, like 8 tons.
Yeah.
I can't even
And you
get it
can
to
still
10.
get quite a bit back on that.
Oh,
and-
shit. I get more,
Yeah.
but it's a little more polluted, right? But I got
Yeah, it's more
everything
risky.
out,
No,
I blow the bag and everything. You know what I mean? I don't care.
Yeah.
I get it all out. But I shouldn't do that because all the pucks I keep in a jar and I'm going to infuse that. I have yet to do that. That's going to be damn potent.
Yeah, because they're all compressed. You
Oh
can
man, it's
imagine,
all concentrate, and the jar is full, it's a full 500 ml of pucks. There's a lot of rosin on the bag, it ends up on the bag there. And so if you double bag when you do hash presses, that bag's got a lot of rosin in it, So that's
Hey,
all.
I wanted to just jump in real quick. I missed something here and I feel bad. We'll get right back to that and I apologize, but the American one did mention in chat when we were a little bit ago talking about his strain and that RB and all that, he wrote, I am thinking about reversing the proprietary and using that to hit every female I have at some point. So I just wanted to
Nice.
let you guys know and kind of finished up his thoughts about that for him real quick there from chat. So yeah, definitely go back to the pressing, man. I just wanted to get that out there.
And yeah, that's just off of a bag seed too. So just that shows you, what you can find and like stuff like that that's unique or special.
Especially an older one,
It's
right?
interesting. Yeah,
It's
exactly.
Probably
That's
got
what's
more
interesting to
variety
me.
in it there. It hasn't been bottlenecked, with all the cookie stuff and all that stuff that's going on right now. It's basically
And nothing
bottlenecking.
against that stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, this is something that I brought up earlier, or that I was thinking about earlier. Like I noticed on some, and I noticed on like some at different places I go to, people like, how I want to say this, they make fun of hype strains or whatever, or they kind of like will clown somebody for a hype strain, and I just don't understand like what's considered a hype strain. I feel like if you're growing it in your garden, it's making you happy and it's working as your medicine or whatever you like to grow, and or if it makes you feel a part of a greater group to grow a certain strain or some shit, then by all means fucking grow it, man. And that's how I see it. I don't want to classify anybody's strain as hype strain. Grow that shit, man. If you want to grow 10 batches of cookies in a row or runts or Skittles or whatever's considered because I just grab shit that appeals to me, and maybe they're hype strains or whatever, but it's just,
I think the hype is based on you, right? If you fall for like popularity, like everyone says, oh yeah, this is the shit. Well, that's a hype strain. It's not because you've tried it and it's good. It's just because everyone else says it is.
Well, all these growers are they're looking to see what people think about the strains. So you can imagine if a grower's thinking, what am I going to grow to meet a certain market? Well, I'm thinking about commercial growers here, but they're going to produce strains that people are interested in and new and novel ones. So you get this probably. I mean, this is in every industry. For flowers, for new fruit cultivars. You want to be the newest. You want to produce something that someone wants. So, yeah.
That's the thing. A lot of them, I see them, like the choices are made based on things that don't matter. It matters to them because they make money, bag appeal and stuff like that. Oh, this one's got purple, so we're trying to select for that. You're selecting for a color that has no bearing on anything whatsoever. Like it's not gonna medically, it's irrelevant that it's purple, right? It just looks nice.
That's a good point. And I think,
why are you choosing plants based on look?
I think for someone like me, to like, I don't know, I guess not to answer that question, but this is how, at one time, definitely that before I was more educated, this is how I looked at it as like, all right, so like where I live, I don't have a chance to try any strains. Like if you go buy illegal buds, it's just illegal buds. You know what I mean? You don't know what the fuck it is. And
So the
Yeah.
only thing I get to try is what I grow. So if I'm getting on the internet and I see all these people on Instagram just talking about these gorilla cookies that are just supposed to be the bomb. Now I'm thinking, shit, I want to try that because I can't try. I don't get to go to the dispensary and buy an eighth first and try it, you know? So then I feel like it's not cool to clown somebody for picking that
Not at
gorilla
all.
cookies. You know what I mean? Because
Oh,
you know, you just don't know like how that is. And not that any of us were doing that, but what I was saying is that I've seen other episodes of other places and different forums, Instagram, Reddit and shit or whatever, where people get clowned, quote unquote, for growing hype strains. And I'm thinking, you know, that's really not cool, man. I don't get that. And that is something that was sticking in my craw a little bit the other day. And I just came to my mind and I kind of, you know, this is my chance to vent, right? That's why I paid for Zoom. So
yeah,
thank
yeah,
you.
yeah. You bet. No, it's irrelevant. Like it's someone's opinion. Who cares, man?
Yeah, you guys get it, man. I think you all get in the same line, but that's just something that always was in there. And I see that our good friend True Leaves is in the chat. DT, hello.
Hey, true.
Hey, Drew.
Yeah, for me, when it comes to deciding on what strains to grow, it's more about what works for me as a medical patient. Just having a pretty flower while it's growing is just a bonus. But yeah, I have the luxury of going down to a dispensary and trying out new stuff, and I don't care what it's called. If it works for me, I'm probably going to try to grow it if I have the space for it. But that's how I test out new strains. I don't care if it's a hot strain or if it's a hype strain or what it is. If it's out there, that gives me a chance to try it. Maybe something that I could grow really, really well just on my own and don't have to buy it. So yeah.
I love that take, man. I like that you said that. That's great. And I don't want it. I guess part of having calling people out on hype strains on these other channels and shit kind of it makes an exclusion. It makes them feel like it's an exclusion, like you're not part of us because you're growing a hype strain. And I don't ever want to give anybody that impression on our channel.
Yeah, no, I don't either.
Or anywhere that I hang out. And again, I don't think any of us were doing that or we're going down that path or anything like that. But and I agree with Crack Babies. I would never recommend anybody to buy a strain just based on purple unless you're cool with having a you want that purple flower. And if that's something that you want to grow for, then that's cool. But know in your mind that purple is not going to add THC or CBD or anything as far as my scientific knowledge goes. It's just,
it's interesting because that purple color is coming from it's anthocyanin pigments, and they're stored as sugars. So those anthocyanins also have other plant processes that are kind of attributed to the same. And hopefully I'm not completely off base here, but a co-evolution. I'm probably using the wrong terms there, but this is something in grapes, that comes co-develops in that antioxidants develop with those anthocyanins. So I would say those purple pigments do probably carry something that we probably haven't been able to locate and describe. But right. I wouldn't count them out as being, novel.
Right. I think one thing, I think it's a good point. And I think you were here earlier when we were talking about, I think you were here when we were talking about scientific things and how things are always changing. Like the EPAR spectrum is now, they have the extended PAR and things are changing whenever they're testing different compounds because some compounds are at a much smaller level, I've heard, than other compounds, obviously. So now that legality comes, they're going to start testing more of these compounds and how they might work in the entourage effect, and which substrate is better, like for getting some of those compounds. Maybe soil growers are onto something. It does taste different because of these microscopic compounds that no one's testing for right now. But that's definitely I think the purple, like you said, maybe it can't be counted. We just don't know yet what it might carry. So I guess maybe in retrospect, I should clean up what I said and say, at this point in time, I don't believe there's any known medical advantage to having just a purple strain. So, you know, but I think that was curious. That's curious stuff. But what you said definitely holds water, man. Like how that shit changes the antioxidants, and they kind of go hand in hand, them compounds and shit. And so I like, this is great talk, man. And you're the same with me, Rock. You don't want to step out of line and say something bad. And I think sometimes we apologize too much for that a little bit. This is just friends hanging out. And I think anybody listening is getting that vibe. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, my bad, this delay. But I mean, if you go on my account on Cocoa for Cannabis, I'm still a new grower. And, you know, I'm completely humble in the fact that, you know, there's still a lot for me to learn. And, you know, if anyone has the answers and they think that, you know, that I could benefit from them, I'm open ears always. So, and I never.
We definitely like to see the paperwork and maybe some information on it that's done like side by side studies. I think you and I both share that interest in science and how that works. And I may not understand it all, but I like to see it presented and kind of get a feel for what those papers mean or what those studies mean. And I know that you can't put all of your faith in that basket, but I still think that getting that information can go hand in hand with observation from old timers that grow a lot, and you can start seeing some shit pan out or maybe not pan out, you know? So, no doubt, man, no doubt. And you know what? I want to say that you definitely are only a new grower because you didn't put in for anything else, because I know that people at Cocoa for Cannabis highly respect your opinion, your education, your work in your garden there in the greenhouse, the plants that you grow and all that shit, man. You would definitely be able to get what it pretty much, you know. And I want to say, like, because at one time when Doc was around, he was handing them out. You wouldn't have been able to skate by like this, man. He would have been paying a little bit more attention. But you know, he's much busier these days with the light testing and other venues, and you know how he's got a lot more on his plate, so it's harder to be around. But yeah, man, you definitely should.
Oh no, yeah, I should clarify that. I'm a new grower by choice on Cocoa for Cannabis. I'm not being stonewalled away from that. So yeah, I just want to make that clear.
You should put in for it, man. You deserve it. You earned it, right? I mean, I think Crack Babies and Puffy D will agree, and Crispy Wannabe, you deserve that, man. And I think that let me play the other side of the coin for you, Ross and Nate. You do have a lot of good information and a lot of stimulating conversation. And if you was to maybe up your badge, you might be able to help more people, you know, because I know how some people look at those badges. So you might be able to go ahead and be more collaborative and spread what you know what I mean? Because people will seek you out a little quicker.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good point, that, you know, I'm trying to play, you know, wolf in sheep's clothing or something. I'm trying to pretend, but I honestly feel like, I don't know. I feel like I still want people to teach me, and I don't want to have like, you know, any connotation with my badge and to say, you know, I know it all or something like that. Or
no, I think even the expert badge holders would say they have a lot to learn.
Yeah, and
we're constantly learning.
I agree, and hey, I'll say I got a proven growers badge over there, and you know, I had practicing for a long time, and I didn't even put in for it. Like I said, Doc was handing them out. One day I logged on, and boom, it had changed, you know. And he said, and I asked, and he said, it's based on your sharing knowledge in chat. It's based on the journals that you put in, how detailed they are, the pictures of your plants, the size of them, and you know, just like, you know, it's not all about yield, but you know, that's one aspect. Different things that you can based on your light, how much yield you get off of it, and these are things that he bases that on. And you've definitely fell in line for all those, and so I think
thanks,
and I don't think people really look at it as nobody really pounds their chest, you know, and says, look at my badge. I think it's more of a I think it's more of a helpful way for someone to delineate. If you're a new person there and you really need an answer, I think it helps to guide them maybe towards someone who has a little more practice in sharing knowledge and getting the right information out of those people to help them and things of that nature, more so than not physically knowing the answer, or maybe you just, if that makes sense. So,
Oh yeah,
man.
and one proven or known grower might know, like crack babies. If we're talking about DWC, not everyone's gonna say, and I've seen this in chat where people will defer to other people, or they'll go try and find the answer, and I think that's really cool. That
Oh, yeah. When soil comes up, I shut up because I know nothing.
Yeah.
Right. Or you can, or as much as Crack Baby spends time in our chat, he sees Professor and Hemp with Gigi and some other people there that grow really successfully in soil. He talks with these people every day, sometimes for an hour or two or more on end, and
Yeah, I shouldn't say I don't know nothing, because I know a lot more than I
Right.
used to know, right? And I
And
don't
I've
know,
seen-
like I can grow in cocoa, and I've never even seen cocoa.
Right.
You
And
know?
I can see, like, you'll give someone information and be like, hey man, I grow in DWC, but I'm here every day and this is what these other people are doing. You can check
Yeah.
them out yourself, but but it carries more weight than
I'll answer if
someone-
I know, like, because I know through someone else, right? Like Gigi
Right.
or a prof, or basically the two soil people that I would refer to, and Rusty, obviously, he doesn't grow in
Yeah.
soil, but you know what I mean?
And there's a
He
fine
knows.
line, because I'm one of these people that I don't really dig this whole let's see so and so told me blah 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 blah, or whatever. I want to know if you did it yourself. But there's a difference there. Like someone in your case, as I mentioned, or even in my case, I've spent a lot of hours in the chat over there and watched that site grow and kind of learned with a lot of those people as well, And
Yeah, it comes with the caveat of not me, but these
Yeah.
guys,
Yeah, and
say
I've been
this and
around
say
it.
that, right?
It would be almost like me coming over to your house all the time and just hanging out with you and watching your grow go down. It's almost like a hands-on experience, but I always try to give that little disclaimer that, look, dude, I know this to be true because I watch it go down every day in chat and shit, but I haven't done it in my own garden, but try this out. And usually it's all well received, but there's a big difference between my buddy so-and-so told me this and some bro signs versus, hey, I watch my good friend grow in DWC all the time, and this is what he does, And so depending on where you get your information there, yeah.
Yeah, if I'm unsure, I'm not going to answer. I'm going to say I don't know. I'm not going to give them an answer that I think is right. My opinion is irrelevant, right? I'm all about facts.
Yes.
If I don't know it, and then I shut the hell up about it. That's all.
And I think on Cocoa for Cannabis, it's a lot better than some of these other like aggressive kind of condescending websites where people feel ashamed to ask a question or something. I feel like nobody's really beating the person over the head with the answer, like, why didn't you know that, or like trying to be wield the superiority. I feel like everyone's real collaborative over there.
Exactly. They're not knocking ways of doing things, in a sense that like it really depends, Like a newbie knows nothing, so obviously you got to start somewhere, right? So when you land on chat and CFC and you know nothing, well, my recommendation is go to articles and tutorials and read the whole site, top to bottom. Do it 3-4 times. Make sure you understand everything, then put it into practice. Once you start having problems, that's when you come to chat. But don't come to chat and having not read nothing. What's EC? What's pH? Man, you're on your own, bro. Go do your research, read,
Well,
and then
I would
then come and ask for help. But a lot of people try to bypass all that. Just tell me what I need to do. Yeah, but you're not going to understand why. You're going to keep coming back and you're not going to know what you're doing. You just know what you have to do, but you don't know why. And that's more important, I think, than knowing what to do, is knowing why you're doing it.
But I feel like people can still stop by the chat, and be inspired to do that,
No, exactly, because they've heard 1,000 stories and it's not working, right? So these people, I'm all open for them because they are me. I was them, you know what I mean? I was following instructions and it wasn't working. It's like, what's going on here? Why? It's because it was all bro science. Take all the top fans off, and I had all sorts of problems, and I didn't know why till I heard Doc. And when Doc spoke, and I'm like, yes, I finally found someone who's, scientific. It's not
Yeah.
opinions, right? If it's an
Yeah.
opinion, he'll tell you it's an opinion. I don't know, but this is a fact, and it's it just doesn't work that way. Plants
Right.
don't do this. It's like, oh shit, no wonder.
He'll tell you like this is well studied, this is well researched, and
Yeah.
this is how it goes, or he'll say we need more research on this, but this is what we tend to see works best or whatever. So you're right, and I like that about him too. It's science, and it's this. And I wanted to say, going back to the like recommendations shit without trying it. Like here's a perfect example. I see people coming through the chat, and we were talking about this earlier on the other show about using auto pots and having trouble. I've never used auto pots, but I know exactly why they give people trouble when they, and I know the two main reasons why they don't work well. And I also see a lot of people coming through trying to use dry amendments and not really understanding cocoa very well. And they have a lot of problems with it. So those are two perfect examples of things that I've never tried, but I can tell you exactly why they don't work just from being in chat and watching 100 people try it and fail. And we go through tests. Like I'll tell them, take some cocoa out and test it off the top of that auto pot, run it through a solo cup and test the EC. And when they do that, they're blown away, man. And different things that we do makes it so the information, I know what information I want to give that carries iron, and I know what information that I want to give a small disclaimer to. So sometimes I take a second to do that, and I hope it doesn't get annoying or whatever, but that's just how I feel. It makes me sleep good at night,
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, because I mean, there's a way to do things, like tried and true, right?
Yes.
You can do it the way that most people would say, or I guess the way Doc would say to do it. But I mean, Doc, like it's like with Spartan Grown and Doc, they got a few heated conversations about how to grow cocoa, and one when it's pure and only watering once a day, and the other. So they both work, but Doc's always coming from the angle of the new guy, the new grower, to try to make it as easy as possible with the least amount of problems. And so that's the way he recommends, right? That doesn't mean it won't work another way, but it's just funny. It's going to be harder, right?
It's funny because I always use Spartan Grown as my disclaimer for that when I talk about using dry amendments and microbes and trying to let dry back happen and shit. Spartan's
really work.
They got a real good system dialed in. And I always say this too, there's an exception pretty much to every rule. And he's one of those, he's got it dialed in. So, and I've even told people that came and inquired to me about using dry amendments and shit. I told him, I hate to do this, but I know a guy that does it with great success who could help you better than me. I can tell you the pitfalls that I see happen, but I can't tell you how to get around them and what adjustments to make and shit. So,
but it's not to discredit Spartan's way. It's just that it's probably harder for a new guy to try it that way.
Yep.
Right. But if Spartan's the guy teaching that person, then he's probably going to nail it, and he's probably going to be all right. Right. So it's just a matter of knowing how to do it the right way from the right person and sticking with it. Tried and true, man. So if the guy's been doing it for 15 years and it works, well, you can't argue with that. Look at the plants, right?
Here's something that I always delineate too. When I make some statements, at the end of them, I'll say, and this is something that I've seen with my own eyes in my own garden, because that carries more weight with me too. When I'm on these shows and I'm watching people or videos or whatever, are you telling me this because you read it from a book, or because you read it from a book and saw it in your own garden, or you know what I mean? Like it just seems to like add an extra layer of solidarity to behind it. If you've actually like maybe read it and then you went and applied the high frequency fertigation and seen the difference between that and your soil, then I can talk, and say, hey, I seen this with my own eyes in my garden. And I think that helps people delineate between what you learned from a book, what you saw in your friends grow, and what you actually do in your own house. And so those are some for people that might be moving forward with the show. And some of my friends know this. That's how sometimes I get long-winded.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah, Kyle says in the chat, Doc knows his shit. He does, man. He knows a lot of scientific angles, and he's very humble, like with the EPAR. For a long time, I think him and Dr. Photon were on the same path as everybody else, pretty much in history. Is that 700 nanometers was the end, and so he got into that the other night, some talk about that. So Yeah, that just goes to show you that I saw a quote somewhere. It says science is always changing with observation, and I can't remember who had
Exactly.
that quote, but I think Doc's a good student of that. You know, he learns from people, and then he teaches us, and you know, all his like-minded people, their minds get together and they do these studies, and they put these papers out, and I think you have to give them the due credit. You know.
Yeah.
So
And,
here's
and I
one
like
that.
I like the
Oh,
base of
go,
science, right? Because Doc's not just, it's not just, well, I did it and see and look at my results, but he brings in science too, right? It's not just my experience. And that's where bro science comes in. It's like, yeah, but I've been doing this for 20 years and it works. But if there's science that says, yeah, but it doesn't work that way, it doesn't mean the effect isn't there. It's just that it's not, that's not the cause that you think it is, right?
Yes.
So you're pushing something that you know, you'll swear up and down, this is how, and look, and you can show results, but maybe that's not how those results occurred. And so if it goes against science and you can show results, well, maybe it's just that you're not looking at it right. It's not that you're wrong. It's just that you're not getting the process potentially correct. It's happening, but for another reason that you're maybe not aware of. I don't know. So science is more reliable in that sense, that it'll help explain the effects. The effects are there. A lot of it is untested yet, right? So it has yet to be proven. So a lot of it is called bro science because it's just an experience. There's no scientific paper to back it. Doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It just hasn't been tried yet. We're getting there.
So here's a bit of bro science. I was wondering what you guys think of. What about bud size and botrytis? I've brought this up a few times to people, and they've mentioned if your environment's right, that you shouldn't worry about bud size creating bud rot or botrytis. And I've had experiences that go opposite of that. So
Me too. Me too. I think it's because of the size of the bud. I think what happens is something lands on the bud like a few weeks before, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and then the
yeah, that
bud keeps growing
microinfection.
around it, right? Because it always starts at the stem, inside the bud.
Yeah, I agree completely. Yep.
It can't get there once the bud's already formed, but it can get there before, right? So if it's in there and then, so it's everywhere. Like I assume botrytis is on every surface, everywhere, all the time. So it's just a matter of don't give it the conditions to grow. And big buds, give it the conditions to grow. It's sealed in there. There's no air. It's super moist. It's warm even potentially from the lights there. It stays warm. It's insulated in there.
So
big nugs are a problem for that.
Yeah. And I had a big plant. I've got 2 4x4s. I had one big plant that got botrytis horribly. I lost 50% of the plant. On the next plant, I did maybe 300, 500 tops. I mean, no exaggeration. It was absurd. And I didn't have a single fan. I didn't clean my grow room from the previous grow. I wanted to have the same inoculum in the room. No, I took out the plant, but I didn't wipe down anything. So I had the same inoculum level, same environment, only I took out the fans and I made the buds smaller. So you could argue probably worse conditions. And I didn't have a single bit of botrytis. And I was thinking, partway through, I was like, man, I need to add fans in here. What am I doing? But then I thought about it and I was like, no, this is going to be the test. I need to see, what happens if I make conditions really conducive, but then change one element like the bud size. So I don't know. That's just my anecdote.
Yeah, I think the bud size would be more important in the sense that because the fans will blow the botrytis all over the place, right? But you need the ventilation to keep it from forming.
Yeah, and that I should put a disclaimer that not having the fans is the wrong way to go. And I was just doing that to try to put the stressful conditions in there to see what happens.
Yeah, to give it the opportunity to rot. And it still
did. And it still did.
That's a good test on smaller nug size for sure. I would say that's a conclusive, result.
For me personally, in my environment, that tells me that I need to create more tops. And with the increased shoot tips, you're going to have smaller buds. So.
Yeah, I'm still getting larf, so I gotta trim it down a little more. but I'm not getting super massive colas with no larf at all. You know what I mean? I don't want that either. I don't want the main line that's super strict, but I don't want, you know, the super bushy, you know, super larfy, like my monster over the summer there. That was, my God. What a larf. 380 grams of larf. Almost a
Yeah.
pound of larf. It's like, what the hell? I mean, I got almost 2 pounds of good buds, but still, you know, so I could have trimmed all that off and made the other ones bigger, you know. So, and I didn't get rot. Well, I got rot on one nug and it was leaning against a pole. Aside from that, everything was fine. So, a bit of PM, and that's from outside and the weather. So, yeah.
Hey, I wanted to say if you guys are, if unless you had some more thoughts on that, someone in the chat there, Joey One Love says, can anyone give advice for someone just looking to get into DWC? So I was thinking maybe this is definitely for the rest of the panel, not for myself, but I thought maybe you guys might have a few. I know you won't be able to go over the whole system or whatever, but maybe give a few bullet points for the new guy that you wish you would have did. You know.
You're gonna be moving water a lot. So a lot of 5-gallon pails. If you don't have tap water that you can use like right off the bat, think about that because you're gonna be buying a lot of water or RO, but that's slow. So you still need a big tank and all that. So the water is the big concern. If you got tap water and it's good, that's, you know, thank the gods. The other thing is aquascape bennies. Those bennies are essential. Without it, nah, forget about it. I wouldn't even be doing DWC if it wasn't for those bennies, because it's way too much work and way too much risk for rot and stuff. It literally cleans the water. So you can run high temps, which is good for the roots apparently. And it basically takes care of the cleanup. When you're cleaning, you're just rinsing shit off and you start over. So yeah. Very good.
Yeah,
Very good for not worrying about rot. Botrytis is the biggest one. Or
Crack
Pythium.
babies, whenever you're cleaning, what sort of cleaning agents do you use? Do you use H2O2, alcohol, bleach,
ISO.
ISO?
Yeah. ISO and peroxide for the stones. Like when I used to use my pellets there. So I ISO the buckets, I ISO everything, the net pots and all that. But the stones, the pellets, you don't want no residual poisons or whatever. So I use peroxide because that just vanishes after 24 hours, turns to water. So that's the best way to do the pellets. If you reuse them, you know. But,
So yeah, just to emphasize that, I would say the sanitation and then keeping it clean with those active aqua.
Yeah. So the cleaning was less important now with the bennies because of, you know, like I don't have to clean it. I don't have to sterilize because the bennies, if there is Pythium in there, the bennies will take care of it. They'll literally eat it. So it's really just about, you know, cleaning, like the basic cleaning. You know, I do ISO just to get everything, and sometimes CLR for my stones or to get all the calcium stains off them and stuff like that. Give them a good hot water soak with the CLR there, and then give it a good flush and make sure there's nothing left. Because that really works for the stains and mineral stains, because that's what they are. That's just all the nutrients basically caked on.
I would recommend that Joey One Love visit Coco for Cannabis and check out some of Crack Baby's grow journals. And
I got every grow from grow 4 and I'm on grow 14. So there's 10 grows in there, all DWC. And I started with advanced nutrients with, you know, actually my first journal is where I started using the bennies. I show them and my experience with them. Yeah,
and I don't know if Rocinate or Puffy D have any DWC journals or not over there. I'm not sure, but definitely you can check out over there. I want to mention that in this New Year's Grow Challenge, there is actually a certain category labeled water, and it's all going to be obviously people growing directly in water with DWC and whatever WCs are out there. I think there's a couple other different kinds or whatever, but underwater
all hydro except cocoa basically.
Yeah, pretty much. If your roots are hanging in a bucket of water of some sort, then you'd be in that group. So I would encourage you to go over there and check that out. And you can follow along and see some other people's setups there. If you want to comment, I'm sure they'll be more than happy to help you with some pitfalls that you might run into. And like I said, I know I'd love for the crack babies to be able to sit down and just lay it all. Maybe we'll have a dedicated DWC episode someday where we can really dig deep and maybe have a couple people on the panel here that are in that specific substrate, and really get into that, because I enjoy learning that too. It's another thing like soil. I don't use it. I'd like to maybe eventually, and I really have. It's been cool, like being friends with guys that are using rock wool or the hydroponics, and being able to learn. If you want to try this, here's a handful of pitfalls you can avoid right from the door to really help your chances in this. That's cool. And I hate to cut that off there, but we moving along with the chat questions and shit, because I try to make the viewers kind of just as much a part as us, guys. So excuse me for jumping in there.
Oh, yeah.
It says all the American ones on there. He says I'm pretty sure he was talking about this is going back a little ways, so you guys have to excuse me for jumping around. He was going back to the bud rot, I believe, the botrytis, and he wants to know, was it the same exact strain with just smaller buds? And I think he was talking.
That's a really
rock.
good point to point out. It was not the same strain, and I think that's a really important thing to point out there.
I wonder, though,
the relative performance, but it's the environment, and that's. It's a really good question.
It isn't systemic, right? It's not like PM. PM, it's based on the plant, but botrytis, it doesn't care. It'll grow on any plant, right?
Yeah. So I would probably have to grow that same Mac plant with large buds in the same conditions, which has been passed. But that's a really fair point.
To make sure, yeah. But I think it's not like PM, right? Because PM, if you have PM on a certain plant, it might not appear on the next one, because it's not the same plant.
Some plants are bred just to be disease resistant. So you might have one plant that's just really bred to be well documented to just be a more disease or pest resistant plant versus another one. And so that can make a big difference in one getting it and one not. And also, I'd like to maybe think in my mind, you could go as far as to saying, did you use the same nutrient lineup on both plants?
Yeah.
If you was like adding Armor Psi in one fertigation and not adding Armor Psi in another, I know they say Armor Psi has a big effect on helping a plant's ability to fight off pests and shit like that. So I think there's a few different things that would want to go in here, but I like these points.
It would almost have to be done with clones,
And
so that way for sure.
Think about this. Even between two clones, the exact same genetics, the way that they were grown, might be the same, but the genetic expression, the way that they actually grew, might be even so slightly different. So even between clones, they could, grow differently. They could have different issues along the way.
But that would be environment, right? The environment decides the phenotypical expression. So if the environment's identical, they should be identical because they're clones. They're going to react exactly the same way.
Yeah.
But is that environment exactly the same? Is the root zone mixed perfectly? Did the way the roots grow at the time of transplant?
For DWC, I would say that's going to be identical. I could really try that with DWC and nail it in the sense that it can't be different. Right. Water's water.
I think you're right. In DWC, you would be able to set a target on one and hit it, and then set a target on the next one, and probably have the best chance of reaching the same parameters to see the same expression.
Every day I set the pH and the EC, so I decide what happens. Right. So as long as everything's identical, then there shouldn't be any differences as far as the environment. So it shouldn't affect how the plant reacts. It should just be based on what's going on in the room.
I'll say,
but one thing though, because you mentioned earlier there, because how PM, you can be PM resistant as a strain, but can you be botrytis resistant? I don't think so.
I think so. I mean, the way that the botrytis breaks down the cell wall, the enzymatic process of that happening, on the microscopic level, maybe the plant's responses are different
Okay.
from genetic to genetic.
So there might
But,
be PM or botrytis resistance as well.
and
Well-
I wanted to point out there, it's really important to remember that you get these strains that are botrytis or PM resistant. They're not invincible. You know, you can still absolutely get powdery mildew.
Yeah, it
on-
doesn't
on
mean you
plants.
slack off on
Yeah.
the cleaning and
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
big garbage can in the tent. And like, no.
You might have that extra little wiggle room, but it's not like you can put it in the tent full of powdery mildew and it not get powdery mildew. So I think
Exactly,
that's
yeah.
important.
I see in the chat right now that and I know I can definitely relate to this. Me and Crispy can surely relate to this, and I'm sure that the fellow panel members here can also relate. And he says, I've experienced the same thing with botrytis. One plant had it, and the plant right beside it had none at all. And I've had that multiple times. I've had it in a tent and in an open grow room. I've had botrytis on one plant, and one right beside it didn't have it. And sometimes I attributed, like the last time that happened, I attributed it to that plant was, first of all, the tent was slightly overpacked with just too many large buds. And some of them were leaning against the wall. And I think whenever the suction was happening, it was really pushing it hard. And I thought that's why that one corner specifically got a little worse. But same thing though, like the Gorilla Glue right beside it didn't get it, but the Blue Dream did. And it was weird. And I don't know if it was environmental factors in the tent or if it was strain resistant, but going back, I think maybe these plants might not be specifically botrytis resistant. Maybe they are, but I think like you guys both alluded to, is that they're just kind of like resistant to pathogens in general. Maybe because we're using a good armor psi and they use that to build their cell walls, and that might help fend it off just enough for you to get them extra week to harvest or 2 weeks to harvest or whatever.
And maybe when you do get it, there was just one little weak point in the
Right.
fences there, and that's where it set
Yeah.
in there.
I mean, I guess these are a lot of maybes, but I've had botrytis good 4 times, 3 times on the vine, and one time I found it in the jars, which I think I missed it when I was trimming, and it kind of got me in the jars, even though I was dropping the humidity at a fairly rapid rate, or the shit. But yeah, so we've actually flushed up to almost 4 ounces at one time, man, just to get it out of the house and out of the processing area for the other shit. And that's really heartbreaking shit. You guys understand that.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's my nemesis. That's been one of the reasons I bought new fans. One of the reasons I'm trying new training or different styles of training. And it's one of the reasons that my grow is constantly evolving is because of botrytis and other things too. But that's a big factor, man. And it can be detrimental to a new grower to lose a whole bunch of shit because you wasn't moving enough air after all that work and time. It's freaking heartbreaking, you know?
Yeah, I caught a kind of I guess a trick or whatever there, but looking at pictures, I'm always taking tons of pictures and I'm posting them in chat and stuff. And a lot of times when I post a picture, I'm looking at it and it's like, oh, what's that? And so I caught a dead leaf, on one of my buds in one of the pictures. I go back, I go look at it, and then sure enough, man, pry the bud open, it's all rot in there. It's like, oh shit. So
I think
that was my first experience there. And I actually saw the leaf that night before the lights came on because I have IR on it there. So it goes white there, white and black and white. And I could see that one leaf was a lot whiter than the rest. So it's like, okay, that's weird. So that's kind of led me to go look at it at first. And I saw the dead leaf, and then sure enough, man. So if you see it, because a lot of leaves, they'll die at the tip. Like you get tip burn or whatever, or they'll just start fading from the tip, but they'll never die from the inside out. And these ones are dead from the inside out. So it looks green, but then all of a sudden it turns dead. If you see that there, that's rot. Get to it, cut it out before you see it. Because if you see it on the outside, the fan blew it all over, and guess what?
Exactly.
It's everywhere.
Yep.
So
Me and Christy are both sitting here shaking our heads, yes, because we've noticed that's what's been my clue. I come into the room and I noticed this, like it's always like 4 to 6 inches down from the very peak of the highest bud or whatever towards that zone, and it always seems to like you said, it starts at the stem. And I've noticed this. So this brings up a good point right here for me. I think they might call this a teachable moment. I hope that doesn't sound too egotistical, but yeah. So when you're say, like, perfect example, crack babies, you'll see that leaf starting to rot, you know, from the bud out, not from the tip in. And so if you're pushing these hard bloom newts on your plant, man, and you end up cooking some of them leaves up there, or you're having real bad light stress and you're cooking some of those leaves, it can mask the effects of what you want to look for and exactly what you're explaining. So it's important that you get other parameters in check so that you're not killing those leaves, because then it won't look much different than a bunch of other dead leaves around it that are fried, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And
So
when I pulled it out, it just came out like there was no
Came right
attachment
out.
there. It's like it was
You've
all
noticed
brown.
this.
Oh no, you know. So
Yeah,
that's
and it's like, well,
like a dip tube there.
we pulled those out and there's slime on them and shit. You
Oh,
probably know
man.
what I mean. There's like a nasty slime. And then when you spread the bud, you'll see that white web, or it'll already have been degraded down to like a green, or I'm sorry, like a brown molasses, and you can smell it. And
Yeah.
it's just like, oh my God. And then when you start opening buds everywhere, it's your heart just sinking, dude. And so it's important to try and keep an eye on your plants, man, and look for that. And I think the one time that I missed it was because I think it was my lights that time was cooking our leaves at the top. So when they was pulling out like that, other ones were dead too, and it just wasn't the effect that I was looking for. So I think it's important to like not hammer them with light. Don't hammer them with a high EC, and that way your leaves are nice and healthy, and you can see something like that at the onset. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a healthy plant. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say that the healthy plant is going to be able to fend off stuff like that much easier. You know, whenever they talk about growing organically, that's one of the things that is like the first bullet point is like making sure you have a healthy plant that can take care of itself and kind of prevent some of those things from happening that you'd have to treat. So, you know, having a healthy plant also probably helps against that botrytis, which leads into another thing with botrytis and relative humidity. What do you guys think about having a stressful VPD, maybe opening up the plant for more infection? Do you guys think that's something that you would adopt in your grows, like increasing the humidity to be in line with the VPD recommendation at that temp?
Yeah, I keep it drier. I keep it way drier. Like
Me
if I were
too.
to follow VPD, it would be in the 60s, right? So it's suffering, but
Yeah.
you know, for good cause.
This is one of those instances where, according to science, you would be absolutely perfect, but in a real world application, I would much rather do the risk versus reward thing here, and I'll take a slightly suboptimal condition to ward off the mold and the pest and all that shit, or whatever you might want to call it, pathogens, versus having a more perfect photosynthetically capable plant, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think I'm in the same thought process, and I've had professors talk to me about this, and it's been the topic of a lot of podcasts as well on the subject. But having that VPD in the right range will actually, you'll have less instance of botrytis, is what they're arguing, and that we're actually shooting ourselves in the foot by causing stress on the plant. And so I don't know. I just thought I'd throw that out there because it's something that I've struggled with personally.
That's the one there that had the leaf. It's right here.
That's a big, beautiful cola too.
Yeah, they were fat, those nugs, man. That's why I was worried. But yeah, I don't know if you see it. It's right in the middle there. In the middle to the right a bit there. There's a yellow one to the left and a dead one to the right. It's a little spikier. I don't know if you see my mouse, but right there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that leaf's kind of in the bud like that, if it transpires like moisture, you know, this might be completely stupid, but I'm wondering if that has something to do with it. Like the leaves that are like stuck into the bud like that. On those gigantic buds.
Yeah, they're transpiring, but they got, you know, where's the water going? I think
So
that's
the
why it gets so
microclimate.
damp in there. Yeah.
Yep. this is where airflow is important, man, and training can help you with this, you know. And if you try to stack all your buds on two big colas, yeah, that could be detrimental. You know, if you try to spread them out too much and you don't have the room, they're all pressing on each other. So I think trying to train your plant in a decent fashion for your space, as well as moving air efficiently and conditioning the air properly to get a good environment, whatever that might entail in your grow space, like building a small lung room or whatever, you know. But anyhow, real quick, guys, I wanted to say shout out to our friend Mountain Dan in the chat. He says he's over there parenting his New Year's Grow Challenge. I expect a taproot by meow. So, we
Where's
all love
Dirt?
Mountain. Yeah, shout out to you, Mountain Dan. He also
Yeah,
says,
man.
he says, I asked him, I said, you got the invite, man, if you want to jump on real quick for a little bit. I'm not sure how much longer we'll go, but he's welcome to jump on. But then he says, thanks, Smart Poker. I'm just getting up. I have to go get some things done today, like make room for the 4x4 to get this New Year's Grow Challenge on the road. Because I want to say, Mountain Dan, yeah, he won a grow light over at Cocoa for Cannabis recently, and I'm not sure if I got to congratulate him on the air or not.
Oh,
but,
no shit.
Congratulations.
That's awesome,
Yeah.
man.
That's right.
Congrats.
That's awesome.
The team
Yes.
leader draw there. He won
Team
that.
leader
Is
draw.
it-
Yeah, he was the group leaders all got together from the last grow challenge, and Doc put he assigned randomly assigned all of the numbers, and as the California lottery went off, Mountain Dan won. And what you know it, he needed a new light. He was just asking about one, some other lights, and saying that he wanted to get one. Maybe not needed one, but was aspiring to get one. So yeah, so he wanted to. So I think he's moved. I think he's moving to a larger tent. If I recall correctly, Dan's been growing in a 2x2 and maybe a 2x4 as well or something. But I believe this is he's moving into this 4x4. And Dan's been on the show a few times. He's a longtime member at CFC, and I think it goes without saying that we all got a shitload of love for Dan, and we wanted to take a minute and shout him out and say congrats on your Geek Beast Pro. I believe that's what he won.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
That's one of the
Geek
bar
Beast, yeah.
styles, too. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's going to be happy. Yeah.
That's a nice light. Congrats, bro.
Yeah, I love those 4x those bar styles are the same dimensions as the 4x4, because you just have this like really even distribution of light.
Love that. Yep.
Yeah.
I agree, man. Like versus, yeah, I like that myself, Rock, and I yeah, the most definitely. Our Fluence that we bought was that big. It goes from corner to corner in a 4x4. It makes you feel good, and when you're swinging that quantum sensor under there, it lets you know that yeah, you're getting somewhat of a hotter spot in the middle because the bars you're getting overspill from all the other bars. But even when you get to that end, it doesn't drop off like one might think, you know, and it makes you feel really good to spread them out and use every square inch versus feeling like you might have a hot spot. Because I know, you know, with our old HID, I always felt like that. And I agree 100%. And that's like Puffy D over there is using the Medic Grow at 80%, and he's taking advantage of that exact science, man. He's getting the light spread out, more points of emission spread out over a wider area. It's much more efficient that way, and it's great. I love that you brought that up.
Yeah, this thing actually, it barely fits in a 4x4. It's probably maybe half an inch between each bar, each rod over there. So it just barely fits in here. But yeah, I like it because the corners are full of light.
And I feel like that even light distribution also helps keep an even canopy. You know, it's you don't have one cola bursting out in the middle that's trying to reach up and get burned.
Right. And as growers and tents, we're always vertically challenged. So this is a way to combat having to have a lot of vertical height to, and get your light to spread out from a smaller light source. So, and they're just more efficient. You can get a better, better micromoles per joule or watt, as they say, or whatever, But I wanted to mention, Dan says in the chat there, he won the Geek Beast Mini, and he's in a 36-inch by 20-inch. And yeah, that's pretty cool. I thought it was the Pro,
that's
but
awesome.
it's the Geek Beast Mini. I guess that fits his setup, so maybe that's why he chose that as his prize. Because I want to say he might have had a couple options. So, but yeah, that's a great light, man. Great light.
Yeah, congrats, Dan.
And there's a lot. That's cool because right here in this chat, we have a wide array of lights that are working. I have like we've been through 3 or 4, 5 different lights. I know Crack Babies has one. He's been through many lights, probably twice as many as we have, and he's still running half of them probably. I know Puffy D's got 2 vastly different lights. I'm not sure exactly what Rock's running. I want to say you have a Photon Tech in one of your lights. What's that? HLG, or that's a Geek Beast maybe. Spider Farm. Which one? He's muted. But anyhow, I just thought it was cool that there's such a wide array of lights here, and they're all doing good and they're all being applied properly. And it's pretty cool to see that you can how it's versatile. That's just grower's choice. Okay, he got either the 420 or the 720.
It's a 680 actually, 680S, and so anyway, that's only $699 after shipping.
Okay, which one's
tax,
this?
So it was a good deal for me. But so this is the HLG 550 R spec. It's been going for a couple of years, and it's interesting. It's keeping up. You know, these are the same clones, flipped at about the same time. It's keeping up with the Grower's Choice, but as the canopy fills, I'm wondering if the Grower's Choice is going to start beating it. Yeah. So yeah.
Good point. I like that. I like that side by side. They're at the same age and shit, you know, and you have 2 vastly different light. Well, no, I shouldn't say vastly, but yeah, hey, I've seen some people growing some killer shit with them HLG R specs, and they seem to be great lights. You know, just like a lot of it has to do with like you as the grower being able to train so well and have them you know, be able to soak up all that light. But yeah, man, that's a nice side by side you got running there. What are we looking at here?
So this is actually, I've got to shout this one out. I wouldn't. So it's from Alibaba. Have you guys ever?
Oh yeah.
Seen someone suggest those quantum boards? Yeah. Honestly, I wanted to hate this thing, but you got that too, man. This thing has vegged every plant I've ever grown. It's from King Bright, but this thing has vegged every single plant I've ever grown. It's done an absolutely great job. It's got you know, it works. So yeah, shout out to them. But I think they're a better option now. So I would go with an American brand.
I took a chance, you know. I took it on DH Gate, but I mean the price was so much cheaper. It's like, what the hell? It was worth a try, you know. And I'm glad I did because it's still working fine. I've had it almost 2 years now. It's a 240 watt, you know, quantum. It's got LM301H chips on it. Meanwhile driver. I just had to wire it up.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say there's I don't think I mean I think there's certain reasons why people would want to choose, or maybe I should say not choose those. But I think if you're slightly handy and can, you know, like he said, put one together there a little bit, you know,
it was pretty simple. I mean, I think
you just
the
put
deal
a wire
was
into it.
They couldn't assemble it. You couldn't buy it assembled, so they send it to you with all the connectors and everything. You just connect everything and power it up, so you don't have to really assemble like the board to the heatsink or nothing. It's all already there. It's just that the driver and the power cable are separated, so they give you a little, you know, snap connector there to.
If you've ever put speakers together, you know, the speaker wires.
Yeah, it's like
it's just as complicated as putting a speaker.
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
very simple.
Speaker wire in the speaker.
Cool. Yeah, that's pretty easy. Yeah, I never had one of those, but again, before
it's if it goes wrong, right? If something happens, that's it. Bye bye.
Yep.
Bye bye money.
like before all these light companies came on, like Photon Tech was only available as Lumatech for a long time there, and some of these other, like Mars was still known for blur pulls only and shit. Back then, a lot more people were ordering lights from. It seemed to me like back then, a lot more people were ordering from Alibaba and HD Gate or whatever that place is, and some of those other places, and still growing some killer shit. Because, like you said, it's the same components just put out differently. But yeah, I think there's a lot to be said for how lights put together, the way it's manufacturing, some of the components,
Yeah.
just down to like the wires, the connectors, and the how cheap those are made and shit. And some of the diodes they might swap out for, I guess, can be, there's like, I've heard different things about diodes being able to be rebranded without breaking the law or something. So I'm not sure how a lot of that shit works, but again, I've seen a lot of people like both of you get great results with them, pay a good price for them. And, but I've heard other people call them fire starters. So take it for what it's worth. I've never had one, but right here's 2 examples of people that were able to save money and go that route. And if you had to get started that way and maybe bump up later, if the price is that big of a difference, then I say by all means,
To be honest, I had done my research. I'm pretty sure that manufacturer was HLG's manufacturer.
Cool.
I looked around, I did my research, and I found the manufacturer for HLG. And when I did my research on DHgate, I found the same manufacturer. So I bought from them.
Disingenuous because the HLG is different than the Horticulture Lighting Group, and they actually adopted that name to give the idea that they were responsible for those drivers when they actually weren't. So
I'm glad
it's a company in Shenzhen. Shenzhen.
And I believe it's HGL, because if you look closely, it's actually HGL, but they write it in the same font. They use the same kind of a background, but it says
but
HGL.
this had nothing to do with HLG.
Right. No,
there was no advertising about them. There was nothing there. It's just where I found an HLG fixture and I kind of backtracked where the manufacturing was made. And then I matched that information, but they weren't selling anything that was labeled HLG or anything like that.
So do you guys see my video here?
Yes, we do.
Oh,
yeah, HLG. So they branded the driver's HLG. I thought,
that's a model number for Meanwell. That has nothing to do with HLG.
And yeah, that's why I heard that the HLG that came afterwards, the Horticulture Lighting Group, took on that name to kind of piggyback off of that. But I don't want to put out there anything that's not true.
But I heard some bad stuff about HLG, that it wasn't actually a good company to get fixtures from. So
I'll say their fixture has operated fantastically for me. It's been on for almost 2 years straight, and it's still operating fantastically. But I would do your research.
It's risky, right? I mean,
I think if you want to get down to the bare bones of it, is that at HLG, this is how I see them in the industry. They make a good light, and I'm not here to bash anybody or take anything away from anybody, but there's it's not so much their product. It is a little bit, but I think some of it is their marketing, and I think some of it is just the way they represent themselves as a company on certain shows, excuse me, and at certain events. I've heard people say the way they represent themselves, they argue with people, they talk down to people about lighting and different things. I have not experienced this myself, but I've heard that, just certain things about them as a company makes you not want to buy their shit and vote for them with your dollar, if you will. So again, I'm not here to bash them or turn anybody away. And I honestly, when people bring up the HLG, I see a lot of people killing it with their lights, in their quantum boards. They might not be quite as efficient as a bar style light, but they're pretty close. But I think they market them a little more than what they really are. And I also think that some of them and some of their representatives don't do them any justice with the way they treat people and different things. But again, this is just what I've seen when I go around and watch them interview and their representatives be interviewed or and things of that nature.
Yeah. No, Mia was more about anecdote. I was just looking for something where they were building for some other company, right? Not just some unknown China supplier. I wanted to make sure that they were dealing with a big company so that, you know, what they're making isn't junk, right?
Yes.
If
yeah,
a
I
big
think-
company is ordering from them, then they're not making garbage. It's got to work, or
Yes.
else they're not in business. So I figured, you know, that was my criteria. They got to build for
Yeah.
a big company. So
And how I understood that was that they get different bin numbers. You know, you get
Yeah,
the
yeah.
top bin,
Yeah.
or the low bin. But
I probably got
to
the
me,
shittiest bin, but
yeah,
still the best chips in that shitty bin.
yeah, exactly.
And apparently the bins don't have a very big difference as far as the quality and all that. They're all the same. It's just they might last longer on the A bin than they will on the C bin, but the output is the same.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting anecdote for me here is between these two tents, there's, you know, a few degrees difference. I don't know if that means anything, but they're both pumping out the same watts on the settings I've got them on. And
So
one of the
The
bar
tempo-
style,
The temp of the driver of the fixture or the room? temp?
no, just the temp of the room. So
Oh, yeah.
like the ambient temperature. So if you know, the light fixture that's actually got more watts is actually on a lower temperature right now.
Could it be that one's been used more than the other?
Yeah, I think that's part of it.
There might be some like
well-
life that's been taken from it. You know what I mean?
So which 10 is registering lower heat?
Is it the one that's been
So
on
the
longer?
No, it's the no the temperature that's lower is from the bar style light.
Well, that would
Oh,
mean-
okay. You're comparing your
But-
QB to your bar style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what that would tell me is
That makes sense.
more of your electricity in the bar lights, more of your electricity is being converted to usable photons of PAR versus lost in dissipation of heat.
Well, I think it's the fixture. It's a heat sink. There's more steel.
Exactly.
So it's literally robbing all the heat off the fixture so it runs cooler.
One's more efficient than the other. One spreads out all them diodes, which gives you a lot more heat dispersion versus packing them all on one board like that. And like I said, it's not
Yeah,
that
that's
one
true.
is-
There's
you
the
know,
light heat, and then there's the fixture's heat, right?
there's diode heat too. And when you pack them all together and clump them like that, you know, you
Yeah.
can find a hot spot here and there. But again, those lights work great. If you know, it's not like night and day or anything, but yeah, I think and to be fair to HLG, they're making a bar style light now. They do have a bar
Yeah.
style light, but again, it's not a company that I feel comfortable recommending based on other things, or a company that I would feel comfortable being affiliated with, to be honest with you.
They're from
based on
China.
my-
eh?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think they're manufactured in
They're in America. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
They're an American company?
Are they in Michigan? No.
Because I know their parts are made in China. It's just,
Or
is
is
it
it
an American
Oregon?
company?
yeah,
I
it's
thought
an
they were in
American
like
company.
Michigan or Oregon. I don't know. I probably could look it up on my computer real
A
quick.
lot of them cheat there and it's assembled in America. It's like, yeah, okay.
That's what theirs is. Yeah, and you know, not to trash HLG, because probably a lot of other companies. You know, I think
Yeah, all
I think
do.
my grower's choice was probably made in China, but you know,
even the American made ones, all their parts come from there. They just
Yeah.
made it here, you know.
Oh, here you go. Their Horticultural Lighting Group's headquarters are in 752 North State Street, number 208 in Westerville, Ohio.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, so they're down here by me in Ohio. They have 25 employees, it says. Hopefully I'm on the very right page here. That's the first thing that came up. I Googled HLG Lighting Headquarters to see where they were at. And that's the first thing that came up. So yeah, they're from Ohio company, huh? From what was they calling it? Some of my friends over across the border here are calling it Grow Ohio.
Ohio.
Yeah, I like that.
I guess they're illegal.
No, they're illegal, man.
Oh, really?
yeah, that's what I
shit.
was gonna say.
No,
There's-
grow Ohio.
Yeah, they're still illegal. So you know what you're getting into if you're in Ohio and you're growing. But it's the same here in PA. I actually think they have slightly more advanced legislation, especially for medical patients, to be able to grow versus my state. So you know, even though we don't have it, I still pull for the other people to get theirs, man. You know,
You gotta grow high, yo.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, I'm probably gonna take off here soon. But yeah, I think to wrap up the grow light idea is Cocoa for Cannabis has some fantastic articles on choosing grow lights. That may be, one of the things I link to people most often is whenever they're looking for grow lights. So, and I think the emphasis on investing in a good light, can't be overstated. I think
That's the most important part. Lights, environment, and nutrients, right? Those are
I agree.
in that order, right? So
Yeah.
lights is the most important, environment second, and then nutrients are the third. I'm pretty sure
that's a huge limiting factor.
I think it was more lights, genetics, environment.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
that's right.
how it is.
Oh yeah,
Lights,
the limit
genetics,
on your
environment.
genetics.
Yeah, so if you can give a great grower with a great light the worst genetics in the world, and he's not gonna be able to do shit. And the same way in reverse, man. If you give somebody with a shitty light and horrible environment, you can give them the best seed that ever was, and it's just not gonna go well for them. So I think those are the three things, and I think that's great points. And would definitely appreciate. I know Ross and Nate, you said you're getting ready to jump off here, and I'm not trying to push you out the door, but I want to make sure that.
I'm thinking.
No, I want to make sure that that we appreciate all the stuff that you bring to the panel and to the show and to CFC. And I wanted to make sure that people know that before you leave, you definitely give a proper shout out and let people know where they can find you and check out maybe some of your journals and some other stuff.
Oh yeah, thanks a lot, man. And this stuff's kind of new to me. I'm a pretty shy person. So thanks for inviting me on here. It's always fun. I always learn more than I talk about is my hope. So yeah, these are fun. So yeah, thanks.
I think your input's a great addition, man. And I think everybody here will agree, and everybody in chat or anybody that watches in the future will agree that you bring up. It's good to have all these same like-minded individuals because if there's a law in the conversation, which there's usually not with me because I'm long-winded, but someone like you always have something good to bring up and stimulating. And that's what we're looking for, man. Something to keep it going, to keep us thinking, to keep us learning. And you bring good knowledge, good questions, good conversation, and definitely want to keep inviting you back, man, when you have your time. And
thanks, man. And yeah, I guess if people wanted to find me, the best spot is probably Cocoa for Cannabis. If you guys I go by the same handle, Ross Sanante, on there. I'm probably not going to be on IG that much just because of recent issues that I'm sure you've had yourself with them deleting content. But yeah, I'm in the chat daily, so check me out over there. But
cheers, Ross.
Yeah, thanks again. Yeah, see you, CB.
Nice seeing you again, man.
Yeah. Have a good day, guys. Oh, wait. Before I go, what was that other show that's happening today? I'm gonna listen to that one.
Oh, tonight, yeah, growing with my fellow growers, and it's on Cheap Home Grow on YouTube.
Yeah, I'll check that out.
7:00 Eastern.
The American one's in the chat saying he's been watering, but he gives us a couple thumbs up and says excellent discussions. So I'm sure that goes out to you too, Rock. And
thanks.
For saying that, man, American one. We appreciate that feedback for sure.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
For sure, bro. Always
glad
to see the American one.
Yeah, man.
He's on that show tonight.
I squirreled out there real quick. Yeah, he's on that show tonight, and we definitely encourage everybody that's listening, either now or in the future, to check that show out. It's on. It's at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's on YouTube, and it's on the Cheap Home Grow, Growing with My Fellow Growers channel. Jack Greenstock leads it, and so if you want to go, I'm sure you can message anyone here on the panel, and we'll get you the link. And yeah, it's great info. Check it out for sure. Sorry, Rock.
Oh no, yeah, that's awesome. I really enjoyed the last one, so I'm checking this one out. Yeah, have a good day, everybody. I'll see you later.
Right on. We'll see you tonight.
John.
Take care.
Yeah,
guys, maybe even join the show. You can go on there if they put the link up there, man. Show your stuff, man. Be cool.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, Crack Babies. He especially if he would happen to be in his greenhouse or something, he could get into some good shit there. And I just wanted to go ahead and say that we got about 15 minutes. It'll take me to like 6 hours, and I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up at 4 o'clock. And just so you guys know, if you guys have any last comments or anything you want to talk about or get into, I figure we might want to touch on what we might do next week, as well as you guys right around maybe like 5 till 4, you can give your shout outs or whatever, if that's okay.
Yeah,
man.
you know, I was just thinking that I was needing to get off here anyway. My flower tent light's about to shut off in about 15 minutes, and I need to do a res change and, you know, feed these other 2 girls here too. So yeah, I got
brother.
stuff I need to get done.
Cool, man. If you got to go, you can go ahead and do your shout out. I just wanted to say real quick that next week, I think I'm pretty sure that our friend Hank #9 says he's going to come on, and we can maybe spotlight him and talk about some cooking, making some candies or some sort of edibles. I'm not sure what he'll have lined up for us, but that should be interesting, and I think we'll all be looking forward to that, as well as if today's message was any indication from Doc Coco, I'm thinking maybe he might even find a little time to stop by, and maybe we could think of a couple questions we might want to have for him in case that arises. And I know, Puffy, you always have great input on what to do on future episodes, as well as everybody else. But I was thinking if you had anything you wanted to think of now for next week, if you have a minute or whatever. If not, you can do your sign off and get your work done, man.
Well, next time we meet, we should be getting some sprouts popped up. So, you know, we'll have some new plants to talk about and some, you know, our future plans for them over the next 30 days and
For sure.
you know, what our expectations are about them. Because I've got all strains that I've never grown before. So it's all a new adventure. And, you know, I've been looking forward to growing some new strains from seed, from actual seed. I've been cloning for the past 2.5 years. So, you know, it's kind of nice to jump back to my roots and go back to popping seeds again. So yeah, it's and plus starting the journal over at CFC, you know, documenting all that. So
Yeah, you got a lot of exciting stuff coming up. Plus, you're going to have your YouTube channel, which I'm sure you'll mention on your shout out there when you're heading out. But yeah, I was just wanted to say like that. I'm glad that you mentioned this, because anybody listening can like follow along with all of our grows and watch us actually implement some of the shit that we talk about, and watch us go through any trials, tribulation, any good success, and we might have, and they can see that this shit's actually being put into use. And I'll be able to take the tape off my camera and point my camera at something else, and we'll have some good talking points. But I'll be in the same boat, man, with some 2 sets of two tents with shit in it that I've never grown, and a few other aspects that are new. So to be able to watch yours, to do ours, and all that shit is really going to be cool for the viewers. As well as like next week, like you said, with the sprouts, I totally forgot about that. I'm so excited. Yeah, and so we'll have those to show next week, and then we'll also be able to, like, subsequent weeks, we'll be able to go ahead and, you know, keep a journal here almost of our grows as well, week to week, and see how they come to fruition. And just that thought you planted in my mind got me all excited, and I had to jump in there, man. So thanks.
yeah, it's just it's going to be cool putting this journal together over at CFC. Plus, at the same time, just having that video diary of the grow that, you know, people who read the diary can actually just, you know, pop on my YouTube channel and just, you know, actually see it grow from that seed all the way through harvest, and see anything that goes on, whether it be good or bad.
All right, so you're doing a time lapse?
Well, not really a time lapse, but
a bunch of
I mean, I'm
pictures,
gonna be, yeah,
Yeah.
taking videos. Like if any training I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be recording that, you know, so people kind of get to see a hands-on, you know, kind of a training method without just, you know, trying to follow pictures on where to do things and how to do it. So, I mean, because I know that there's a lot of visual people out there who would rather see somebody do it, you know, firsthand, rather than try to figure out exactly how they made something look just through pictures. So,
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. You could
would
show
help
the
a lot of
process.
people out. Yeah.
Yeah, because some people might resort to something and call it a growth tip. Other ones might call it a node, or or just whatever. And so, like you're saying, depending on nomenclature and shit, they have a visual of where exactly you're talking about on the plant or the pot or whatever you're doing, and they'll know exactly. And then they'll be able to put that in conjunction with visually seeing you do it. And there's no substitute for that in my mind, because I'm that type of learner myself. So.
Well, it's like you were saying with the cloning. I mean, you can follow directions that you read, on a page or look at pictures, but unless you're actually, seeing it done and seeing the techniques they use and actually explain why they're doing it, then you're not really grasping the full picture of it, and you're not going to really get a kind of a mastery of doing it, because you're just going to follow directions and not know why.
Yeah, seeing is believing, right?
Yes. Kudos to that, man.
Picture says 1,000 words, and a video has a 30 frames per second. So
Yeah.
it's superior.
That's a great point, Crack Babies, and I agree with that. Like you guys were saying, I'm more of a visual learner too, and I like to be able to see it in action, to hear it and all that. So I think it's nice that we're all on that same page, and I'm looking forward to seeing all that stuff, Puffy, and all of our journals over there. I try to follow along, and I try to hit the new guys too, man. I think that's important. We try to do that as a group of I want to say we're considered leaders over there. We're always in the chat, and we try to help people and stuff. So as good representatives of the site, I think it's nice sometimes to jump on the unknown person's journal and let them know that they're welcome, and that someone's watching, and it makes them feel more involved, and then they kind of want to finish their journal versus everybody just clicking up. And I try to make sure all my friends get some attention on their journals, but I try to spread it around as well to those people. And I like to encourage other people to do the same thing. But yeah,
and they can come on the show and show their grow.
Yeah,
be part of their gang, right?
Yeah, the New Year's Grow Challenge people. That's a
Crack
good idea.
Baby's got a permanent cot set up at CFC. I mean, you could find him on
We could always make
pretty
a
much
show.
live there.
We could always try to get with Doc Coco and make a show about the New Year's Grow Challenge, and maybe have anybody, he could maybe make a post, and anybody that wants to come on that has a journal going and get some live action with maybe Doc and some of us. We could set that up if I don't know how the logistics would be, or if he'd be willing to back up something like that or whatever, but it's just a thought that crossed my mind. I think that'd be a really cool episode, man, where,
talk with Doc hour.
Yeah, doesn't that seem pretty cool? Like, you're in the Grow Challenge and you get to talk to the man that's putting it on. It's his website, and maybe we have some kind of a setup where we give each person 10 minutes or something in case there's a huge turnout or something like that. But I think we could
actually hear me out on this.
Yeah.
What if we got a hold of Doc, and how this Grow Challenge is all about your medium, what you're growing in.
Yeah.
Set up, instead of type the team leader type, it's just kind of the your grow media leader, and that person could do shows like this with all those people that are in the Grow Challenge in that particular category.
Well, we can highlight a category each week, right? Okay, this weekend we're gonna do the water guys. Everyone in water, if you want to come up and show your stuff, let's do it. And every week we pick. We could do the soil the next one.
And I can try to pinpoint maybe one or two people. Like, we could say it's water week. I could have Crack Babies and maybe try to get or at least one or two other people outside of Doc Coco that actually grow in DWC, like maybe NG Grows or another friend of ours, and then that way there'd be a panel that week. And then maybe on soil week or peat week, I get like Gigi and somebody else up here. And, we could, I know some of you guys have other ideas about people in their substrate. So yeah, maybe I'll talk to Doc and see if that's something we can implement.
As an option, right? Like all the new ones, you can come and talk with Doc. You can come and show your stuff. It gives them a place, a bit like the Tonight Show did for us.
Yeah, exactly.
It gave us the inspiration to make this show. So now with this show, we're going to do the same, right? For them.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that would be great. And I think what better way to keep people involved in their journals and to keep them on that track? Because I think a lot of people don't realize the value of the journals until they actually went through the drudgery of making one and typing that all out every week or every couple of days or whenever you do. And then like me, I personally have like probably at least 8 grows or something like over there journaled. And so it's very good for me to go back and say, I grew this Blue Dream Auto Flower or whatever 3 grows ago. Let me see where I was at on my EC then, because it did really well, you know.
It's a great resume
Yes, man. Great resume.
to your grow.
Somebody else is paying to keep your documentation you know, stored away on their site. So
I mean,
you
it
can always
serves
look
me,
at
but it serves everybody else who wants to grow green crack or, you know, whatever I was growing for that journal. You know, it's valuable information.
Collaboration. That's what it is over there. And that's part of it, is having those journals. And I think it's a service for you and for everybody else to do those. And so what I was going with that is I think so what we end up with, me being part of the steering committee members, we end up with a lot of people that will do their journals and then they'll abandon them because they don't really get anybody giving them any likes or any comments, and they feel like they're all alone. And then if they run into a little bit of problems or whatever, they just kind of like get involved in that and they just forget about updating their journal, and they feel kind of maybe left out or something. And we've talked about this. So it's important that, I think, what better way to have those people feel welcomed and involved and everything else than to give them a platform to come up here and either talk, ask questions, or share their success or whatever they want to do and just be heard, man. Because I think a lot of times people want to be heard, ask questions and shit like that. So this is a great idea. I'll run it by Doc and we'll see what kind of response we can get and see what the logistics of that might entail on his end and my end and everything else. And you know, so maybe don't anybody hold us to it, but it is a good idea that we're going to try and go ahead and see through. And I'm sorry, Puffy, if you was trying to get out of here, man, let me be quiet now.
No, but I will say that a little bit after I had joined the site, I did contact Jordan about the journals to try to find a different way to set them up, more like a blank template, where when you bring up to do your update, you know, all you have to do is just fill in the information, and it'll basically put it out to a chart or whatever to be displayed when you post it. She said that they are going to try to do some changes with it, but I'm not sure as far as like what they're running it on, if it's even capable of handling something like that or not. But she said that they were looking to do something else with the journals. So I don't know. I'm not sure where they're at on that. I mean, I know they got a lot of other stuff to do, but that was the thing I had to add.
It's a costly thing to modify the site like that. So unless there's something really wrong, I don't think they're looking to change anything in the near
it can be
future.
tough to implement stuff, man. And with the developers, you know, I don't want to put anything out there I shouldn't, but I know sometimes he can have problems with trying to get the developers to implement some stuff. And some stuff that I think might be easy to implement when I bring it up as an idea turns out to be hard for some reason. And other times when there's an idea that comes up that seems like it might be hard to implement, he finds a way to do it. So sometimes it's just like a hit or miss thing. And with me not being obviously into the whole having to work with developers and shit, I never know. And within a budget too, you know.
Yeah, I was going to say money has a lot to do with that too, as far as, you know.
Oh, it's expensive. It's expensive.
And he doesn't accept a lot of us, you know, like he doesn't have banners all over Cocoa for Cannabis saying this, that, or the other. So he doesn't have like a corporate sponsor per se for that. You guys understand how his funding works. I don't have to get into that, but kudos to him for not being pinned down like that, you know, and being able to test different lights and everything. And so in doing so, he kind of restricts his revenue flow, I would assume, and so in that manner, you know, it keeps him more of a unbiased opinion on a lot of things, and so I think that's a good thing on his part, and he kind of pays a price as far as getting more funding from that. But it's great that he does what he does with what he has, and he's always looking for ways to improve things. And like you just mentioned, and I try to keep on top of those improvements so I can spread them to everybody. But Yeah, it's ever evolving, it seems like. And I just mentioned the other day we're up to 16,000 members, man, and that's impressive. I think that's pretty cool. I think there was 1,700 when I joined or something. So there you go.
It's growing fast, man.
Yeah, that was 6 months in. I think he already had like, I don't know if it was 7 or 1,700. It was 5 months in. He had that many, and now it's grown that many. As soon as like I guess different places go legal, we get a big bump. You know what I mean? Every time a state comes up legal, boom, or like Malta. We got people from Malta coming over there now, and Mexico. And I've noticed that recently. So it's just growing and getting bigger and ever evolving. And I think it's good that Puffy brought that up, that people, you can expect changes and good ones, you know, coming up.
Yeah, I'm sure that we can come up with some way to, to facilitate those changes as far as like finances and stuff. I mean, between the group, we could probably do something.
Yeah, I agree.
But
And
not
like I
just,
said, we can all talk.
Yeah, all just in the basically the favor of the user. Make the site easier to use. More intuitive and and basically encourage more people to record their grows in those journals. And because the more grows that are documented, it just becomes basically a big encyclopedia of strains growing in all different media. So the more people we can get over there to document those, and the more it helps the new grower or even an older grower who may be switching to a different growth style.
Well, the strain reviews are kind of like that, Puffy, when you think about it. It's a template. You just fill in the information, and it's basically all you need to know about the strain as far as,
but
not the journal. I see what you're saying about the journal, but the strain review, I think, is already there. Like it's at that point there, where it's it gets right down to the nitty gritty, and you're done in 30 minutes. And if you ironed out all your pictures and you put them all in the same folder, but once you did that, you're good to go. And it's a little hard to use. I'll agree with you with that, because when I first started here, trust me, I was swearing a lot, but it was worth it. They fixed a lot of problems. That was a lot worse than it used to be.
Oh yeah.
No, it's much more user friendly.
I've read your journals. I know you're.
You saw my anger, and I was, quite pissed. But I have a short fuse for that stuff.
Yeah, like sideboard.
Because I do it too. I run a website too, so it has to work. And if it doesn't, I'm not.
I remember he used to try to break my balls. He put up a picture with a bunch of lights all crooked and shit, and then the picture would be crooked, and Crackbait's like, son of a bitch, it's crooked again, So,
yeah, Insta does it there with that new feature posting from the PC there. The pictures are all crooked there. You can't shift them. You can't do nothing. You can't edit nothing. It's such a useless site there. It's like,
it's for phones, man. I don't use Instagram on the computer. It's just too weird, but
it's the idea, right? It was supposed to be instant. When it first started, it was 8 seconds or something like that. Like you posted something and it was gone, and that's it. It was instant. You post a picture, people would see it, and it was there for a few hours or something, and then it was gone.
Well, isn't that Snapchat, not Instagram?
Oh, maybe.
I think
but it seemed like it was more like an in the moment type thing, and there was nothing really saved, and it's just for right now.
It's taking on more of a Facebook kind of a feel a little bit.
Yeah. But they didn't incorporate any editing or any, you can't fix your post. You make an error, you post it, you can't reply to yourself. You can't. It's so useless. It's like.
Yeah, it definitely can be challenging, man. But it's
not to mention the censorship and all the editing and the blocking and the that's on top of the uselessness of it.
And part of the unfortunate part of that is like all right, so say if a grower out there wants to be sponsored by a light company or try to get into trying different shit, part of their requisite is that you have somewhat of a Instagram following. So and like you're saying, they make it hard to be that person by their censorship and everything else, but these companies, they want you to have that. So it can be like a catch-22, I think they call that. You know what I mean? Like, damn, it's not easy to do what you're asking because of censorship and everything else. And I guess it sucks both ways. But
It's like a global application, but it's local application at the same time, meaning, you know, if you're using it where you are, it's illegal, but if this guy's using it where he is, it's not. So
Right.
where do you
Right.
draw the line? How do you block something that's legal in some places but not others, yet everybody can see it? It's like, it doesn't make sense. You just
Unless
don't block
you're in,
nothing, right?
North Korean, unless you're North Korean, you can find this, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like nobody can see it, right? So it doesn't
Right.
matter. But
No doubt. Well, guys, I think it's time. This is probably a good time to wrap
Oh.
it up. And
Yeah, we're late.
if that's all right with you guys now, I don't mind, man.
For the fifth time, we're gonna wrap it up.
Yeah, man. I need to get some food in me and get a quick shower and do a few things before the other show here today. So, but literally, I enjoy this. I could sit here and talk. I feel like I want to say, like, these hours go by, bam, just like that, man. And and I'm already looking forward to next week's show. So,
Bro, I totally forgot this morning, man. I was watching Eagle show last night there. I was watching the end of it. Then I'm like, oh shit, we're supposed to go live at 10. I look at the time, it's 11:30. Oh my God. So I go there, you know.
yeah,
Of course, you guys were up.
I commented in the chat right after you, man, and I put, hey, because it was early, it was like 6 a.m. and I was still up and on Eagle's show, and I was like, hey, crack babies, I'll see you in a couple hours, LOL. And I got off like 10 minutes after that and went and tried to take a little nap and shit.
I didn't see the message because I was trimming, so I didn't.
Yeah, I saw.
I was
that
just
comment.
listening. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
wasn't here watching it per se.
Yep. That's what I figured. But yeah, man, it's definitely like I said, these hours go by real quick, and so far we haven't built up a huge following. I think we had the other day, man, our video, just so you guys know, the when we were doing the Christmas video, we ended up getting we at one time, I think our peak amount of what do they call it, concurrent viewers, meaning a bunch of different viewers, it was 22. So we had 22. And like Doc said, there's
Nice.
times where he said he would love to get 100 people on his on some of his shit. So
His
let me
video
go-
premieres are, yeah.
Yeah, so it's got 202 views total, and like I said, we had like 22 people in chat. So they'll pick up more steam. And but anyhow, where I was going with that is, like, even though there's not a ton of people here like some of the other shows and shit that have been on a while, I still enjoy this, man. And the hours tick by quick talking with you guys and getting into some of this shit. So
Way better than typing, man.
oh, yeah. Once a week, I think this is going to be therapeutic for me, man, to do this
Yeah.
once a week and to be able to
Oh, I love it. Okay, man. So I'm Crack Babies, DWC. You can catch me on Coco for cannabis. You can catch me on YouTube, and you can catch me on IG, although I hate that place. There's some nice pictures, and I go live sometimes there just to show a video. Yeah. Time lapses on YouTube. So, but yeah, man. Thanks, Chad. Thanks, you guys. It's always a pleasure to be here, and we'll do it again very soon.
Yep, you can always find Crack Babies on Sundays and Confused, unless he's trimming early in the morning.
You bet. That was a mistake, and it won't happen again. I should
All
have
right,
been
buddy.
in. That would have been perfect, but
Yeah,
forgot.
I was thinking the same thing. We could have had your camera screen on the buzz while you were trimming, but I was thinking maybe he didn't want to go through the headache, and I didn't want to like put you out there. But yeah,
I was
man.
gonna go live on my YouTube and just
Oh.
do the thing. And I'm like, who's gonna want to watch me trim? But I forgot that you guys were on. I could have actually done it for the show.
Yeah. I should have sent you a message like I do on the Sunday night shows. So I'll try to maybe do that more often. But all right,
you
buddy,
know,
thank you.
I'd probably still be trimming though. So I'm glad because I powered through there. I really did it good. Anyways, good night, guys.
Good deal. All right, man. We'll see you, Crack. Thanks
Bye,
again, buddy.
Crack.
Yeah, guys.
And definitely not last but not least is our buddy Puffy D here. If you want to give your shout out and tell people where they can find you, and any other last thoughts that you might have on your mind there, feel free.
All right. I'm Puffy D. You can find me over at Coco for Cannabis under the same name, as well as Instagram. Coming up shortly, there'll be a new channel that I'm doing called Puffy Grows. So on that, I'll be posting all these new strains that'll be growing. So, check that out. And, we'll learn something along the way. So.
Yeah, definitely. I encourage everybody to check Puffy and Crack Babies out. And just real quick, I'm going to take a quick minute here and try to shout out Ross and Nate that was on here earlier. He gave his sign out. and some of the people in the chat there, Dan and the American One, and Rowdy and NG Grows, and I don't want to forget anybody, but I appreciate all of you guys coming out here and supporting us. And the American One's still commenting. He says he's out. All have a great one. So definitely appreciate him hanging out and everybody else. And and sticking through the whole time. So everybody, I want to do my quick shot, or I'm going to give my my wife here a chance to give a quick shout out, and then I'll go over my quick spiel and let you guys go.
Hi, it's Crispy Wannabe. Thank you for stopping by. It's always a pleasure hanging out with everybody. Even if I'm just chilling in the corner, relaxing, hanging out with you guys, it's always fun. Thanks to everybody who stops by. And you can find me on Instagram at Crispy Wannabe and over at Cocoa for Cannabis as Crispy Wannabe. Thank you.
Thank you, Crispy.
Love.
Yeah, I told everybody your back was hurting and she wasn't quite into it today. So yeah, and then for my quick shout out, I just want to say again, thanks to the chat for coming. Thanks for everybody coming on the panel, and for my fellow panel members and all the people that helped us get the courage and shit to put this together. We look forward to next week where Nas might be doing some cooking for us. We'll be able to see our sprouts. We'll be able to see maybe Don Coco stop by, answer a few questions for us, or maybe some other panel members can come on and join us again. And also, I want to say, everybody, if you haven't yet, go over to Cocoa for Cannabis. If you dropped seeds recently, you can start a journal and be in the New Year's Grow Challenge. There's going to be some light giveaways starting on the 16th, and then there'll be a light given away each week for the next 3 weeks. And I encourage you to go look into that. I want to say that real quick that me and my wife have a few affiliate programs that we are using to help, to fund better equipment, to do giveaways, to pay for subscriptions to Zoom and different things. And so you get where that's going. But anyhow, I wanted to start saying a few of our coupon codes here. These are products we really believe in, and I'm going to start somehow trying to put them underneath of the in the comments. So anyhow, we have a Photon Tech lighting code, and if anybody wants to get a Photon Tech light, I encourage you to go to their site, and when you're checking out, you can put Smart Poker CFC, and that's normally 5%. And a lot of times they have like they'll tell me you can add 5% and tell everybody 10% and this and that. So it's a good product. We use it. We believe in it. We wouldn't recommend it. Same goes for the Canatrol. Again, that's an expensive item. It might not be for everybody. So it's definitely for, only certain people. But if you guys want to somebody wants to get into one of those, we have the code 50SMOT, and that'll get you $50 off to help cover some of the cost of your shipping and stuff. So definitely check that out. And then one last one that's still in the works is MSNL seeds. We grow a lot of their seeds. We believe in them. At this point, I have a link for them. I don't have quite a code yet. It doesn't work like that there. They're still getting it together. So as soon as I get that, I'll bring it to you. But you can contact me. I'll give you the link, and they're good products. It'll save you, I think, 15% there. And that also can go towards like some stealth guaranteed shipping. And so they're good products. We believe in them, and we appreciate anybody that would help support us and our show and our adventures moving forward. And with that being said, I'm Smart Poker. You can find me at Cocoa for Cannabis is Smart Poker. You can find me here every Sunday and on any kind of big events. And you can find me at Instagram as Real Smart Poker. And appreciate everybody listening to me ramble here. And grower love.
Grow love, everybody.
Grow love.